Good morning, Cherry House.
Hi, everyone. Who got the belt?
That's a good question. I got Rust Dog.
Rust Dog got the belt. Hey, baby. Good
going
morning,
on,
everybody.
Zabo.
I'm James. You got to do shout outs because I am.
Warren, Casey Tucker Band. What's going on? What's happening? What's happening, Wheezy? We've been moving on up. Let's see. David. Hello. Stephen Castaneda. The baby daddy. I don't know what you guys are going to do today if all these people come into the chat again and like invade. It was a little wild yesterday. Foxing around. Hello. Kenneth Williams. Mr. Rage Pig. Okay. Production show best on the team. Okay. Special ed. What?
Why isn't this firing?
Oh. We need Jonathan.
No, I'm letting this play out. We're gonna start hella late.
Oh. Okay.
I have no idea why that didn't execute. Yeah, we have like 4 minutes still.
Oh no.
3.5. Gosh darn it. Shucks.
Great. Googly boogly. Hello, Bocus Microwave.
Hey,
Hello,
shout out to
Jay.
What's up, Remix Monkey?
Kyle Slavin. What else we got? Sean Miller. I saw you up in here. Hello, John. Marcus. Represent. Michael Gallery. Boy, we got a lot of people in here that are new.
Yeah, we do. Salute.
Raymond.
Yeah, if you're not normally here, appreciate you dropping in.
Yeah.
Stick around post De'Aaron Fox trade stuff.
Yeah. Is it Jerry Reynolds' birthday? Doggone it.
Thanks, David. Appreciate. Yeah, it's been a lot.
I need to reach out to my guy Jerry Reynolds, check in on him.
Yeah, it's pretty rare. I'm with you. And I wasn't dealing with talking to people yesterday. And even I got home last night was just like, like I just want to, I'm punting everything. Yeah, bro. Hey, yeah, we're not even like, we're doing a little bit of King Sixers today. At least it's on the docket. I don't know how much we'll get to, but yeah. Tonight suddenly feels super inconsequential, but also like they have to win. Yeah, salute. Would appreciate if everybody in here could hit the thumbs up. That'd be awesome. And if you're like a first time listener, you're just dropping in because of the Fox stuff. Go ahead and subscribe to the channel. We're here 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. every day. James and I till noon, and then D'Lo and Casey hop in. So subscribe to the channel. That'd be awesome. And like I said, hit the thumbs up if you're here.
I feel you, Brett Huff. I feel you, Brett Huff.
Brett Huff speaking for all of us.
My body wanted to shut down at 6 o'clock last night. I did get an 86 sleep score last night, Kyle. Slept like a baby.
We don't, unfortunately. What's up, Scooter? Almir, I'm sorry. I will blink 3 times, but it's not because of this. I'm not gonna not blink. Like the other day, people were like, "Hey, take off your glasses and rub your eyes," and I'm like, "Okay, well now I can't do that."
No.
Someone's like, "Play with your chain." I'm like, I'm gonna blink 3 times at some point today. It has nothing to do with DR5, I promise. What's up, Tyler?
Yes, Johnny G. I do have a Aura ring.
Just the whole show. I'm just like
Clockwork Orange.
Oh, 1 minute.
We would need
that. Really upsets me that didn't.
We would need a producer to like put drops in your eyes.
Fine. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. We're all good. We're fine. We're gonna take Studio 2. We're here. Everything's fine. Yes, we're starting 3 minutes late on a huge day. It's okay. Yes, John, we're late. All right.
I have to have a working relationship with him.
I rock with John Poles. John Poles is great.
Russ Dog. I have to have a working relationship with him. That's all I'll say.
Boy, we knew the answer to this. Would never. God, no.
Yeah.
You're going to get a dap and a hug, and that's how we're going to move forward.
Bro hug.
All right, here we go. We'll finally start a radio program. All right. We'll do a show.
I guess that's the way it works, Kyle.
James is over there. I'm Kyle. Yeah, man. No, it's just like, obviously we had Damian Barling in for the last half hour yesterday. And Damian's tweets at the very end of our show really got the ball rolling on all this De'Aaron Fox trade stuff. Mm-hmm. First, he said the Sacramento Kings are an absolute mess. Then he tweets out that Kings fans need to open their minds to the idea of De'Aaron Fox getting traded. And then about an hour and a half, 2 hours later, we get the Shams Charania tweet saying that the Kings are in discussions with teams about possibly trading De'Aaron Fox. So we haven't really gotten a chance to, like, we kind of hypothetically talked about it yesterday because there were like whispers, but you never know at this time of year what's real, what's not. So it's like, okay, we're just going to, everything is just.
It's all out there now.
Right. Like, but now it's all out there and we have to try and kind of wrap our brains around this. So here's what my plan is for today.
Okay.
I want to first try and get our arms around what's going on and reset that. And then I want to try and build out some of these trades and see, like, is there a way that this benefits the Kings in any way?
Okay.
I don't know that there is. We'll take a dive into some of the teams that are rumored to be. I guess Shams reported on First Take this morning that like a dozen teams have called, but we're not going to do a dozen trades. We're going to pick like 3 teams, and try and put a little trade together and see if it ultimately helps Sacramento. But no updates right now. I guess where we're at is De'Aaron Fox has not requested a trade.
No,
that was not the wording. I believe Sam Amick had the report yesterday that De'Aaron Fox's representation had basically told the Kings if they're going to trade him, it's better to do so sooner rather than later.
Yes. There was a gentle nudging by Rich Paul and Clutch Sports.
It was a suggestion.
It was a suggestion. And like everything I've heard, like behind the scenes, that the relationship isn't over. That De'Aaron Fox, there is a way in which this, I don't know if it can be fixed, but there is a way in which he stays at least until the summer. And there's always a possibility that you catch lightning in a bottle. You make the right moves right now, and you go out and convince him that this is a place he should be. I don't think that that's where we're at. We're pretty far down the road of, like, you can't turn back. But, like, hey, stranger things have happened. And De'Aaron doesn't have any ill will towards the city of Sacramento, towards the fan base that he loves, towards all of the people that he is very close with here, restaurant owners, taco truck owners. Like, there is a lot of love here in Sacramento between De'Aaron and the community. He's been here for like almost 8 years. Again, he's a 2017 draft pick. He showed up here as a 19-year-old kid with Dragon Ball Z spiky hair. And now he's a full-grown adult. And like, look, these things happen. Like, we're watching Karl Anthony Towns go out there and find all kinds of success with the New York Knicks. And I mean, he was in the same boat. He was with the Timberwolves his whole career. you kind of hope that this isn't the way that it's going to work out, but there is a lot of writing on the wall here. And, the Kings are, they've got to do what's best for themselves as a franchise. And that means field as many phone calls right now as possible.
Sure.
Cat's out of the bag. There's no reason to hide from it now.
Yeah.
Like, go ahead and tell everybody, hey, we're getting phone calls all over the place.
Right. We're open for business.
Yeah. That doesn't change the fact that they are kind of in a weird situation.
Yeah. And that's where it's been, the fan sentiment here has been really interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't think you said it. I don't think De'Aaron necessarily wants out. I don't think it's necessarily that he's like, trade me or I'm never coming back here. It sounds like it's Sacramento and San Antonio. And if the Kings do the right things here at the trade deadline and they start winning games, and they go to the second round of the playoffs, they go to the conference finals, and they're active again next summer, this could all be water under the bridge.
Yeah, I think so. But the problem is you're pretty far down a path. And
no doubt,
like they asked for upgrades a month plus, and nothing happened.
Yep.
And what that showed you is they didn't take you seriously. They didn't take whatever you went to them and pitched. They didn't take it seriously at the time. Yeah. They can say, oh no, we did. We listened. Well, you listened, but you didn't do anything. And you didn't do anything until the coach got fired. And and even then it's like, oh look, we got a new coach and we're winning. So is that enough? And the answer is no, because you still run up against teams where you just don't have a chance. You don't have a chance because somebody hasn't done their job. And that's it. Like somebody hasn't done their job, so you don't have a chance.
Yep.
You needed a 6'8", 6'9" wing in the offseason. They brought you a 6'6", 35-year-old.
Yep.
And that's not
He doesn't play a ton of defense.
It's not a knock on DeMar DeRozan. That's just what they did. DeMar DeRozan's an excellent basketball player, but he's still 6'6" and 35 years old.
Yeah.
And doesn't play.
He didn't fix any of their core problems.
No. And
he insulated them from a Malik Monk injury, which derailed them last year.
Yes.
But it didn't fix any of the problems that we've been talking about for a year and a half.
And maybe even created more.
Sure.
Yeah. Sure. So I think that's where we're at. We're at this situation where, you're as a team, as a player, you have a big decision to make about what the next 5 years of your life looks like.
Yeah, no doubt.
Maybe the next 6 years of your life looks like.
And I'm glad you said it that way. It's your life. It's not necessarily your basketball career. That obviously matters too.
Yeah.
But there are other factors at play for these guys because they're human beings.
Well,
with lives.
well, there's definitely that, but there's also your legacy as a basketball player.
Sure.
And I can't guarantee it, but I'm pretty sure if De'Aaron Fox goes to San Antonio, even though it's a small market, and he is the wingman with Victor Wembanyama, and they're winning games and they're doing crazy stuff, and every night they're on SportsCenter because, oh my gosh, did you see what Victor Wembanyama did?
Yeah.
De'Aaron Fox will make multiple All-Star teams, will be on multiple All-NBA teams, and will make the Hall of Fame because of a move like this.
Yep.
And that is a reality. That is not us being like, oh, Sacramento's horrible, or like the fact is he can't get the recognition here. And I get it. Recognition is part of it. Money is part of it. Where you want to live is part of it. But I think we're in for a wild ride here.
Yep. Over
the next week and a half, 2 weeks.
And one of the things I want to make clear. So Sam Amick's tweet yesterday, source De'Aaron Fox's agent, Rich Paul of Clutch Sports, recently sent word that it would be wise for the Kings to move him now. Not a trade request. Just letting him know the trade deadline's coming. You better do it now. That's all it was. Wasn't a trade request.
Yeah, that's not what's better for the Kings today.
Right.
But in all honesty, maybe it is.
Sure. And only they know that, people inside the building, people who are around the team every day.
Yep.
The point that I keep coming back to in all this is De'Aaron Fox is not a free agent this offseason. He is a free agent next offseason.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why whatever urgency there might be, and again, maybe it's just this is creating a toxic environment, and no matter what they do, they're not going to win as long as De'Aaron Fox is on the team because it's too awkward. I don't know that. I'm if that's the case, then that changes the calculus here. But let's assume that's not the case. Let's assume that they're all going to be Just totally fine. Hey, everything's cool. Got a game against Philly tonight. Gonna go beat Philly. Let's finish out this road trip strong. Got a game coming up against OKC. That's a big one. Let's try and put together a run here. Maybe that's everybody will lock in, and that'll be the case.
Mm-hmm.
I'm of the belief that this is not a situation where the Kings are just like, hey, whatever offer we can get, the second we're just going to move him. They can afford to sit here and let the bidding war begin. They don't have to trade De'Aaron Fox, especially if he hasn't, quote unquote, requested a trade.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. You're cool being in Sacramento. Great. Then we're going to continue taking calls on every player, including you. And if we get some deal that knocks our socks off, if some team wants to offer us 4 first-round picks and 4 pick swaps and 2 good young players and 2 good young vets, and we can expand our rotation and have a potential star or 2 down the line, great, cool.
Yep.
But until they get that offer that blows them away, I don't think there's any reason to move on from De'Aaron at this point, unless it has just gotten so awkward and weird that it's just not tenable to have a basketball team that he's on.
No, I think Fox is going to do his best to keep that noise outside. And to be honest, Fox is always somebody who tries to keep the noise outside. That doesn't mean that there isn't noise around him, but he himself tries to keep the noise on the outside. And a couple of things. Number one, I think I'm just going to say it right here. People out there who are going on social media and attacking his wife on social media, like, go to hell. Like, knock that off. That's just ridiculous. That's what bad people do, just so you know. That's what straight up bad people do. So that means if you're doing that, you're a bad person. And I think that's universal. Like, don't attack a player's wife on social media because there's a potential for him to leave your franchise.
Yeah, that's not okay.
That's not okay. Secondly, we have a group of in the front office that have got themselves into a situation here. And I just, like, very clearly, they got themselves into a situation.
Yes.
And if you're the Sacramento Kings, if you're ownership, if you're Vivek Ranadive, you need to make sure that that group of people who got you into this situation, straight up, are the ones that you feel comfortable getting you out of this situation.
Yep.
And so it's okay for them to field calls and to make all this, but at the end of the day, like, you have to make sure that you're doing what's right for you as a franchise. And, like, these are, at this point, they're clearly people trying to save their jobs. And they might be able to get you, like, the greatest deal ever. They still got you into a situation where your star player, which you will not be able to replace in this trade, you will not be able to get a star back in return unless you're getting a washed up, franchise-killing Jimmy Butler. Like, if you want to go do that, that's fine. But that's not a star anymore. That is a black hole, is what that is. That's what happens when a star, like,
Zach LaVine's the closest thing you're going to get, and that comes with a ton of risks.
Well, even that, like, the guy doesn't play defense. He's never won. He's had a blown ACL.
Yeah, I didn't say it was a direct replacement. It's just the closest thing you're going to get.
Probably.
Which is not awesome.
So that's where you need to live in a reality that you're not going to get a star back. But what you need in that case, you need young players. You need the wings that he's been begging for, that De'Aaron Fox has been begging for. Whatever they do, they have to get those either way. Whether you find a replacement for Fox in a trade or not, yeah, that's probably part of the list of things that you want, but it's not on the top of the list. The first thing you got to do is you got to fix your roster that you broke, that you didn't fix already.
And I know De'Aaron's the subject here, so that's the context that you're saying that he asked for.
Yes.
But it's not unreasonable that the star player would be like, hey, can we fix this?
You know who else asked for it?
There's a very clear problem.
I asked for it. I asked for it 3 years ago.
Everybody in the chatty house, everybody listening on the radio, everybody listening on the Odyssey app,
everybody who watches NBA basketball knows what the problem is with the Sacramento Kings.
1,000%.
Okay.
So it's not, and that's where this is odd, because so often the Jimmy Butler situation, it got weird because of Jimmy Butler.
Yes.
Jimmy Butler decided to make that weird, and he decided to do that in Minnesota. It's just kind of how he has done this. Brad Beal down in Phoenix is not pushing things, but from what I understand, there's a lot of friction there.
Yeah.
Making it a little weird. We're so used to, and that's recent examples, we're so used to the player being the one that's like, hey, I want out of here. Anthony Davis, when he was in New Orleans and wanted to go to the Lakers, made it super, super awkward.
Mm-hmm.
This is not that. I don't think anything that has happened is De'Aaron Fox being unreasonable here.
No. Like when Jimmy Butler leaves a franchise, he's the guy in the action film that as he's walking away from the house, lights a match and throws it backwards, and the house explodes behind him. That's Jimmy Butler. Like he will probably be in action films blowing up houses because that's who he is as a basketball player and as a human. That is not what De'Aaron Fox is. But the reality is, if you're trading De'Aaron Fox, you need young players. You need players that fit what you're already doing because this team cannot afford to take a step back. They cannot afford. They have raised ticket prices. They've got their path set. They've got veterans like Domantas Sabonis and Malik Monk and DeMar DeRozan. They've got a guy in Keegan Murray. They got a guy in Keon Ellis. Like what you're going to try to do here is fix everything the best you can initially. And that can be, again, young, but not like babies in the league, young prospects that can get better, but also you're going to need high-end first-round picks and no trash. Like they need high-end first-round picks because what the Kings have to do here is they have to find a chance, some sort of chance at finding the next De'Aaron Fox. And as of right now, they can't do that themselves. Even in a worst-case scenario, this is going to be a 10th seed in the lottery for the next 5 years because of the players I already have. They need something that at least can be a golden ticket that possibly gives them an opportunity 100%. To replace the 1A that they're losing,
whether that's via the draft or via trade.
Yes,
that's
yes,
1,000% right. So I want to go through some potential options and what it might look like.
Okay,
I slapped together some trades today.
Okay,
please understand that this was not my like deep diving, hard research. I've just picked some trades at work and we'll talk about it. But before we get into that, you mentioned this move. And I think everybody is on the same page of what this deal needs to look like. If you're going to trade De'Aaron Fox, what does this deal have to look like? And I think everybody has a really good idea about it. It's exactly what you said. You have to stretch out your rotation this year, pause. And then also, so you're maximizing your opportunity this year because there's still a window there. Even if you trade De'Aaron Fox, you still have Malik Monk and Domantas Sabonis and DeMar DeRozan and Keegan Murray. Like there's still an opportunity to compete for a playoff spot this year.
Yep.
And then you have to be building assets for the future. Everything you just laid out. I have a hard time believing that this front office is going to make the correct deal because this is the same front office that got them to this point where they have a bunch of guards and then they're drafting a guard and then they're not making the right trades or not making any trades. They're almost making trades, but then they're not.
And any trades they do are negative trades that give up all your second round picks.
Right. So I don't know that I have a belief in Monty McNair and Wes Wilcox that they're going to make the calls or take the calls, I guess, and work out the right deal that sets the Kings up in the right way to move forward and expand whatever this window is into the next 5, 6, 7, 8 years.
I totally agree with you. I am leery of that as well. And that's where I think what we have to fall back upon is like the history of the NBA and trades that happened that look similar to this. And I think our friend Brett Huff, again, our favorite Canadian, who's not really Canadian, but who lives in Canada, he posted on Blue Sky yesterday 2 recent star trades. The midseason Kyrie trade in the final year of his contract fetched 2 solid veterans, 1 first and 2 seconds, right? The problem that you had with Kyrie at that point was he was a franchise killer in Brooklyn. And like they had to, like he had sat out. He wouldn't get the vaccine.
Right. There
was all kinds of stuff.
COVID-related protests from Kyrie Irving.
Yeah. Okay. So that trade is 1, 2 solid vets, 1 first, 2 second. And then Donovan Mitchell trade 2 seasons ago, and it was crazy. They got two solid vets, which is Lauri Markkanen before he became Lauri Markkanen, and Colin Sexton in a sign and trade after Colin Sexton was very good, but then was coming off a knee injury.
Yeah.
But on top of that, they got a rookie in I think Abaji in that deal. They also got 3 first round picks and 2 pick swaps. That is where you're like, hey, look, Donovan Mitchell, De'Aaron Fox, realistically, as far on paper, are not that far apart.
Mm-hmm.
Donovan Mitchell's a year older than De'Aaron Fox. They're in the same draft, but he's a year older. And that's what, if I'm the Kings, I'm looking for. I'm looking for at least two rotational players and a young player, and two or three picks, maybe even a pick swap or two.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where I think the Kings are in a precarious position. Yesterday, I reported the San Antonio Spurs were the team that De'Aaron Fox wanted to go to. That is, in fact, the case. Like, you can go look now everywhere. It seems like everybody's got that now, that it's San Antonio. Shams talked about it this morning on First Take. That was the case yesterday when everyone kept acting like it was some magical team out there that he has a choice to go to.
Yeah.
Right? That limits the Kings a little bit.
My favorite thing, real quick, just to pause you. My favorite thing about that was immediately the just general fan consensus was like, Lakers, Heat, Knicks, where's he want to go? And then it's like, San Antonio.
And I
thought that was great.
That's a basketball decision, so people know. Okay, so go on. San Antonio, according to my sources, that's what it's been, San Antonio. And now other people have those same ideas that it's that team, right? That limits the Kings, which is why we're now seeing that there's 12 teams that called and are offering the Kings everything. Okay. It's still like De'Aaron does hold a certain amount of cards here. He's the guy that has 1 year left on his deal and can tell anybody that he will not sign an extension with that team if they trade for him.
Understood. And real quick, coming up at 11 o'clock, so in about 40 minutes here, Chris Biderman from the Sacramento Bee spoke with De'Aaron Fox yesterday. And I assure you, asked him all of the questions that you have. So we are going to be talking to Chris at 11 o'clock. He has an exclusive interview coming out with De'Aaron Fox in the Sacramento Bee. It's not out quite yet, but that will be going up at sacbee.com. So make sure to check that out. And then Chris is going to be on with us, and we will ask him about his chat with De'Aaron Fox yesterday after all of this stuff came out.
Yes.
So really fascinated to hear from Chris Biderman of the Sacramento Bee. Again, that's about 35 minutes from now. He'll be joining us right here on ESPN 1320. The thing is with that, San Antonio might be his preferred destination. He might tell whatever other team, like, I might sign here, but no guarantee. Like, I got to play there for a year, and we'll see how it works out. Because if he goes to Orlando and Orlando wins a title this year, I don't know that or next year, I don't know that he's exiting for San Antonio. He might, I don't know. Anyways,
of course. There's always that potential.
But if that team calls, and I know this isn't what you're saying, just piggybacking off what you're saying. If some team calls, I don't know who it is. Let's say the Rockets. And the Rockets offer you the insane trade package, the most insane trade package you can think of. Whatever your favorite trade package is from the Rockets, put it together in your head. And they offer that. And De'Aaron's like, hey, Houston, I'm not signing there long term. And Houston's like, yeah, we don't care. It's not on the Kings to not take that deal.
Oh, no, it
is 1,000% not on the Kings to help some other team if they're like, yeah, we'll risk it.
Yeah. So that's always a possibility that a team is willing to risk, like trading for him, and then whatever happens. Right. That's always a possibility because, like, look, the Kings have been that team multiple times where they trade for a player who doesn't want to be here, and then they figure it out. I mean, Chris Webber is the most shining example. He didn't want to get off the plane when he landed in Sacramento. He just sat there on the plane and cried, and his dad had to walk onto the plane and say, hey, man, get your ass off the plane. Grow up. This is where you are now.
Yep.
And that's what happened. He got off the plane, fell in love with the city, and next thing you know, he signed a massive contract extension. That happens sometimes. And so that's why if you're the Kings, you don't just, turn people down at this point. You listen to everything that comes in. And also by listening to everything that comes in, it makes the deal in San Antonio better. It makes that deal, they have to come up with more and more and more. So I think we'll break down, all of those things in a few minutes on what a trade would look like to some of these different cities. But it comes back to the same question. The people who got you in this situation, the people who are running around trying to trade Kevin Huerter and Trey Lyles and maybe a first-round pick down the road, but it can't be one of the next 2-year first-round picks, and it really can't even be the third-year first-round pick because we have a lottery-protected pick that could go out the door.
Right.
Do you trust them to make the decision that's ahead? Because this is a franchise-altering decision, and you have to ask, do you trust them? And if you don't, that becomes even a bigger issue right here on January 29th, 2025. Because if you don't trust him to make this trade, you can push it off until this summer and maybe you get the same offers, maybe you don't.
Yeah.
But like, this is a sketchy situation. And again, the reason why they're running around pitching Kevin Herter and Trey Lyles is because that's what they have to trade. And these guys this is their 5th year in Sacramento. Every single player on that roster, they traded for except for one. And that one player is De'Aaron Fox. That's the only player left that they inherited from Vlade Divac's group. And so when they're running around, they can't make a deal because they don't have the assets to make a deal. There ain't nobody to blame but the 2 dudes who are running around trying to make the deal. Straight up.
We have to step aside for a minute. Before we do, I want to salute Ken, who just followed me on Twitter. I'm not going to try and pronounce his Twitter handle because it's Kenny backwards and then Kenny with an underscore. He is a Bills fan and Kings fan. That's a rough few days for our guy, Ken. So salute to Ken if you're listening. Yeah. I think my heart goes out to you. The Bills lost this weekend, and then a couple days later, all this happens. You're a Bills and Kings fan? That's tough.
That's tough. It's tough.
Salute to Ken. All right. We got to step aside for a second. More De'Aaron Fox trades. We're going to try and come up with a trade that gets De'Aaron Fox to San Antonio and helps the Kings. We'll do that next. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Jiffy Lube sponsors the program right here on ESPN 1320 and Sacramento Sports.
Okay, so people are asking, Fox, if he's traded, is not eligible for the Supermax anymore. But I think when you're seeing this happen right now, that tells you that Fox's people believe the same thing that we do, that he is not making All-NBA this year. At all. So, yeah, tough. Do you have a library?
Nope.
How long is this break?
1, 2, 3, 4 minutes.
Okay. I'm just wondering because if we started late, if it's messed up.
Nope.
Okay.
Yeah, we just started late.
No. The Kings had a deal for the pick and it fell apart.
I'll be right back.
Yeah. And it's not because the idea was that Carter might be available, and the team that they were talking to, they would have been drafting Carter for them, I believe. Hey, this is possible, Stella. It does look. I mean, I'm also gonna say, like, De'Aaron Fox and all of the other people around him are a different story. Like, De'Aaron is his own man here, and he's gonna do what I hope he does what he wants to do at the end of the day. But the people he surrounded himself with, both internally and externally, like, those are, like, they all have a voice in this thing.
Hey, come here real quick.
Oh, yeah, I know.
I'm doing this on camera so everybody sees. The red button.
The red button. I see
That's the dump button. Great.
The red button.
We can now sign this.
Sweet. Do I have a pen? Oh, I do have a pen. Hey. I know the location of, what is it? Are we KIFM?
Yep.
KIFM. JH. KIFM. What is the date? 29th.
129.
Me and Kyle
son of a
are legit.
gun.
We've signed the paper. We're back in business. I don't even know what to say to this, Jim. Like, because if he tried to do that presser now, it would just be a muddied. Yeah, it would just be a really, really muddied, mixed up. Like, I don't even know what to say. It would not be easy. Yes. That is true. It's probably a good. Do you think Paul told the Spurs that like look, everybody in this game knows exactly what's happening. Just so you know, on the outside. I mean, on the inside, like the Spurs aren't the team he's going to if the Spurs don't have interest in trading for him. I say yes.
Here we go.
Jiffy Lube is what I'm calling it.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
James is there. I'm Kyle. The Kings and Sixers play tonight.
Oh, they do?
Woo!
Oh, yeah.
Looks like De'Aaron Fox is going to play. Chris Biderman, who joins us in about half an hour, talked to De'Aaron Fox, posted a video on Twitter of Fox warming up. He's at shoot-around. So D'Lo and KC were asking this yesterday. Do you play De'Aaron Fox, or do you do the thing that the Jazz are doing with John Collins? Like, your hip hurts. Like, no, it doesn't.
No,
like, yeah, it does. It's definitely a little sore. You're going to sit until at least February 7th.
And if it doesn't hurt now, we're going to send in Jeff Galooly to hit you in the leg.
Cameron Johnson, yeah, you're sick, right?
Your right ankle still hurt, right?
Still
Even
hurt?
though you played 3 of the last 8 games.
It hurts now, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
hey,
looks like, and that's the right thing.
Yeah, I agree. I want to tell people, someone donated $5 in the chat. Don't do that because we don't get that. We don't even know where it goes. It goes into the abyss. Yeah. So keep your money in your pocket. We appreciate the sentiment, but there's no need to do that.
Did you put the chat up on the screen?
You see the little $5 thing?
Yeah. No, I want to. Why does this team look exactly like the Hawks team that West left behind a financial mess? Well,
I don't know.
Tough.
Second verse, same as the first.
Yeah, so it looks like De'Aaron Fox is going to play tonight. That's the right thing, man. Like, I know that trade discussions suck up all the energy.
Yeah.
Because that's obviously a potentially seismic organizational shift for the Kings. But at the same time, in the world where they go, hey, you know what? People throwing together offers a week before the trade deadline. Trade deadline's a week from tomorrow at noon Pacific. People throwing offers at it. We're not doing this right now. We need to really get our ducks in a row. We're focused on John Collins and Cam Johnson and competing this year. Because look, if let's say Monty and Wes go, hey, you know what? We're going to kick this can to the summer. And then they don't do anything to the roster this year and they miss the playoffs or they're out in 4 games in the first round. Monty and Wes might not be around this summer to make that deal.
Oh, I'm going to say they're not going to be around? No.
So, right. So they have to figure out a way to have success this year still.
Yes.
Which involves, so this is not a Zach Collins situation where, or not Zach Collins, where I want to punch him in the face. No, this is not a Zach LaVine situation where it's like, the Bulls aren't winning anything. He's going to be out. And again, he's out for personal reasons. Hopefully that's nothing serious.
Yeah.
Hopefully that is the Bulls going, hey, take 3 days off. We're trying to trade you. Because the Kings aren't necessarily trying to trade De'Aaron.
Yeah, it's also not a John Collins situation or a Cam Johnson.
Those are better examples. I don't know why I didn't go to those two.
They are like very clearly not playing right now because their teams have no interest in winning.
Right.
And like
and they don't want them to get hurt and jeopardize their trade value.
Yeah. I mean, like you could even make the argument the other day that we watched the Brooklyn Nets play, and they gave the Kings a good fight, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where was D'Angelo Russell when it mattered? He wasn't on the court for most of it.
Yeah.
I don't know why he wasn't on the court, but he wasn't. So yeah, tough. Yeah.
Oh.
Interesting. According to Keith Smith, I just want to get this out of the way too.
Yeah, please.
The Supermax, if eligible with Sacramento only for De'Aaron Fox, just so people, we keep saying words like Supermax or max money and all that stuff.
Give me numbers.
Yeah. According to Keith Smith, who's a contributor to Spotrac.
Does this include what he could make maximum with the Spurs or another team?
It has everything. Yes.
Okay, great. Let's do that number first.
Okay. Via extending 5 years. Okay. If he signs with another team as a free agent, it would be $219 million as a free agent. So if he waits until it's a 4-year 219. So if he waits until the end of next year and signs an extension as a free agent. So like the whole, I could just go to the Spurs for free in a year. Well, no, that's not the way. Well, you can, but he would sign a 4-year, $219 million.
About just shy of $55 million annually.
Yes. If he's traded now and gets he resigns and then signs a 5-year extension, he can get up to a 5-year, $296 million deal, which means it's an additional $77 million for 1 year, basically more.
Annually, $59 million. So about $4 million more.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
So if he gets a Supermax, and the only team he can get a Supermax with is the Kings, and the only way he can get a Supermax is if he's All-NBA. If all of that happens, it's a 5-year, $345 million contract, which is slightly below $70 million. It's $69 million a year, basically, for 5 years.
Man.
I mean, but
so
it's not.
If he waits till free agency, he caps out at $54.75 million annually.
Yep.
If he makes an All-NBA team and stays with the Kings, he caps out at $69 million annually.
So a $15 million difference
per year.
And not only that, but it's a 5-year deal. So that last year is, because you got to remember, this contract it's going to start at probably like $55 million.
Right, it's going to escalate.
It's going to go up 8% a year. So that last year, we're talking $80-something million contract in the last year. And it's an extension onto his pre-existing contract. So right now, he just turned 27. He'd be 28.
Mm-hmm.
So then his 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. In his 33-year season is that year where he would make $80-something million as a Supermax player.
Golly.
So that is why.
And the max he can make, and now, real quick, if he doesn't make an All-NBA team,
yes,
the max he can sign with the Kings is the same as the max he could sign for elsewhere?
Well, it depends. If he's a free agent and he waits until the end of that and he goes and signs with another team, he can do a 4-year, $219 million. That's as just a pure free agent.
Right. But let's say he this is probably too convoluted, but follow me. If he doesn't make an All-NBA team this year or next year with Sacramento, he's in Sacramento, he's going to be a free agent. The 4 and 219 is the most he can sign even with Sacramento?
No. He can sign
5 and
it's
290 or whatever.
5,296. But here's the kicker: you can't sign an extension for 6 months after you get traded, right?
Okay.
You have to wait 6 months to sign an extension. So if he's going to get traded to another team, that might be why they want to be traded now. So March, April, May, June, July, August. He could sign an extension in August that would be that $296 million.
Right, before the 25, 26 season.
If you wait until July 1st or you wait until draft night, now that pushes out way deeper. And I don't even know if you can still sign extensions at that point during the season.
Sure.
I'd have to look it up, but that might be another issue that's in play here. It's all complicated, man. It's all complicated, but that's why some of the money matters, right?
Right. Yeah, we're not talking a couple $1 million.
No, it's a lot of money. And that's why if he's like, hey, give me some help. And you're like, we'll get to it. No, I said give me some help. And they're like, we'll get to it. Now it's like, okay, I don't want to help anymore. Because you can't really give me anything that someone else can't give me.
Right.
So I'm ready to go.
Right. I will go to the help.
Yeah. So there was a point where the Kings, if he would have been all NBA and they could have done something to help him get to all NBA this season, he would have made approximately $50 million more over a 5-year period than he will likely now. That's where we're at.
Say that one more time.
Okay, so if they would have gone out and got him help and he could have made all NBA this year, because getting him help means that they win more games and he's going to be eligible.
Right.
Well, people are going to look at him differently because his team is the number 3 seed or
Correct.
the number 4 seed. They're going to look at him differently when it comes to all NBA, and it's possible
that
he gets
just how it goes.
It is. He gets that all NBA nod.
Mm-hmm.
He would have been eligible for an additional $50 million. That's what the Supermax is. It's basically an additional $49 million.
Man.
That he basically is not going to be eligible. So we talk about, is it a couple million? No, it's $10 million a year over the course of 5 years. That's how much the All-NBA mattered. And so you can say, that's so much money. Why are you worrying about that? It's like, well, why am I worrying about it? Because it's a lot of money. And why would I say, hey, I would prefer to go to San Antonio? Right. Maybe it's because San Antonio, the state of Texas, doesn't have state income tax, I believe.
That's correct.
So all of a sudden you get that 10% bump that you're not paying in California.
You're in your home state.
But that 10% bump on $296 million is, $30 million, $29.6 million roughly.
And you're going to be playing alongside the future face of the NBA.
Yes.
You're going to go play in France, and you're going to be on national television, and you're likely going to be making deep playoff runs.
And you're likely going to make All-NBA and All-Star teams and everything else that comes with it.
Every year. Because it's going to be Fox and Wemby.
Yep.
That would be the goal.
It's tough.
It is. And I would understand, you want to do what's best for all sides, but the Kings have to focus on what's best for them and this and that. So,
yeah.
Is there a way that they can actually improve here? Is there a way? I don't think here's what I know. There's nothing that's going to happen outside of De'Aaron Fox staying in Sacramento and signing with Sacramento. There's no trade that's going to happen that I think you or me or any Kings fan watching the show, listening to the show or not, I don't think there's any trade of De'Aaron Fox is going to happen where people are going to be like, oh, nice. Hell yeah.
I don't think there's a trade where
it's a bummer to lose a guy like De'Aaron Fox, no matter what you're getting back.
Yes, I totally agree. There's not a trade out there that I believe yields a 1A like him.
No.
Like a frontline number 1 scorer. I mean, you can get a score, but there's a difference between De'Aaron Fox and Zach LaVine. There's a huge difference between those two players. Like a tremendous difference between those two players.
No doubt.
So, there is not a trade that gets that coming back to Sacramento. Is there trades that have the possibility of a draft pick becoming that?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe there is. And that's why when you look at all the teams that are going to be mentioned, I've talked about this a bunch of times. Houston is the one with the shiny red lights that you're like, oh, I want to go trade with Houston because they have all this young talent.
Yep.
There's a very, very good undercurrent here in Sacramento that De'Aaron Fox would not sign an extension with the Houston Rockets. He's not going to do it. And that will be made very clear. So even if Houston, who has repeatedly said that they do not want to make any trades at all right now because they love what's happening with their team, and if they are going to do any deals, they'd wait until this summer. And even right now, they can't even trade Jalen Green. So that's another issue. But Houston is a place that he said, I don't want to go to. And so you're going to have this, okay, here's a trade offer. And then, that trade offer looks way different now that you say you don't want to sign here.
Right.
And you could see, like what you said, there is a point where you're like, hey, it's not on us. You're taking the risk.
Yeah. So if Houston wants to give up, I built a trade for Houston. Here we go.
Okay.
If they want to give up, and I didn't include Jalen Green, because if you trade him now, there's that poison pill in his contract.
Yeah.
which basically means his outgoing salary when you're matching salaries.
Yes, he's a base year compensation player.
Right. So his outgoing salary is $12.4 million because he's in the last year of his rookie contract. But the Kings would be taking in the average annual value of his rookie extension, the 3-year, $105.3 million rookie extension that he just signed. So the Rockets are trading out $12.4 million, and the Kings are getting $29.3 million.
There's no way to make a deal to do it.
It's impossible.
Well, no, it is. It's completely impossible because the Kings can't go above the hard cap, and so it's over. You can't actually, but you can July 1st.
Right.
So that's when I get to okay, the Rockets are in that situation. There's two teams that are in that situation. But if you want Jalen Green included in a deal, which is the player that makes the most sense to go with other players, that's where I start.
So for Houston, here's the trade I slapped together.
Okay.
Reed Shepherd. You're getting Jabari Smith Jr. in this deal.
Okay.
You're getting Jayshawn Tate.
Okay.
And you're getting Cam Whitmore.
Okay.
You're getting Houston's 2025 first, a 2027 first-round pick swap with Brooklyn.
Okay, that's intriguing.
And Houston's 2031 first.
Yeah, see, that's tough because Houston's very limited in what they can do with those pick swaps, right? And their picks are going to be really good. The 2025 pick is a bottom 5 pick in the draft. So do you want a number 25 through 30 pick?
Right.
Not really.
Right. And that's probably going to come with some level of protection. So you're not just getting this unprotected so not only is it likely going to be in the bottom 5-ish of the draft, given the trajectory Houston's on, in the event that they go sideways, you're probably not going to get it if it's a top 5 protected or whatever.
Yeah. So that's tough. I'm not saying yes to Houston unless it's this summer and Jalen Green is part of that deal. Jabari Smith is part of that deal. Cam Whitmore at a minimum. And then on top of that, a couple of firsts. Yeah. That's where I'm starting with Houston. I can't deal whatever Reed Shepherd is. I don't know what he is. He could be a very good player. He's a 3rd pick in the draft. But he also doesn't play any minutes for them. Cam Whitmore is in and out of the lineup. I really like Cam Whitmore, but very specific style of player. And again, I'm not predicating my entire deal. I like Jabari Smith Jr. And he's hurt, but then kind of out of the rotation. And now all of a sudden, Amin Thompson has stolen his job, and there's no going back there now. I mean, that's the Malik Monk situation all over again. I mean, maybe you can move him to a different position on the floor, but does that mean Dylan Brooks loses his job and Jabari Smith? I mean, it's going to be tough. But the Amin Thompson era is upon us.
And they're not right. And they're not trading Amin Thompson.
No, they're not.
So that's where. So not only so you're saying Fox wouldn't sign with Houston?
I do believe he will not.
So Houston, you can ask for anything from Houston.
Yep.
And they're not going to that 2027 Brooklyn pick swap is probably not going to be involved. No. If they're renting De'Aaron Fox for a year.
Well, no, and that pick swap, that could be extremely valuable. It can also, I don't know what next year's draft looks like. I know what the Cooper Flag draft looks like, but I don't know what the 2026 draft looks like in that pick swap. Oh, it's a 2027 pick swap.
Yeah, 2027.
And Brooklyn has done a really nice job of quietly clearing out every salary they have. And when Ben Simmons falls off the books, don't be surprised if Brooklyn jumps right back in and all of a sudden brings in a whole bunch of players. And who knows if that's a good play or not.
Sure.
Okay, so what do we got next?
I'm taking Houston off the board entirely. I want to remind you, Chris Biderman of the Sacramento Bee spoke with De'Aaron Fox. He's going to be joining us in about 10 minutes right here on The Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. James Ham there. I'm Kyle Madsen. Let's talk Spurs.
Okay.
So the Spurs have assets for days. The talent, the potential outgoing talent is not as high as maybe with Houston or maybe even with a team like Orlando.
I would agree 100%. The talent isn't nearly what you might get somewhere else.
So I think if you're dealing with the Spurs, I'm asking for Devin Vassell and Stephon Castle.
Yep.
I need both of them. Jeremy Sohan and Julian Champagny. I can never pronounce his name right.
Yeah.
Champagny.
I think that's how you say it. There's 2 of them. That's all I know.
They have a gang of picks here. And this is for De'Aaron Fox and Kevin Huerter to make the money work.
Yeah. Okay. Would it take that much to make the money work?
Yeah.
Okay.
They have. I just wrote down a bunch of picks here, but just to give you an idea of what the Spurs are working with, they have Atlanta's 2025 first. They have Atlanta's a swap with Atlanta in 2026.
Yep.
They have Atlanta's 2027 first.
Yep.
They have the pick swap with the Kings in 2031. You can get your own
Pick
first
swap
back there. They have Atlanta's 2026 second. They have Utah's 2026 second. And then they have, I could not find the specifics. They have either the Pelicans or the Blazers 2026 second round pick.
They also have the Charlotte Hornets 2025 first round pick, but it's protected 1 through 14.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's protected, and it conveys to a 2026 and 2027 second round pick. They have a first round pick from the Bulls, which is top 10 protected, top 8 protected in 2026, top 8 protected in 2027, and then becomes second round picks.
Yeah.
Yeah. They have so many picks. It's crazy.
And that's where, so look, you're trading De'Aaron Fox and Kevin Huerter. Kevin Huerter is ostensibly out of your rotation right now.
Yep.
You're getting back. So you're starting 5. And this is kind of what I want to try and get across. So you figure out, you want to maximize the picks you're getting back. But if you're trading Fox, your starting lineup is now Monk, Ellis, DeRozan, Keegan, and Domas.
Okay.
And you're getting Devin Vassell is now your 6th man.
Or my starting shooting guard.
Okay. You have Stephon Castle, who is a top
4 pick.
In this year's draft.
Yep.
You have Jeremy Sohan.
Okay.
Good player. And you have Shinpenny.
Okay.
All of a sudden, your bench feels a lot deeper.
Oh, yeah.
And if that's something that you're able to do, because you said it, you're not going to get there's not going to be a deal out there where you're getting an equal player to De'Aaron Fox.
Yep.
I shouldn't say that. Highly unlikely that you're getting a player equal to De'Aaron Fox. And that's where it's like, I know that it doesn't put you in a great spot if he's like the Spurs are the only place I'm signing, because that takes away some of your leverage in the trade market. But if that's the player haul you're getting back, on top of all that we just mentioned, a bunch of the picks they have, if you can find the right accumulation of picks there, your starting lineup's worse. But you've extended out your bench, and you've given yourself assets to this summer go out and see, hey, is there a disgruntled star out there? Is there a disgruntled just all-star out there?
Yeah.
Who we now have this package of picks, and it's not contingent upon like, okay, well, we're waiting on this one to convey to Atlanta, and so let's see, that means that pick's tied up, but this has to have an asterisk. No, you have this treasure trove of assets now on top of making your bench deeper this year.
Yes.
If that's the route you have to go, I would rather De'Aaron Fox stay here. But if you have to make a deal, I don't think it's the worst thing in the world if it's the Spurs.
If I have to make a deal, it's probably like on paper, the Spurs that I go to. And it's because in order to make the deal, I want that Atlanta Hawks 2025 first round pick.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll ask for more than that.
Mm-hmm.
But that's like the creme de la creme. I mean, that is the Atlanta Hawks just lost Jalen Johnson for the season.
Yep.
They're about to sink in the standings. They're already not like a great team. But this is a draft where, if you somehow luck out and get the top pick, they're number 9 right now. They're going to be a lottery team most likely. They're 22 and 25.
And going the wrong way.
Yeah, and Philadelphia is right there. They can move up, and Chicago might be able to move up. They won't be able to get into like a top 5, top 6 place. But that's an unprotected pick. Their 2027 is an unprotected pick that,
man,
they gave up all that for DeJounte Murray. So there is some crazy stuff going on right there. And so I want in on that for sure.
Yep.
If I'm the Kings, because again, I don't think that like everyone can say what you want about Stephon Castle. Like I watched him play. I know he's going to be in the slam dunk contest. He's fun. Like he plays defense.
Mm-hmm.
He's a quality
developing as an offensive player.
He's a quality player, but I do not under any circumstance see him being an all-star level player. Like maybe I'm off with that.
Okay.
I don't see Jeremy Sohan being an all-star player. I don't see Devin Vassell as an all-star player. I think they're all really, really good top 6, top 7 of your rotation players. And
Which is what they'd be here.
Well, that's what they would be. But if you're going to trade a 1A, you have to have some sort of opportunity to replace that 1A. And the only way, in my book, is with one of those or two of those Atlanta picks.
Sure.
And that's why the Kings going into that negotiation, they're going to show the Donovan Mitchell trade and say, well, this is what it costs. They're going to show the DeJounte Murray trade that they got all of these unprotected picks for.
Yeah.
I hate to tell you this, De'Aaron Fox is a much better player than DeJounte Murray.
Facts.
Just straight up.
Yep.
And so if that's what you got for DeJounte Murray, we're going to want more than that.
Also, you're in the Western Conference, and we're about to accelerate your timeline by 2 years.
Well, not only that, but
at least
the way that the Spurs are built right now is they have the money to go make the next move as well. So they not only that, but
a good organization.
They have the picks and the money to go get a Brandon Ingram and do Brandon Ingram and De'Aaron Fox in the same offseason to go with Victor Wembanyama.
It'd be so sick to be a Spurs fan.
Well,
just what a great org.
They've done it right. Like they're
man.
sitting on a gold mine right now, and all of a sudden, someone just said there's gold in them that are hills. And all right, will they cash in or not? That's the question.
Chris Biderman of the Sacramento Bee talked to De'Aaron Fox. What did Fox have to say? Well, we'll find out from Chris. You can read his story at sacb.com. Chris Biderman joining us next. Find out what De'Aaron Fox had to say about all this, all the trade stuff. We'll hear from Chris right here on The Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320, and this is Sacramento Sports Hitter. Clear. Hey, guy.
Look at you.
What's up, guys?
Vibing.
What's happening?
Just so you know,
Not
we are
much.
live on the stream.
We are live on the stream.
The chatty house can see everybody. Say hello to Chris.
It's happening. I had to look it up. It's not the actual Liberty Bell over my shoulder. It's something else. Liberty Bell's in like a museum or something somewhere.
I hope so.
It is a bell, though.
Oh, let's see.
Get my head out of the way. There's a bell up there. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah, you look really clean. Your Wi-Fi is much better than Wi-Fi at my home.
Well, that's good.
Just the high-rise studio apartment in Philly, or what?
It pays to have status with a certain hotel chain. I'll say that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we're gonna talk a lot of Niners today. A lot going on in Ninerland. Brant Boyer, special teams coordinator. Thoughts?
Man, fired up.
How much time?
Fired up to talk some teams.
We have oh my gosh, 3 minutes.
Okay, I'm gonna grab coffee.
Golly, okay.
Talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah, we got it.
My Fox story, I don't think is published. Oh, yeah. Hold on.
Just went up. Tweet it. Tweet it so we can retweet it.
Went up. Oh, we're firing that thing off.
You do your self promotion, and then I'll quote tweet it with my own self promotion. This is good.
Fantastic.
This is a good working relationship we have here. Where does Philly rank on your favorite NBA cities?
NBA
I shouldn't
cities.
say your favorite on your list of NBA cities.
My favorite, I would say like top third. Like I like the East Coast. I'm like
10.
Yeah, I would say top 10 NBA cities that I've been to. I haven't been to all of them, but let me see.
I spent like 36 hours in Philly and really enjoyed it there.
Yeah, it's like 55 degrees and sunny.
Because we don't look the same in person.
I don't think we look the same in person at all.
Yeah, no.
We just both have like facial hair and trucker hats and glasses. Yeah. Let's see. Got to get the right quote
what's your
in
least
here.
favorite NBA city?
Ironically, maybe not ironically, but maybe pertinently, San Antonio or Memphis. I mean, no disrespect if there's any Memphis or San Antonio people watching. It's just, not necessarily my favorite. I'm more of a big city person, perhaps.
I've been to San Antonio once and enjoyed it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not bad. I've had like amazing Tex-Mex there, but it's like in terms of NBA cities, like the arena's super far away. It's not my favorite arena to like work in. I get like weird like insane asylum like ward vibes from that arena.
Jesus.
Yeah, that's weird.
All right. What was I? That's a Cooperage Brewing hat. I saw some people asking.
Yeah.
I'm
it's so hard to.
Okay, 10 seconds. Then we have legal ID, and then we'll have the second hour intro. Then we'll be live. Okay, here we go.
Welcome back to hour number 2 of the ESPN 1320 Insiders. Get ready for the most up-to-date sports news and talk with the ESPN 1320 Insiders.
Hour number 2, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're rocking with you until noon. Then we'll hand it off to D-Lo and KC, and they will take you up to 4 o'clock right here on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Leader. We're talking a lot of De'Aaron Fox today. So nobody better to talk to than Chris Biderman of the Sacramento Bee. He has been on the road with the Kings for this entire road trip and spoke with De'Aaron Fox yesterday.
This morning.
Chris, this morning.
Yeah.
Chris, welcome in.
Thank you.
Your article is available at sacb.com. What I guess before we get into what De'Aaron had to say, what are your thoughts on this trade buzz speculation?
Yeah.
Rumor?
I don't think it's very complicated, right? Like I think it's been widely reported and Fox has said as much that like he told the team that he wanted to see where it would go this season when he declined the 3-year extension over the summer. The team has not made improvement. He wanted the team to improve the roster, right? He wanted them to be in the playoffs and not in the play-in mix. So they haven't done that yet. He's said that he really wants organizational stability. Well, the team fired its head coach, a head coach that Fox liked, and then when Mike Brown was fired, no one in the organization publicly spoke and took some of the I guess onus off Fox's shoulders. Fox had to answer a bunch of questions about whether or not he pushed Mike Brown out, and I've reported and other people have reported that it was not accurate, that Fox really had anything to do with Mike Brown's firing, and that it was pretty sudden. But no one from the organization has come out and had Fox's back. So I think from that standpoint, it's pretty simple. Like Fox has said, look, I want these things to happen. Those things have not happened. And then Mike Brown got fired, and De'Aaron Fox, I think wrongly took some of the brunt of that. And then here we are. Like it's the trade deadline. And I think Fox basically confirmed today that, the team's fielding calls and that there's a real possibility that he gets dealt before the deadline. So it's I think it's very complicated for the Kings. I don't think it's super complicated for De'Aaron Fox.
Interesting. So by not complicated for Fox, you mean look, I've been around him for a long time. He's very cut and dry, right?
Yeah.
Like he's very matter of fact, and his understanding is pretty clear. Like they didn't do X, Y, and Z. They put me in a bad situation. Is there any way to back that up? Is there any way to fix this thing now? Or did you get the sense from him like, no, this is heading towards a bad breakup right now?
Yeah, I mean, I asked him if there was anything that could be done that could make him want to sign with the Kings long term or stick it out beyond the deadline, and he said, anything can happen. Crazier things have happened in the league. He said that twice. And De'Aaron, like when he's not super eager to dive into the minutia of a subject, he will give you sort of short platitude answers, which he did, but they were revealing in a sense that him saying he wouldn't be surprised if he got dealt, or him saying anything's possible, essentially, um, in terms of the Kings being able to potentially make a move that would want him to stay, I think makes sense coming from him, given what we know about how he addresses the media. But yeah, I mean, I think at this point, like, I think the Kings have had the opportunities to improve the roster. And we're sort of getting to, like, I think we're almost beyond the point of like, this is they still can save it. Like, I don't know, are they suddenly going to do a Cam Johnson trade, and is that suddenly going to make De'Aaron Fox want to stay? I don't really know. I kind of feel like the toothpaste might be out of the tube from that perspective, but I guess we'll see. We still have almost or a little bit more than a week until the deadline.
Chris Biderman of the Sacramento Bee spoke with De'Aaron Fox. You can read that story now at sacbee.com. Chris, live from his high-rise apartment in Philly. He confirmed that the Spurs were his preferred destination. Did you get the idea that that is his preferred destination just via trade, or that is where he would eventually like to land, whether it's in a trade now, in the summer, or in free agency?
Let me pull up the exact quote. He said he would prefer, like, he said everybody has a preferred destination. If they're not going to end up where they currently are, is basically what he said. So like, he didn't, I didn't ask him whether that would be a trade or the hypothetical free agency scenario, but he basically made it very clear that, yeah, of course I have a preferred destination if it's not here. And I think everybody does. And then I asked him straight up, is it San Antonio? And he said, well, that's what the reporting says. And I know James reported that yesterday. So he didn't refute it. I definitely, he had the opportunity to shoot that down, and he absolutely didn't. So, I think that was sort of the theme of the interview, maybe not what he said, but the fact that he was willing to go on the record and not refute anything. If you read between the lines, that says as much as anything else. So to me, that was my takeaway, is that, yeah, it's the Spurs. And if you're De'Aaron Fox, like, we know he's a small market guy, like, he doesn't love the spotlight. He wants organizational stability. The Spurs are certainly that, and he wants an opportunity to win. And what better player to potentially align yourself with long term than Victor Wembanyama? So I think it checks all those boxes for De'Aaron, and I think it would make a lot of sense for the Spurs as well. So it is kind of a natural pairing from that standpoint. And I would understand, given all that's happened in the last couple years, that De'Aaron would want to push that direction.
Yeah, like, all of what you're saying makes perfect sense to me. I want to know, you're there with them. What is the mood like, and what are his teammates saying? Because this is like, I mean, you're a family, and now someone doesn't want to be part of the family anymore. And I know Doug is doing his best to keep this thing together, but just how shook is everybody by this news, and just what was your general feel around the team?
I mean, I was just at shoot around for, I don't know, 20 minutes, half an hour today, and everything seemed normal. Everything was, there were a lot of smiles. It all seemed sort of normal. My feel, I guess, for the locker room is that these guys will support De'Aaron and really anything he decides. I don't think, like, there's a clear difference between, I think, what's happening with De'Aaron now and what's happening in Miami with Jimmy Butler, right? Like, it's not like De'Aaron is being a malcontent. Like, if De'Aaron's still practicing, he's still playing. He hasn't requested a trade. He told me today he has not requested a trade. And so, De'Aaron's not being as detrimental to the team as it would seem Jimmy Butler is being in Miami right now. So it's not a scenario where it's like, this guy really wants out of here. It's a scenario where, De'Aaron wants what's best for his career, and I think everybody in that locker room respects that. So I haven't really sensed that De'Aaron's situation has led to like discontent or frustration in the locker room, and maybe that changes in the coming days. But for now, it's like being around the team, like, talking to guys about De'Aaron playing through injury and stuff, like everyone, all of his teammates are really appreciative of that. There was the idea that De'Aaron should sit out and take some time to get healthy, and De'Aaron doesn't want to do that, and his teammates really appreciated that for him. I wrote about that after the Knicks game. So I feel like De'Aaron's in a relatively good space when it comes to the relationship with his teammates. But in terms of his relationship with the front office and the organization, I think that might be a little bit different.
Chris Biderman of the Sacramento Bee joining us now. He spoke with De'Aaron Fox. You can read the story at sacbee.com. So I guess so. We'll see De'Aaron playing then, at least up until he's traded. Which means if at some point De'Aaron sits out, that'll be the red flag. That'll be the cause for alarm.
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay.
There's been no indication, and I asked him like, where's your head at as a trade deadline comes? He's like, I'm going to keep doing my job, and he participated in shoot around today. There's no indication that he's not going to play tonight. So again, like it's not Fox being a malcontent, at least from my standpoint. Like I don't view this as it being as distracting as a scenario would be like if Fox were to, sit out and we find out he's a DNP for quote unquote personal reasons, which is happening elsewhere for, I guess Zach LaVine, maybe, right? Personal reasons he's sitting out. Like we haven't gotten to that scenario yet with De'Aaron, and I'm not ruling it out. But for now, it looks like Fox is going to continue playing, whether he's in the Kings' long-term plans or not.
Chris, how do the Kings move forward from here? Because this is like, he has been. They call him the head of the snake. They call him the franchise player. He's the guy on every single billboard. He's the guy.
Mm-hmm.
And this opens a door for other people to be the guy, whether it's Sabonis, whether it's Malik Monk, whatever. But like, how do you think they're all dealing with this like internally, and like how do you move forward as a group?
It seems like they're in a really difficult place because they have, it's been very clear that they're trying to make the playoffs this year, and it doesn't seem like, they have any appetite to pivot towards rebuilding. And I don't know how you do that, how you thread that needle of, all right, we're going to trade our star player and continue to try to get to the playoffs. Like to me, and this is just me editorializing, but like if you're trading star players, the best avenue towards getting to real legitimate substantial contention is drafting stars, and the best way to do that is to acquire as many draft picks as possible, and then if a star does come available in a trade, maybe you can move those draft picks. But to get some role players and say like, yeah, we want to remain in contention this year, that to me just, and again, this is just my opinion, but that to me is just the road towards mediocrity. And I don't know that the Kings would be best off in doing that. I think if you're going to trade De'Aaron Fox and you're in a position where that's what you have to do, then to me it's try to load up on as many draft picks as possible and see if you can draft the next De'Aaron Fox, and have him under contract for a long time, and then build a foundation. The best way to win championships is to draft stars. That's just it. Like that's, there are very, very few team building scenarios in the history of the NBA where you win a championship without drafting at least one or two stars. So to me, if that's where, if I were running the Kings and I'm not, and I knew I had to trade De'Aaron Fox, I would look at it like, all right, this is time for a full rebuild. Maybe we're 2 years away, but let's get a bunch of draft picks. Let's see if we can draft some potential, the next De'Aaron Fox or the next whoever, and build contention that way, because in a small market, that's really what you have to do. I think it's an incredibly difficult needle to thread to say we're going to trade our best player and still remain in contention for a playoff spot. I just don't know how that's feasible, to be honest.
The problem is if you're the front office and you make that trade and you want to go, okay, hey, we're going to tear it down for a rebuild, you're probably not going to be around for the rebuild.
Right,
probably
which might
it's a really tough spot for everyone.
That might speak to a larger discussion about ownership and who's in charge and who's ultimately setting the direction of the franchise. Because, if there was a clear and coherent plan here, I think De'Aaron Fox would feel a lot more inclined to stay and, feel more inclined to sign a long-term contract to remain in Sacramento. But it doesn't feel like there's a coherent plan because there haven't been substantial improvements made to the roster, and there hasn't been organizational stability, obvious by the fact that they fired the head coach and nobody took accountability for it publicly. So to me, that all starts at the top with Vivek Ranadive and the team's top decision makers, because they're the ones in charge of setting the course for the franchise. And so far, it seems like De'Aaron Fox, or at least right now, it doesn't seem like De'Aaron Fox is in line with whatever course the franchise is on. And so that's how they got to this point.
Okay, Chris, we're joined by Chris Biderman from the Sacramento Bee here on
Good
the
reset.
Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube.
Nice.
Thanks, Kyle.
Good reset.
Good reset. Look, this is a bad situation. And I think what complicates it even further is that we have 8 days until the trade deadline, and the Kings should be looking to get better. And at the same time, they're now looking like they might get worse. Can you get better and worse at the same time? Does this end all of the other pursuits that they're doing right now? Can you go get the players that you need in this trade that you would have traded for? Like, what does this mean for the Kings and the deadline? Because it just feels like it just dropped a bomb on everything.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I'm alluding to. It's like, what's the path of the organization now? If you're going to trade De'Aaron Fox, then I don't know how much sense it makes to go get Cam Johnson, right? Like, even if De'Aaron Fox is signaling and all the indications are that Fox is not going to sign with the Kings long term, unless maybe something miraculous happens over the next week. But I think the Kings are clearly operating under the standpoint of they're not expecting Fox to want to sign long-term with the Kings over the summer. So that's why they have made it clear that they're open to taking these calls. Why give away your assets if you are going to need your assets to rebuild your team with maybe potentially with younger guys, right? Like, why go deal for Cam Johnson or John Collins if ultimately it's not going to make a difference whether you keep Fox or not? That's kind of why I think the toothpaste is out of the tube. Like, the Kings are kind of operating as if there's not really anything they can do right now that makes De'Aaron Fox want to stay. So if that's the case and you're Monty McNair, why would you deal assets when you might need assets? And to Kyle's point earlier, like, it also puts Monty McNair in a tough spot because we don't know if Monty McNair will be the one making those decisions down the line. So it is a messy situation, but again, like, it's messy from the Kings standpoint. I don't think it's messy from De'Aaron Fox's standpoint. I think it's pretty clear. Like, he feels like he's done right by the organization. He doesn't feel like the organization has done right by him. And he wants to thrive in the prime of his career, and he thinks he has a better chance to do that elsewhere.
Chris Biderman, Sacramento Bee, Kings in Philly tonight, then Oklahoma City, then Minnesota. Then they have a home game against Orlando at Golden One Center on February 5th. That is their last game before the trade deadline. When they take on the Blazers on Thursday night, February 6th, is De'Aaron Fox on the
team? I mean, I asked him, I was like, do you expect to be traded? And he said, I expect the unexpected. Anything can happen in this league, more or less. So yeah, I mean, I think we're kind of once Damian was putting out what he was putting out yesterday, and once Shams put out that report, I mean, to me, it's like knowing Clutch, knowing how they operate. Sometimes the reporting is a little bit slower than what's actually happening, if that makes sense. Like, the layers of the reporting are 2 or 3 layers behind the actual events. So to me, like, when it comes out that, the Kings are fielding offers, and like, it feels like to me that maybe Fox's camp is agitating pretty hard for a trade without demanding one, right? So yeah, I think it's more likely than not that Fox goes. But like Fox said, crazier things have happened. And again, he didn't rule out something happening that would keep him in Sacramento, but my read of it is that it seems unlikely.
It seems unlikely. I think that's where we're at.
Yeah.
Okay, so how do you go play a basketball game? Like, what do you expect to see from that Kings team tonight? They already had their first quarter woes. We all know that. But like, how do you walk out on the court and play a game with, 8 guys and one of them doesn't want to be there and one of them doesn't expect to be there?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think playing the game is probably the easy part. Like it's going to
True.
be talking to the media and like talking to family members and reading social media and all that. Like that's probably the harder part for the players than just going out and hooping, right? Like I think these guys like to hoop and that's what they're best at and that's what they'll go do. So I don't think that's particularly difficult. But it'll be difficult if and when Fox is traded because you have all these guys trying to compete for a playoff spot. If and when Fox gets traded, you'll be bringing in new pieces that everyone will get acclimated to. And then, you'll try to do that and try to get back to playoff contention at the same time. Like that to me is going to be more difficult than this sort of, I guess, holding pattern, purgatory, whatever you want to call it they're in right now. But no, like to me, I guarantee you, like if you were to ask James, and you know this, if you were to ask Malik Monk, like, what do you got to do? We're gonna go hoop. We're gonna go try to win. Like, and that's more or less what Fox said today. So I think those guys are good at compartmentalizing that. I think it's all the other stuff that's more difficult when it comes to when they have their phones in their face, as opposed to just playing basketball.
Chris, you've been super generous with your time. Thanks so much. Go enjoy your day in Philly and enjoy the game tonight. Kings 76ers. Out there in Philadelphia. Appreciate you, Chris.
And
thanks
hey,
for
Chris,
having me, guys.
Thanks for being there. So we have this type of reporting.
No doubt.
Yeah. No, appreciate it. Yeah. Thank my bosses.
Sacramento Bee, SacB.com. Chris Biderman. Thanks so much, man. His exclusive interview with De'Aaron Fox is up there now. Go check that out. Man, I don't know what I was expecting to hear from De'Aaron specifically, but I think there was part of me that was hoping that he was going to be like, what? No, I don't want to go. Like, this is ridiculous. I'm not going anywhere. We're trying to make the playoffs this year. I don't know why. Like, that was naive to think that, oh, okay, he's going to talk and everything's going to be fine. And after hearing what he had to say, I'm expecting the unexpected. The unexpected is a trade. An unexpected move would be the Kings trading De'Aaron Fox.
Okay, I'm going to point to one thing that he said there.
Please.
The thing that caught my ear, the most unprofessional moment in the entire time that I've covered the Sacramento Kings was the moment that they decided to fire an NBA head coach and not have a press conference, not have a moment of accountability with the media, and the media represents the fans in that room. We had questions to ask. They did not get answered because they hid from the fact that they fired their coach. And for De'Aaron to like straight up point it out that they left him out there high and dry to answer, that, I mean,
that's trash.
You know what this is? That is a 2011 George and Joe and Gavin Maloof move to avoid accountability in a moment of crisis. They left Paul Westphal. They left a young DeMarcus Cousins. They left a young group of players out to talk, not basketball, talk about relocation.
Right. To answer the questions that the people in charge are paid to answer.
And to not have that press conference and to have that come up right now as one of the reasons, that's on you. That is on you for not having the press conference, Sacramento Kings.
And it's not just specifically that one thing.
Yeah.
It's that there's that, and then on top of De'Aaron directly going to the Kings and being like, yo, dudes, can we get some help in here so we can contend beyond the, hey, can they make the playoffs? Can we change the conversation? Can we raise the ceiling of this team? And then nothing. So they fire the coach and then leave him to answer the questions.
They played an epic game of not it and left De'Aaron Fox as the last guy touch his nose.
Right. Without
the
a
last
choice.
guy to so it's me who gets to talk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you guys aren't making trades. You're not doing. So what are you doing?
Especially since you'd already asked. You'd already asked for that. Mike Brown begged for them to go get them.
Mm-hmm.
Go get the same exact pieces that De'Aaron Fox asked for.
Yep.
Mike Brown asked for Cam Johnson, people.
Also, hey,
they told him it was 2 first-round picks and they weren't going to do it.
Also, it turns out De'Aaron Fox and Mike Brown get along just fine.
They get along just fine.
And you fired the coach.
Yeah, didn't see this one coming.
And then let people blame it on him. Man.
Toons is a driving cat right here in front of us.
Man. I don't get the reference, but I'm sure it's apt.
Saturday Night Live, you let the cat drive the car.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
You know what happened? He drove you off the cliff.
All right. We'll have more on this. We might look ahead to King 76ers. I don't know. I'm looking forward to King 76ers tonight because of Underdog Daily Fantasy. I'll tell you that much right now. Underdog's pick'em game, super easy. You pick 2 or more players. You pick higher or lower on their stats. With the big game coming up, you know I'm locked in. Chiefs, Eagles, I've already got a lineup set. But I'll have more than one with the big game coming up. But they also have all your favorite leagues, all your favorite players. Anytime there's a Kings game, I've got a lineup going. My lineup tonight, I meant to have this up, and I don't. My lineup tonight, if you want to play along, download the Underdog app today. Sign up with promo code Kyle M and deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code Kyle M on the Underdog app. Here's what I'm rocking with tonight. Kings at 76ers. Malik Monk, I'm going higher than 6.5 assists. I feel like he goes higher than that number almost every game. Tyrese Maxey, I'm going lower than 31.5 points. He had 43 last night. I don't think the Kings have a ton of other things to defend, and they've done a really good job shutting down D'Angelo Russell, shutting down Steph Curry, of throwing the right defenses at a team's primary scorer when they're down a bunch of players, what the Sixers are right now. Domantas Sabonis, I'm going higher than 15.5 rebounds because Domas having lower than 16 rebounds feels weird right now. And Keegan Murray, it turns out the 76ers don't rebound great, so I'm going Keegan Murray higher than 6.5 rebounds. We're going to see Keegan clean up on the glass tonight. So that is my Underdog pick'em lineup. Download the Underdog app today to play along. Sign up with that promo code Kyle M and get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code Kyle M. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org. More De'Aaron Fox trade stuff coming up with James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. This is The Insiders, and we're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. You're on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Center.
Alex, go look at the deal that they got for Donovan Mitchell. Yes. I don't think there's much difference between the two. At this point, Fox is highly regarded around the league. The Kings are going to get 15 teams calling. Like, why not? And again, if the Hawks were willing to pay what they paid for DeJounte Murray, and then again, the Pelicans were willing to pay what they paid to trade for DeJounte Murray from the Hawks, you can get all kinds of stuff. Like, this is a top tier player, and just in all honesty, they're a top tier player that, I mean, he's a top tier player that if he was on a different team, if he's playing along Victor Wembanyama, he's a multi-time All-Star. If he's playing for the Los Angeles Lakers, multi-time All-Star. Like half the other teams in the league, he's a multi-time All-Star. The fact that he's in Sacramento, the fact that they couldn't win forever, like, it is what it is. Zach, this is $1 million question, man. It is. It's $1 million question. Like, why do so many trades fall through for the Kings? And they just, for whatever reason, they can't close a deal, or somebody thinks they're the weak mark at the table and tries to extract more out of them before the deal is done, and they balk at that and call the other team's bluff, and they lose. I mean, that's it. Zach LaVine is Tom L. Zach LaVine has definitely been part of the group of players that the Kings have been looking at, but I think that was with Fox, not without. I don't know if he would be part of a deal, and I'm very I would be very, very leery on taking. That's a Band-Aid solution right there, and a really expensive one that no one else in the league will take on his contract.
He's balling this year, though.
Yeah. Just like the franchise decision. No. This has nothing to do with the Kings not trying to make a business decision with Fox. No. They botched this royally. Multiple times.
Here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
James is over there. I'm Kyle Madsen. A lot of De'Aaron Fox trade stuff today, man.
Yeah, I don't even know what a rundown looks like at this point.
I don't like. I want to believe that there's a way to salvage this. I saw somebody in the chatty house, and salute everybody watching on YouTube and Twitch, youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320. James Ham and I are live 10 a.m. to noon every day right here on ESPN 1320. That's on your radio. If you're listening on the radio, we appreciate you as well. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. The James Ham and Kyle Madsen Show is the podcast. If you can't listen live, we upload each hour in the whole show every day. It's the James Ham and Kyle Madsen Show. It's available wherever you get your podcasts. Somebody asked, is this situation salvageable? And I want to believe it is, but it feels to me, because you can't request a trade anymore in the NBA. You will be fined.
Yes.
If you actively request a trade.
Yes.
Chris used the word agitating for a trade. Fox's camp is agitating for a trade.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like once you reach that point, it is really, really difficult. I don't want to say impossible. It's so difficult to just go back and be like, oh, hey, yeah, max extension. Everything's great. Totally fine. Everybody forget about that. At least in the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
When you've reached this point mid-season, it's kind of like, all right, that means things are percolating.
Okay, so like if I'm the Kings and I have this idea that maybe I can save this, I honestly believe what that looks like is something much bigger than anything that we're looking at right now. Like, it's not Cam Johnson, who's a perfectly fine player.
Right. The Cam Johnson and John Collins thing was great in the context of, all right, everybody's here, everybody's on the same page, everybody's rowing the same direction.
Yeah, that's done.
They change the calculus of adding them changes a lot when De'Aaron's like, maybe I want off the boat. Uh-oh.
Well, I'm not giving up anything now to go make those deals because those players aren't franchise changers. You still need that. But like I think what I'm trying to say is, like, you had an opportunity to tweak the roster, to improve the roster with a John Collins or a Cam Johnson. And again, the Cam Johnson stuff was all the way back to the draft. The Cam Johnson stuff kicked up early in the season when it was clear they didn't have the players. like early in the season. Can you please go get Cam Johnson, right? I mean, they traded their other players. They traded Dennis Schroeder and they traded Dorian Finney-Smith, like at or before the December 15th mark.
Yes, like right at the December 15th
like
mark.
5 weeks, 6 weeks ago, they traded those guys. You could have had him then, and maybe you could have avoided this situation. You didn't do that. So now that's not enough. If you're going to try to save this, you have to do something so over the top that would make De'Aaron Fox want to be here. And I don't even know what that move is, but if there is another player of the caliber of De'Aaron Fox that might be available that makes $40 or $50 million, and I'm not talking Jimmy Butler, I'm not talking Zach LaVine,
right?
I'm talking a bona fide like running mate with him and Domas, and you can go get that player, whether it costs you Keegan Murray, whether it costs you 3 first-round draft picks, whether it costs you DeMar DeRozan, whatever it costs you. That's how you could save this.
No doubt.
It's not by winning the next 5 games and saying, we promise we're going to be good.
Right.
You blew that chance.
No doubt.
And so, yeah, I don't know, like whether you can get to this summer and just try to plug away, and maybe you can't get a deal done before the deadline. And maybe, again, if you're Vivek Ranadive, you're saying, you know what, we'll address this as soon as the season's over. Whenever that is, we'll address this. We're not going to address it now because this guy aren't going to be here anymore, and we're not going to let them make that decision. We're going to make someone else will come in here and make that decision. And if you don't want to work with that person, that's fine. We'll figure out the spot for you to land this summer. That's how you can keep them through the season. And then maybe you catch lightning in a bottle. Maybe you do something grandiose that changes everything. Sure. It's just really, really difficult to see that happening.
Yeah, it feels like burying your head in the sand and pretending like, oh, no, hang on, this isn't actually happening. Watch, we're just going to get to the summer. Everything's going to be fine. We're just going to plug away. And maybe they do. I thought it was going to be a disaster when they fired Mike Brown, and they've gone 11-4 since. They look like a different basketball team. So I could be way off base again here. Wouldn't be the first time. Literally.
Yeah, but if we get to February 6th, February 7th, and this situation has not been resolved, and there is nothing that's happened, and you're a deer caught in the headlights, there's going to be some people clearing out their office at that point, I believe.
Yeah, I would think so too.
There's no reason to have a real reason to have an assistant GM and a GM sitting there running the front office from that point until the end of the season. There's really what you got. Somebody's going to have to write a contract for Isaac Jones to upgrade him from a 2-way contract. Okay.
ChatGPT's got you.
Well, so does the attorney that flew to Europe and helped you get the Sasha Vezenkov stuff done, and Martina Kolakatronis. Yeah. Like, they have other people that can write the contract. Sure. So, like, what are we doing here? Like, if you get through this deadline and we're still in the same situation, this holding pattern, I can't imagine that people will keep their jobs then. At that moment.
Right.
Like, go ahead and float through the end of the season, or go ahead and bring in the next guy.
Yeah.
Right then. Go pay the money, whatever it is, to go get the guy that you want, and go pay the next guy to come in. I mean, we saw it with what was it, Chris Finch, right? With Minnesota. They just paid a whole bunch of money to get the guy out of his deal to become the new head coach of the Minnesota Timberwolves. And like, all right, this is the guy. This is what we're doing. So,
yeah, I mean, you're right. I think if you get to Feb 6 and nothing has happened, after all the buzz about Cam Johnson, after all the buzz about John Collins, and now you've got
the Fox situation,
De'Aaron Fox not asking out or whatever he's doing. He's not requesting a trade, but he's not requesting one. Yeah, I don't think he can move forward with this front office for sure. But maybe the Kings just maybe the Kings as a team galvanize around that. Galvanize? Yeah, galvanize around that.
Yeah.
And maybe they make a run, and maybe they go to the conference finals with the roster that they have. And okay, they lose in the conference finals, but man, what a run. And now all of a sudden the new front office comes in and goes, hey, this is a team that went to the conference finals. Like, that's on the table. And the reason I say it's on the table is because I thought they'd be closer to 4-11 than 11-4 in the first 15 games after Mike Brown. And they proved me wrong there. So maybe they prove me wrong again. But it's just, I'm with you, man. If you're now calling the Jazz about John Collins, you can't do that. Because now you're giving up assets to go get a player who may or may not, like, now you have John Collins and you're still potentially trading De'Aaron Fox. And you're probably giving up assets to get John Collins.
Well, that and it's the $26 million owed John Collins next year that becomes like a huge issue. You're like, okay, it's one thing to know that we're going into the season with this roster and this build, and knowing that the next year we're going to have not only De'Aaron Fox's new contract kick in after the 1 year of John Collins, but you're also going to have Keegan Murray's contract kick in after that. So losing John Collins $26.5 million would be part of business.
Yeah,
like whether he sticks around, he decides to take a lesser deal or whatever, that's a whole different story. But like, that's how I repeat this all the time, the Jerry Reynolds, like if you have a 5-year plan, you have no plan at all, but you at least have to have a 2-year plan. You do. You have to understand where your salary is growing and whether,
you have to be adaptable.
Yeah.
But you have to have an idea of where you're headed this year and next year.
Yeah.
At minimum.
Well, and it's also why you signed DeMar DeRozan to a 2-year deal with a 3rd-year team option, because you didn't know what that summer was going to look like. But if you think that this team is going to be able to go out there and sign a bunch of free agents with De'Aaron Fox and DeMar DeRozan and player X, Y, and Z off the books, like, good luck with that. Good luck. That's why you have to, like, again, a trade, and it has to be young players, and it's got to be really, really good picks right now if you're doing it.
I saw somebody in the chat on youtube.com/ESPN1320 earlier be like, oh, people are going to burn their De'Aaron Fox jerseys. I don't think they are. Maybe some people, that's where their anger will be directed, but I think every 95% of people understand that all of this circles back to inaction from the front office. Dating back to so they go and they trade Tyrese Halliburton. Let's start there. You trade Tyrese Halliburton because you know what? The Tyrese Halliburton, De'Aaron Fox pairing wasn't going to work. I just not going to allow either player to maximize what they were.
Well, that, and you were changing assets. You needed a big man to pair with either one of them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right. And so you trade Tyrese Halliburton, you bring in Domantas Sabonis, great. Now you put yourself on this path. The 22-23 season happens. Holy smokes, they're back. Then you did nothing. You brought in Chris Duarte. But you largely did nothing. Okay, you're trying to run it back. I guess I see the vision. Then you got to that trade deadline, and it was very clear, okay, we're in the 23-24 season now. You get to last year's trade deadline, still nothing. And then this offseason, you go get DeMar DeRozan. Okay, great. Roster's better. DeMar DeRozan helps. It insulates you from a Malik Monk injury, which killed you last year. You're bringing in a Hall of Famer, a veteran, the 6-time All-Star and an All-NBA guy and one of the best mid-range producers of all time. Great. Bring him in here. You start slow. You fire the head coach. And now you've gotten closer to the trade deadline after having a meeting with De'Aaron Fox's representation where they said, hey, let's get a move on here.
Do it.
Do something.
Yes.
And now we're going to Brooklyn. Okay, Cam Johnson's there. He's sitting out. Kevin Huerter's sitting out. Let's get this deal done. And you leave Brooklyn and Cam Johnson's still in Brooklyn. It's, okay, well, hang on. There's a plan B. We got John Collins. And I think it's less that you can't get a deal done with Brooklyn. It's that it's over protections. De'Aaron Fox and his representation don't give a damn about your 2029 protections.
Nope.
They wanted a deal to get done. And nothing happened. And now nothing's happened with John Collins. And now somebody calls about De'Aaron, and you call De'Aaron Fox's representation?
That day, the same day you didn't get the Cam Johnson deal done, you called them and
I need it to be clear. This is my stance, and I don't want to speak for you. If you agree with me, fine. If you don't, please let me know. But that's why this is on the front office, man. I'm not going to put it on De'Aaron Fox and De'Aaron Fox's camp to go, I'll stick it out. You can do that, sure. But you might just be Dame Lillard. You might just wind up being a 35-year-old who's like, hey, or 34-year-old, whatever it is, and go, all right, fine, I'll ask for a trade now.
Yeah.
I'm not putting the onus on the player to stick it out, because it's very clear that if the Kings got an offer to trade De'Aaron Fox, okay.
Peace out. I mean, we heard Tyrese Halliburton cry about his trade from Sacramento for a year.
Yeah.
Maybe even 2.
Yeah.
Like, okay, like players get traded.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't have any problems with Fox and the way he's handled this either. Mm-hmm. I mean, like the way that it's going to end here and the way, like, it's dramatic and it's crazy, but like, I mean, this is the same franchise that I had guaranteed. I broke the news that DeMarcus Cousins was getting a $219 million extension.
Mm-hmm.
That was ironclad. I went to every single person involved in the deal and made sure that it was a thumbs up. It was happening. I left no stone unturned. Agents, player, front office member, PR staff, everyone knew the deal was done, and they traded him 2 weeks later. So, look, these things happen, but man, this is a wild situation. Get the guy some help.
You have to,
or
at this point.
Well, now it's too
late.
May
not be enough.
Yeah, now it's too late.
Chris kept saying toothpaste is out of the tube.
Yeah, what a great descriptor.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
You ever try to put toothpaste back in a tube? You can't do it.
It's very difficult. Yeah.
Did someone try that? It seems to me if you squeeze out too much toothpaste, you go, you wash it off.
Okay, so as
Who's
somebody
ever gone I need to get this back in the tube?
The toothpaste,
it's insane. Don't do that.
Toothpaste is one thing, but as somebody who burns like crazy, I mean, you always try to sometimes put some of the sunscreen that you back in the tube, but that's different, right? Toothpaste is a different story.
Kenny Caraway in the building. D-Lo and KC coming up next.
I've never tried to put toothpaste back in the tube, but that's only because people have always told me you can't do it. So I've never tried it.
Yeah.
I've never tried any type of device to do that. Have you ever tried to put, this isn't difficult, people can actually do it, but the string back into a hoodie or something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can actually do that.
Yeah.
Well, it's not easy, but
it's
toothpaste.
My wife does it actually fairly easily.
Okay.
I'm
it's
surprised.
that's a talent. You can make that a business.
Well, it's there's a
restringing.
You put a
coat hanger,
that, or even a clipper, something really skinny on the end of one of the strings.
Yeah,
and you just feed it through that way, and it goes pretty seamless.
Wow,
it's actually very impressive.
It's fascinating.
Yeah. So that's not like putting toothpaste in the back. into the tube.
Strings out of the hoodie. What are you gonna do?
Strings out of the hoodie.
I think. Hey, you know what? That's where I think this De'Aaron Fox thing is right now. It's not toothpaste out of the tube; it's string out of the hoodie. It's gonna be tough, but it's gonna take some doing to get the string back into the hoodie.
That's a really, really
good one.
Yeah. There we go.
Thanks.
There
we can run with that. Hey, clip that for social.
I'm with you. How do we get the string back in the hoodie?
Try to go viral.
Check. Okay. Can I get the string back in the hoodie?
We're good. Sign the extension.
Wait. That does remind me. We do have a code word that we forgot to give out yesterday, so you can get a hoodie.
Yeah, you can win Is it the one you're wearing? It's the one James is wearing right now. You can win that hoodie. It's the only way you can get it.
Go to ESPN1320.
That's it.
.com right now, and the code word is
trade.
Trade. TRADE.
Nice and easy.
Trade.
Yeah, we got caught up with stuff yesterday, but trade is the code word. ESPN1320.
Yeah, and you get put in a drawing for a $50 gift certificate to Jiffy Lube, and of course one of our insider hoodies. Sorry,
which are brought to you by Jiffy Lube.
Brought to you by Jiffy Lube.
Show us the logo. Nope, other side. There you go. Bang bang.
Patch. I like the patch.
Yeah, that's sick.
Side patch.
No doubt. No Salute to Jiffy Lube.
All right,
we
sorry.
love them very
Go
much.
ahead.
No, I wasn't saying. I was listening.
I just Kenny. Now you talk. I don't know. I. You guys brought this up yesterday, and it was something I had not even thought about. You guys did a great job yesterday, by the way. I really enjoyed the program.
Appreciate both of you guys.
Do you, if you were a betting man, do you think De'Aaron has played his last game at Golden One? Or is he still on the team February 5th when they're at home against Orlando?
If I am a betting man, which I have known to be,
well,
I'm gonna say he plays another home game as a Kings player in Golden One, which means he'll be here for the rest of the season. But I'm like 55-45 on that one.
The more this goes on, the more I lean toward he gets traded.
I'm
like
also, yeah.
The longer this goes without something happening to push it the other way, It's like the ball's rolling. This isn't moving individually. Like the ball is just moving, and there's nothing stopping it, moving it back the other way.
He had a way to me. I was listening to the interview with Chris Biderman. Shout out to you guys. Thumbs down to Ohio State. But
ouch.
but
Shots fired.
But yeah, he had an opportunity to dead all this, and he didn't. He didn't.
Mm-hmm. That was exactly my takeaway.
Yep. He could have said, "I want to be here. You know, this is a bunch of talk. Like I'm committed." He didn't.
Yep.
All he said was, "I didn't demand a trade." Okay, like, all right. That's a problem with some of the stuff I have with Risay on Twitter all night. Like, yes, no, you're right. You literally didn't say trade me.
Right.
That doesn't mean things aren't put into motion.
Right.
So he had opportunity to did all this. He chose not to.
Yeah. What was the wording? I had it up and then closed it. De'Aaron Fox's agent, Rich Paul, is according to Sam Amick. De'Aaron Fox's agent, Rich Paul of Clutch Sports, recently sent word that it would be wise for the Kings to move him now.
There's so many words you can use to demand a trade. Like there's so many ways that you can say it without actually doing it so you don't get in trouble.
Okay, so
can you lightly suggest a trade?
My prediction is there's a good chance he'll be on the team on that February 5th. Mm-hmm. He won't play. I don't think he will be in the building, and I think he will be traded by the next morning. That would be my guess. I'm just like, I think it's a good thing that the Kings are inundated with trade offers right now. Yeah. I call like baloney. Like I think enough people around the league know exactly what's going to happen here. I think he will end up in San Antonio. I think they will give up a mint for him, but it will be because there's all of these other options out there, and the Kings can just say, "Hey, we're just going to hold on to him," and he seems more than willing to play, and we're just going to hold on to him. And if you guys want to work this out with him in a couple of like a year and a half, that's fine. But for right now, we're going to do what's best for us. And
that might be what's best for the Kings. Might just be keeping him through the summer, just right, or not through the summer, until the summer.
Yeah, but I'm going to guess that San Antonio's going to go, okay, fine. We'll just do we'll give up the offer that you want. And like, look, people are saying, oh, they won't give up Castle. They won't give up Sell. Like, man,
I bet they would.
They're going to reset that roster around De'Aaron Fox and around Victor Wembanyama. And
this is when it comes to, maybe and I might be naive here. I'm not covering the Spurs, so I could be super wrong. This is not the Rockets where they're like second in the West. This is a 20-23 team. You're asking to give up players. Right. They're trying to accelerate a rebuild. They're not sitting there going, "Oh, let's wait and see what we have with Stephon Castle and Jeremy Sohan."
Yeah.
Well, that and they're taking in a player that's going to be there for the next 6 years after this year.
Right.
Like he's going to sign the extension and be there. And he can sign the extension if he gets traded. If he just signs as a free agent, that's going to cost him a ton. And that would require the Kings, like if you want to do a sign and trade to get him his 5th year and all that stuff. Yep. Either way, it would not be great for him.
I've warmed up a little bit more to a Spurs trade over the night.
Okay.
Yeah, I still want to see, like I got to watch some film on Stephon Castle, who I like, but I want to see more of him. But I've warmed up to it a little bit.
Okay.
They got a lot of good assets.
What do you mean? He's untouchable according to every Spurs fan.
Well,
yeah.
I was about to say something, but
like I'm sure. No, I'm sure. Look, I'm sure the Spurs want to, and I understand the Spurs fans want to be like, well, you can have one of Stephon Castle or Devin Vassell. And I'm sure that makes sense.
Vassell is the salary matching.
Yeah, right.
Because you are going to have to pay Fox. And I don't know if you've seen Vassell's contract. It's long, and it's $27 million a year. It's not a cheapie.
No, I take it. I don't want Jeremy Sohan.
You're out?
I don't like his game.
Oh, okay. I like his game.
I do too.
I mean, he does a lot of good things, but
as your 8th guy, 7th, 8th guy, I feel pretty good about Jeremy Sohan.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Like if you got to take him in a trade, that's cool. But I'm not crazy about him.
D'Lo and KC coming up next. A lot of Sixers Kings talk.
Yeah, if the Sixers are trading for De'Aaron Fox, sure.
D'Lo and KC coming up next. They'll keep the conversation going. It's always a good time. Can't wait to hear from them. That's James Ham, Kyle Madsen. Jiffy Lube's the sponsor, and we're back tomorrow at 10 a.m. Until then, drink water and be nice, people. Chatty Austin, everybody watching. Appreciate you guys. Have a good rest of your day. See you tomorrow.
Adios, friends.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We a number one spot. We a number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We a number one spot.
Let's go, baby. Sit there, Mary. Let's cook. We welcome you in here to the Wednesday, January 29th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
The worst slums of Sacramento.
Center of the basketball universe right now.
Man.
Aaron Fox may have supplanted Jimmy Butler as the biggest superstar available.
I would say good, but that affects the Kings, so I'm not sure. But I was tired of Jimmy Butler. That's the whole point. Like I was done with him.
Yeah,
Not him, but his situation.
He might not be the only one based on some things that was circulating around this morning. We are 8 days away from the NBA trade deadline. Of course, the trade deadline is something that Sacramento Kings fans were paying really close attention to prior to yesterday's news. Of course, now De'Aaron Fox's name is trending on Twitter. He's all over NBA shows, and the conversation has changed here a little bit. It has become less about adding John Collins or Cam Johnson or both, or any other prospective role players like Jonas Valanciunas, perhaps Kyle Kuzma, guys that could help the team. And it's more about how is this franchise going to handle the potential move of their franchise player for the last 8 years or so. There's a lot of interesting things happening. Most of them are happening on social media. There's a lot of people forming narratives. There are a lot of people who are reporting stuff that all has different angles. There are a lot of people talking about what is actually going on with the Sacramento Kings. Most importantly, De'Aaron Fox. Shout out to our guy, Chris Biderman of the Sacramento Bee for joining Kyle and James on the Insiders just about an hour ago. He talked to De'Aaron Fox this morning at Shoot Around in Philadelphia. Oh, by the way, the Sacramento Kings take on the Philadelphia 76ers today as their 6-game road trip continues here. De'Aaron said he did not ask for a trade. De'Aaron wouldn't commit to whether he thought he was going to be traded. He gave Chris Biderman the line of expect the unexpected. He did confirm that he has a preferred destination. And like we told you yesterday, that confirmed destination is, in fact, San Antonio. We don't talk out of our ass as much as some of these people around here hang on every word that Shams says. Oh, we don't care what the national media thinks. We don't care what the national media thinks until local media reports on the biggest story that's hit this organization since DeMarcus Cousins was traded. Oh, but now all of a sudden y'all want to ride with Shams. It's cool. Just know I'm taking note. Just know we pay attention to everything. Note that. We hear you. We see you. Don't bitch and complain when your ass gets scooped. Don't bitch and complain because your ass is running around here chasing the franchise, not getting what you want. And old D-Lo and KC are in here doing what they do. But that's all good. That's not the point. De'Aaron spoke today. I think De'Aaron was honest about a lot of things with Chris Biderman today. The message that we have gotten regarding De'Aaron Fox has been consistent from jump. There is one outlier, and it's the Sam Amick tweet. The Sam Amick tweet was the one where Kenny and I looked at each other yesterday and we're like, damn, did De'Aaron ask out? And that was the tweet that says, source, De'Aaron Fox's agent, Rich Paul of Clutch Sports, recently sent word that it would be wise for the Kings to move him now. Full stop right there. He tweets a little bit more, promotes his article, worth going to read over there on The Athletic. That was the tweet where we looked at each other like, damn, that really sounds like De'Aaron asked out. Okay. Now I'm reading it again with the full context of what we knew going into that tweet, what De'Aaron told Chris Biderman today. De'Aaron Fox's agent, Rich Paul of Clutch Sports, recently sent word that it would be wise for the Kings to move him now. Okay. That doesn't necessarily have to mean that De'Aaron has to be traded. Mm-hmm. That could mean, hey, De'Aaron, I got a call from Wes. He said such and such team inquired about you. They had some discussions. Hasn't really gone anywhere. They've had discussions. It appears that they're fielding calls when it comes to trading you. Now I'm De'Aaron. Okay, cool. I mean, that's fine. I got about 60 million riding on this. Please make sure they make up their mind. Could be as simple as that.
Could be as simple as that. Or let's ask a question here. Why is it wise? Why is it wise for them to move me before da-da-da-da? Because I'm leaving regardless?
Sure.
Yeah.
Could be.
So I'm not demanding a trade. If I'm De'Aaron Fox, I'm not demanding a trade.
It could also mean
telling you I'm leaving. I'm telling you I'm leaving.
Or I'm telling you I'm open to leaving.
I think that tells me I'm telling you I'm leaving.
Okay, but that's not what it says.
For sure.
I'm open. I'm letting you know I'm open to leaving. It would be wise for you to move him now because you have more leverage now than you'll have later. But we might sign here.
Damian, if I told you right now, it'd be wise for you to look for another host. Does any of that say I'm staying? Nothing. It doesn't even say there's a possibility. It'd be wise for you. I'm trying to help you out because I'm leaving. And if you want to get something for me, it'd be wise for you to do it now as opposed maybe to later.
Could be.
Nothing about that says
but this is a game of shaping narratives across 30 franchises. That could be what that is. And it doesn't mean De'Aaron Fox went to Rich Paul and said, trade me. Mm-hmm. It doesn't. Now, the other thing is, this is all a play on words. Don't get it twisted. De'Aaron, what you read on Twitter from certain people, this is all a play on words. Mm-hmm. And in the end, it all results in the same thing. Members of De'Aaron Fox's camp were clearly agitated that they didn't hang up on a phone call that came to the organization. That's what led to this. Now, I'm going to be very, very cautious about how we approach some things because there are some people involved in this that I'm just not talking about on this radio show. Mm-hmm. I refuse to. However, this is out there for a reason. And as much as I dislike Wes Wilcox and think he has to be gone from this organization, he didn't start this. No. I'm telling you straight up. The Sacramento Kings front office did not start this.
And
I tweeted a minute ago, it is hilarious watching the people who put the holes in the boat now trying to patch up. Oh, I'm going to patch this bitch up now because there's water in it. No. Everybody doesn't know you stuck a knife through the boat. But a lot more than one I'm not the only one who knows.
Bro, there's I've said this yesterday.
You're not the only one that knows.
No. I said this yesterday. I'll say it again today. There are so many people from different walks of life who have been saying these things that became public since October. Since October. This is not like, I'm not trying to be like insider. I'm not an insider, but like in the know, talking to people, this is not a secret. This is not a secret that not only is he looking to leave, but San Antonio being the destination. There's a reason why when Shams tweeted that, said, watch it be San Antonio.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So acting like this just came out of nowhere, like the talks haven't been happening way before yesterday, probably way before the Draymond podcast. It's been in the works. Now, whether or not they decide to go through it or the Kings, can't fix it or whatever, that's a whole different situation. But let's not act like this has not been going on for months. Months. Messaging has been put out there. Plans have been in place. Like it's been going on, man. And that's and here's how I feel about it. That's cool. That is fine. De'Aaron Fox has more than enough reasons to want to move on. First and foremost, the fact that he's been here 8 years. It's okay to want change. It's okay to want to play somewhere else or want to be somewhere else. You're not stabbing Sacramento on the back or anything else like that. Like, it's fine. things happen along the way, whether it's the front office and all. That's fine. You have your reasons. But this is what I meant when I tweeted earlier. Let's stop playing. Let's stop playing. If you want to leave, say you want to leave, and let's proceed towards that. If you don't, say you don't, and let's proceed towards that. But don't, no, this was not really and never really happened. All right, man, stop playing, man. That's all I ask is stop playing.
Okay.
Stop playing.
I think there's a lot there. One, everyone's playing. It's the game. Rich is playing. The media is playing it. Shams is playing it. We're just telling you what we know. Not all of it, but a lot of it. I'll tell you this, too. This goes back weeks ago to the Mike Brown firing. This isn't hate. This is just looking at De'Aaron can go. I'm sorry. He can't. My opinion never changed. He can go. This organization has gone as far as they can with him. He's gone as far as he can with this organization. He has $100 million something on the line this year with that Supermax contract. He's not going to be able to earn it. It was clear quick. Mm-hmm. Whether it started with the finger injury in training camp and just accelerate through the season. Now he's dealing with all sorts of ailments. I love the fact that he said every day, he told Chris Biderman today, every day I go do my job. No one questions that for 1 second. Like he is tough. He plays through things that he probably shouldn't always play through, but he does it. He can go. This is not the end of the Sacramento Kings. The problem is they need to handle this borderline flawlessly. They cannot miss with this. And the De'Aaron Fox trade over the next 8 days can't be the only move that the Sacramento Kings make. This is a team who, if they execute this trade properly and do the things they should have been doing all along, by the way, I have no confidence any of this gets done, doing the things they should have been doing all along and closing some of these deals and adding talent to this roster, this is a team that could get to the same exact spot with or without De'Aaron Fox. I do not think this franchise can go any further with him being the one guy. I think I hope he winds up in San Antonio because it looks like that's what's going to make him happy. I hope he winds up in San Antonio and the deal works out and the Kings are happy and everybody is smiling and he goes out and lives his best life because he will be great in San Antonio because he'll be number 2 and there'll be no question about it. No one will ever, ever, ever ask who's the best player on the San Antonio Spurs. De'Aaron Fox being the complement to Wemby will be great. I don't want to go to commercial here. I want to keep going. So I think that's
he might be number 3. He might be number 3. If James was talking about they got money, they'll get Brandon Ingram.
Oh, well, he's better than Brandon Ingram in my opinion, but it's fine.
I
think he's better than Brandon Ingram.
They're on the same tier. Brandon Ingram, two-time All-Star? I know that's subjective for the coaches and all that other stuff, but he played at that level to be there.
Played past tense. Like I don't know what Brandon Ingram is anymore. I don't think I've seen him. Is he playing?
He's been hurt for
a while, right?
3-4 weeks, I think.
God, it feels like it's longer than that, but okay. Yeah, okay. But I think he'll thrive in San Antonio. I think he'll be great. But this team can move on now. It's fine. It's not the end of the world. I know everyone hates it. I mean, and I'm not like not sympathetic. Like there are people who love De'Aaron Fox as you should. He's been great for this franchise. But like it's cool. You can execute this trade. You just can't miss. Again, I have no confidence they can. There's no reason to. Anyone who says, yo, the Sacramento Kings can pull this off, explain to me how. Explain to me why. You going to go back a couple of years and point to the Domas Tyrese trade? Okay. That's what you got. Yeah. The trade for San Antonio, the trade with San Antonio and Harrison Barnes and all of that to land DeMar looks a little bit tougher now because you had to give up picks for them to take Harrison Barnes' contract. I heard people making jokes about, well, get Harrison Barnes back. You can't. They can't trade his contract to Sacramento because they traded him this offseason. You can't trade him till the offseason. If he you can trade him whenever you want to. You can't trade him to Sacramento. So that contract matchup doesn't work. I'm sure Kings fans would love that.
Yeah. And
I realized I should have changed my voice to a more sarcastic tone. Clearly, I was not serious.
And here's the thing with me, it's kind of along the same lines as you. Is I like De'Aaron Fox as a basketball player. I think he's unbelievably talented. I'd love to have him here in Sacramento, but if he were to get traded or he wanted out, then all right, like it's whatever. You make a deal and you move on. Maybe that says more than that says a lot, right? Like that I'm kind of like indifferent to him. Like I want him here. If he's here, like let's go. Fine, do your thing. Like I think you're a talented ball player. If you're not, all right, well we'll figure out what's next. Like I think they'll be okay. You know, it's one of those things where, like you said, maybe he's miscast. And we talked about it a couple of weeks ago. A point guard, number one on a team, that's tough. That's tough. There's not a lot of them that, quote unquote, lead teams to the promised land, just because it's difficult for a point guard to be your number one player on a championship type squad. That's not a knock on Fox or any other point guard who Dame Lillard who hasn't been able to do it in the past. It's just the nature of NBA basketball as we've seen it. It's difficult. So there's that aspect to it, but yeah, there's another thing that's happened with De'Aaron Fox over the course of 24 hours that it just doesn't look right. I was telling the insiders during the handoff, they asked, do you think he's going to be traded or whatever? And I said, before I was like, yeah, I think they'll wait till the summer. It's gone down a little bit. I'm still like 55-45. They'll wait till the summer, but it's getting closer to, I think he's going to be traded in the next week or so. And one of the things was he had an opportunity to stop all this when talking to Chris Biderman, and he didn't. He didn't stop it.
Stop what?
Stop all the speculation about whether he wants to be here or not. All he said was, I didn't request the trade. Yeah, if you wanted to be here, you could have stopped at least your end of it. I don't want to be traded. I'm not in control of what happens, but I don't want to be traded. I want to be here in Sacramento. I want to try and make the playoffs with this team. And he didn't do it.
I'll take that deal that's on the screen right now, by the way. De'Aaron Fox, it was for Castle, Keldon Johnson, Atlanta's 25 and 27. And there was something else in there. I missed the bottom. I'm sure it was another pick, but I forgot what it was. It was basically 2 first-round picks, Keldon Johnson and Castle.
2025 Chicago top 10 protected first.
So it was 3 first-round picks?
2020, yeah. 2025, 2027 Atlanta first, and then the 2025 at Chicago first. So yeah, 3 first.
Yeah. I do that in a heartbeat.
That would convey if it doesn't cash in.
Normally that's what they do, yeah. Turn into something. I do that. I do that deal in a heartbeat.
That's a good deal. I've warmed up to the idea of San Antonio as I thought about it more over the night. Thought about Stephon Castle a little bit more. I want to watch a little bit more of his game film to get a more accurate read on who he is as an NBA player. But I've warmed up on it more than I was 20 hours ago. Like it's okay. But going back,
I feel like I interrupted something. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say he could have put an end to it.
Okay.
He could have said no. We all know you're not in control of what they do.
Mm-hmm.
If they decide to trade you, you don't have any control of that. Mm-hmm. They don't necessarily need your consent to do it. We know you're not in control of that, but you are in control of what you want to do and what you want to put out there publicly.
Mm-hmm.
I want to be here. I want to try and make the playoffs with this team.
Mm-hmm.
That's what my goal. That's what I'm focused on. That's what I want.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't. And here's the thing. Here's where he messed up. And I would have, when this happened, I would have advised him, don't do this because you're setting the precedent.
Mm-hmm.
Setting the precedent. When Lou Will said what he said on his podcast, and which I don't even think was like, number one, I don't think was wrong. Number two, it wasn't even like, he didn't say like De'Aaron Fox got him out of here. He even said like he thinks the way Mike was treating De'Aaron Fox is what rubbed others the wrong way. And I took that as the locker room. You know what I mean? Rubbed others the wrong way. He didn't say nothing about De'Aaron Fox wanting him out or having a problem with it.
Right.
Within an hour, De'Aaron tweeting, responding, man, no, this, that. He got a lot to say. He got a lot to say because it wasn't true. It wasn't true. It wasn't accurate. He tweeting that out. Going at Lou Williams.
He never tweets.
No, going at Lou Williams. 3-4 days later, oh, I'm taking a pic. I'm going to dinner with Mike Brown. I'm here. Look at me, guys. Look, there ain't no beef. I didn't have nothing to do with this. I believe you. So here's the problem. When something else comes up, I know that you are capable, and I know that you will address it if you really believe that it's false. And I haven't heard from you yet.
So
requesting a trade, wanting out, wanting to go to San Antonio. He's not calling that cap.
Well, maybe it's not.
Exactly. Exactly. Or this, when you talk about drama, this is where you don't even do what you did when Lou Williams said that. Because people can go back to that moment and say, well, when something wasn't true, you had a lot to say. The fact that you're not saying something right now tells me it probably is true. That's why you don't even address Lou Williams. Because you don't set that precedent. I would have advised him, let that ride. Unless you're willing to do this every single time a rumor comes up or some drama comes up with you.
Yeah, I'll stall him out a little bit because the Lou Williams thing is like one of one. Like, has he ever responded to anything ever? Again, the dude does not tweet very often. He rarely says anything of substance. I can't think of a time where I ever remember him responding to something before.
Which gives even more credence to him talking about, like, something's not true, I'm going to address it.
Or it's just an outlier.
Could be.
I mean, I'm not trying to first take this thing and just sit here and argue with you. I'm just trying to offer a different point of view. That right now is an outlier. It's not like there's a string of things that you could point to and say, well, he defended this, he defended this. No, it's just kind of the one. And I don't even know that De'Aaron heard that clip correctly.
I don't think he did either.
I don't know.
I don't think he did either. But he had an opportunity to dead all this, and he chose not to. And that says to me that he wants to move on. And I'm not even saying he's like a bad person for it. He's well within his rights, whether it's the longevity of being here or the mishaps of the front office. He's well within the understanding to say, man, I want to move on and go to something more stable, go to a championship contender, play with Wemby. It's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with that, in my opinion.
I think you're putting a little too much faith in sports fans. Truthfully, like I think as semantics and as wordplay as I didn't ask for a trade may be, you look at Twitter today, there's a lot of people who, please, by all means, continue to go at the front office. But they're buying this, there's a lot of this, oh, poor De'Aaron, he was blindsided by this. I cannot stress to you enough, that is not true. And there is one singular reason this is going the way that it's going. So, like, but I think there are a lot of people involved in all of this that would like a do-over. And I think there are people within De'Aaron's circle who really want to be in San Antonio and perhaps most importantly, no longer want to be in Sacramento. And that's where we are. And we think because they are the front-facing portion of a business. Players. It's not always players, dog. It's not always players. You might like certain people. You might dislike dads who talk too much or who sit down, in the visitors team jacket on the bench, or make a ruckus with media. You might dislike that one because it's blatantly obvious. Read between the lines a little bit and you'll find some other things with family members, with dads, with parents, with wives, with girls, with homies, with all of that stuff. It's not just the players. The unfortunate part for De'Aaron is the unfortunate part for all players is they are the front-facing sign of their business. The De'Aaron Fox business, we said this with Marvin all of the time. Marvin should say something to his dad because his dad's not going to have to answer questions. De'Aaron did it. Yeah, I told my dad to shut the hell up. I told my dad to stay off of social media. Guess what we never saw again? De'Aaron's dad on social media tweeting it at Marvin's dad, or tweeting at anybody. He shut it down. You don't shut everything down all the time.
Yeah.
And that's a big reason why we're here. So I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen over the next couple of the next 8 days or so. But Kings can't. The front office, whoever the hell runs this organization, can't miss.
No,
you cannot miss, because otherwise, I'm going to answer phones for the wake up call. Because we're going to be a bad basketball team again for a long time. You execute on this. This team's riding for a while.
Mm-hmm.
This team's good, but you can't miss this. And it can't be the only thing you do.
Well,
it can't be the only thing you do.
One of the things about this, I think, is this is throwing a wrench in everything you're trying to do. Because, I mean, are you so if you trade De'Aaron Fox, or you're thinking about trading De'Aaron Fox, are you still giving up a lot for Cam Johnson or John Collins?
You one more time?
Like, are you still giving up unprotected first and stuff for Cam Johnson with no De'Aaron Fox here, and you just added a lot of pieces? Like, do you need Cam Johnson in the same vein if you got Keldon Johnson, if you got 3 first rounders, if you got Stephon Castle?
Yeah, if I could still unload number 9, man, I might do it.
But for an unprotected first, like, why would you do that?
Because you got 3 more.
I don't even know if you need to unload 9 right now. You just got a Keldon Johnson.
You can't play him.
He's not going to play. He's not going to play.
Well, won't you rather have someone who could play?
You just got 2 guys that can play, Stephon Castle and Keldon Johnson. You just got people.
Yeah, I feel like if you can unload Kevin Huerter for a guy who will play more for you, I think you can do it.
Fair, but for an unprotected first rounder,
you have to take Chicago's. I don't know. You just acquired 3.
Yeah, I don't know, but okay, maybe you do. I don't know. Do you?
Well,
maybe you need to do it in the same fashion? Like right now, you feel like you need to. Like, go ahead,
you got to do
you
something.
Need players.
Yeah. I mean, like in this situation, De'Aaron gone. We're probably moving Keon to the starting lineup. No, they're with Malik, Keegan, Domas, and DeMar. You got Keldon and Castle off the bench.
You might.
You probably still have Trey in this situation.
You might even get Devin Vassell in a trade like that.
Oh, okay. Well, if you do that, sure.
So, but I'm saying that those are the things that you're weighing out. You got to figure that out if you're going to do this or not before you start talking about Cam Johnson or John Collins.
Yeah, I don't. Sure, if picks are involved, sure.
It's just
because I don't think you go. Wow, we got too many players. Like, but if there are picks involved, sure. Like
that's
I
what
get
I'm
it.
thinking. Like
sure,
the unprotected. That's
I got you.
Been the hang up.
Mm-hmm.
Do I still want to give that up if I'm getting all this stuff already?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I'll just keep the pick.
We'll come back. We're just getting started. I don't know where this show is going, man, but we're here. Casey's probably going to cuss De'Aaron out some more. I know he's agitated about one thing, and you already know, by the way, I told you to hold that thought. You're dead wrong on this. So we'll talk about it when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I don't know. Yeah, tell her the dates. Did I cut a promo? I don't think I cut a promo on anyone, did I? I don't even think I feel like I said anything.
Tensions are high. I think that's what it is.
I just said pay attention. So I got tipped off about this earlier. Phoenix is running to Sacramento to help with the Jimmy Butler trade. And you know who lands up in Sacramento? Brad.
And I like Bradley Beal, but they would try to do something like that.
Do I look stupid to you? I can see why Miami would like this deal. We'll talk about that in a second. I don't think so, J44. I don't think so at all.
I mean, because they want De'Aaron Fox, and if I'm the Kings, I hold out for Castle. I think. I mean, Keldon Johnson may work as well, but I think. I think Vassell has to be in there. Doesn't have to be in there, but like Vassell's contract is what really takes that situation to a feasible level. Maybe Keldon Johnson makes enough where they can use him instead of Vassell, but the non-negotiable is Castle.
Go back to this tweet here. I know we got some things to talk about, my man. How do you pronounce Evan's last name? Sideri? Evan Sideri. We've been chatting this morning. He was chasing something down, and he was able to source this and corroborate it. The Suns are running to Sacramento in an attempt to get the Jimmy Butler deal done. This is a hypothetical trade that he put together, I think, with a little help that's cap compliant and works. In this situation, the Suns land Jimmy Butler and Colby Jones. The Spurs land De'Aaron Fox and Kevin Huerter. The Kings land Bradley Beal and his $100 million. Keldon Johnson, 4 first-round picks, 3 via the Spurs, 1 via the Suns, and the Heat land Harrison Barnes, Trey Jones, Trey Lyles, and 2 first-round picks from the Suns. So there's 3 things that stand out to me immediately. The Suns would be happy. The Spurs would be happy. The Heat would be happy.
Who are the Heat getting again?
Harrison, expiring, I believe.
It sounds right.
Trey Jones, Trey Lyles, expiring. 2 first-round picks from the Suns. Spurs get De'Aaron, Kevin. Suns get Jimmy Butler, Colby Jones. And the Kings get Keldon Johnson, 4 first-round picks, 3 from the Spurs, 1 from the Suns, and then Bradley Beal. I don't know why I laughed. I like Bradley Beal, but
that, you know what? That's not
throw in Castle and we'll do it.
But that's literally what I said. Take one of those first rounders back and throw a Castle in there, and it's good.
And all you're doing is you're adding Brad and his money.
Yeah, and
can I remind you, everyone, of one thing? I forgot about this. Another story D'Lo and KC broke.
Yes.
When Brad was on his way out, we got word Brad would waive his no trade clause for Sacramento.
Mm-hmm.
There were a handful of teams that he would waive his no trade clause for. He wanted to go to Phoenix, but Sacramento was a team that if push came to shove, he would be interested in. We report beat Shams again. God, man, we have just, it's almost not fair. It is almost not fair. Well, it's not fair what we do to Eddie's little buddy. But Sacramento, like he would, I assume he still would. Maybe I'm wrong with De'Aaron's absence, but I assume he would still waive his no trade clause to come here and be in Sacramento. In that situation, I think he's starting alongside Malik Monk. And then you have to map out whether that work, whether you think that works or not. But I'm of the mindset, if you throw in the 2 Spurs guys instead of the 1, I don't care.
Yeah, take one of them.
It's not my $100 million.
And I know people feel how they feel about Bradley Beal. He's not a bad basketball player. Like he's not at all a bad basketball. He actually, his injury history is definitely a concern, and he was injured again last year. But he played really well last year. I think he averaged like 17, 18 points per game, shot like 47% from the field, 30-something%, high 30s from 3. Like he's a good basketball player. He's not what he was or the thought of what he was at one time. But if you were able to get 2 first-round picks, Castle, Bradley Beal's contract, Keldon Johnson, like that's not a bad deal at all. Like the more when you first said it and you just talked about like who was coming, just Bradley Beal, I was like, nah. But when I heard the first-round picks and I said, hey, can we swap one of those out for Castle? Like, yeah, like that's not a bad deal at all. It's doable.
Well, we'll see. It seems like maybe a little bit more of the NBA world hinges on what happens with Jimmy Butler than we realized. We knew that they were trying to get multiple teams involved simply because Miami has been very vocal with anyone who will report for them locally and nationally. They will not take Bradley Beal on. They will not take Bradley Beal's contract. They won't. So it was never a Phoenix-Miami trade. It was who else can get involved. And now you have the combustible element of another star potentially being on the move from his current franchise. And what'll be interesting is it feels for us like, man, the trade deadline is almost here. You got to do something. The trade deadline is almost here. You got to do something. It's 8 days away. It is legitimately an eternity away. Yeah. I will be very curious to see the approach taken from insiders that are aligned with agents and insiders that are aligned with front offices. Times like this, I wish Woj was around because you never really had to wonder with Woj. You knew who Woj was tweeting for. 9.5 times out of 10, you know exactly who Woj was tweeting for. Guys like Chris Haynes, Shams Charania, or Eddie Gonzalez, they know people everywhere. Sam Amick, another one. You're just left to kind of shuffle through this and determine what it means. And that's what's happening on social media right now is people are trying to figure out what stuff means. They're trying to figure out what tweets mean, what Sam's tweet means, what Sham's tweet means, who it came from, who's benefiting from this, who's winning the war of public opinion. Like it's a cold game right now. That's going to get way, way colder as the 6th approaches. Yep. February 6th. Yep. As February 6th approaches. 1 week from tomorrow. Yep. Kings return home, by the way, 1 week from today. Right there, front and center, on the ESPN 1320's Twitter page, a picture of De'Aaron Fox. Come to the game on February 5th.
Oh, no, wait a minute. Are they giving out signed jerseys? Signed De'Aaron?
No, it's HBCU night, and even a De'Aaron Fox trade can't ruin HBCU night.
No, never.
Can't ruin it. We're going to be happy no matter what.
Absolutely. So we talked about before the break. Do we want to do that now? Because I just realized it's short here. Huh?
Yeah. No, it's mine because I didn't want to do that first segment short. So we'll come back with that.
While we're still here though on this trade, this potential trade, or
and what I mean when I say we'll come back, Kenny will explain why he hates De'Aaron Fox.
I don't hate De'Aaron. 3 first. Does it say which ones? in there? Because like the
Chicago
one is protected.
It doesn't. It didn't. It said 3 from the Spurs, 1 from the Suns. It didn't outline what.
Got you.
What picks because they have Atlanta's. They also have Minnesota's, and of course they have their own also.
4 first-round picks is that's pretty good. Like that's a pretty good haul back.
Yeah. You're getting paid in this situation. Again, I want Castle. You're getting paid to take Brad's contract.
Mm-hmm.
You're getting paid, I should say, in draft compensation to take Brad's contract.
Right. And you're not only are you getting the draft picks back, but you're getting players that can help you right now. Well, in that case, I said, I appreciate you. All right, boom. In that case, I'm talking about like Stephon Castle too. So you're getting Stephon Castle back that could help you. Contrary to what people think, you're getting Bradley Beal back that could help you, and you're getting picks for the future that are potentially pretty good picks. I'm pulling up San Antonio's stuff right now. All right, so that this upcoming year, 2025 draft, they've got their own pick. They've got Atlanta's pick. They've got Charlotte's 15 through 30. If Atlanta's 15 through 30, it probably won't. They've got Chicago's. That is top 10 protected. So I'm assuming maybe you get their own. You get Atlanta's. And you said 3 first rounders from San Antonio?
Yep. Again, remember they have their own. They have Atlanta's, and they have 1 from Minnesota.
The one I would ask for,
I think it's Minnesota,
is they've got Charlotte that's protected. They've got their own Atlanta, Charlotte via New York to Atlanta.
Okay.
And Chicago, which is
okay.
protected.
I don't know where the hell I got Minnesota from. Sorry.
I would want their own in 2025. I'd want Atlanta's in 2025, and I'd want Atlanta's in 2027.
Well, given what's going on with Atlanta, I'd absolutely want their 2025 right now.
Right.
They got terrible news today.
Yeah, that's tough.
Give me that right this second.
That is tough. But yeah, if you could get 2 Atlanta unprotected picks,
and you know what? I want my pick swap back. Let's call it what it is. I want my pick swap back in 2031. We'll come back. Kenny will give us another reason why he hates De'Aaron Fox when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. That's a terrific color, and I'm bugging out. Like, they had to have planned that, right? Like, you can't just randomly match that color with each other.
Who's matching?
I think it's Malika. Watch. I mean, it's close, right? It's close enough.
It's in the neighborhood.
Careful, Perk. You a little too big to be on that box, bro. Be careful.
Big boots.
Hit the thumbs up while y'all here. Thumbs up, subscribe, all that good stuff, man. We welcome in the 1,200 plus YouTube watchers that are watching, man. The 6,300 total. We appreciate you guys. Thanks for being with us another day, man. Shout out to Bonte Hill, too. Bonte called me this morning. Bonte has some questions. I had to help our brother out, but it was great to hear from our man this morning.
Shout out our guy, Guru. I was talking to Guru last night. He had questions, too. Shout out, Guru. Guru funny, man.
Guru hella funny.
Guru funny. I got to sit down and watch a game with Guru somewhere, man. So I don't know if anybody, it was really random that I tweeted this out last night, but I tweeted out about the Planetary Parade. Is anybody familiar with this? What's going on? It's actually really, really cool. Really, really cool. If you it's a clear night, at least there were clear nights last night. I think this goes on for like 2 or 3 days. You look in the sky, and if you know what you're looking at, you can see the planets. It happens every 400 years. So allegedly, like I said, I just read up on it or whatever, but allegedly, I saw Mars last night. I saw Jupiter last night, and there was one other one that I can't remember. Might have been Pluto. But when I heard about it and read about it, I was like, yo, what the hell? And then they got these little, the guides or whatever. Like if you look this way and look up, that's what that is that you're seeing. And that is fire. That is fire.
That's cool.
Once every 400 years, they say.
And so we missed it?
I heard it was like yesterday wasn't the first day. It was like maybe 2 or 3 days. And then there might be like another day or 2 left.
Let's see.
I actually have, or do I still have a telescope? Or Reese has one. I don't know. We might not have that anymore. Oh, Ben is weighed in. That deal is that deal is ass. Venus, I saw Venus. And I think it's authentic. I'm not calling cap on it because they do look different than stars. If you ever look up at the sky and see the stars, like you know what that looks like. And these do look a little different.
All right. Let's not waste time and get sidetracked. Why again do you hate De'Aaron?
Do not hate De'Aaron Fox at all. Don't hate that man at all. I actually like De'Aaron Fox. I really like De'Aaron Fox, the player. Spoken to him a couple times. Very nice, very pleasant interactions with him. Good guy as far as I know. So don't have any dislike towards De'Aaron Fox, but I do dislike some of the things that he has said in the past, and in particularly this Chris Biderman thing. And maybe it's just a pet peeve of mine, but I am very, very tired of hearing, well, he hasn't said it a lot, but I've heard others complain about how they, quote unquote, left him out there to answer all the Mike Brown questions. Like, just like I say for the Kings, just have the press conference. Like, it's just have it. Like, you have to have it or whatever. It's not that big of a deal to have the press conference. It's a bigger deal not to have it. It wasn't a big deal what he went through. Like, even if they had, when people were blaming him for Mike Brown being fired, that was way before any press conference would have happened. And it died probably before any press conference would have happened. Like, it died like 36 hours later because people like ourselves and everybody else was like, no, this isn't what happened. It's not true. Hell, Lou Williams was on his show the next day saying, nah, Fox didn't have nothing to do with it. It was more so the way people, like, it died. So this whole notion that, oh my gosh, she was left out there to dry, left out there hanging to answer all these questions. Like, I get it, but it's like a number of reasons why, like, no, like, I don't see it the same way.
Okay.
I just don't.
I couldn't possibly disagree with you more, but I'll ask you this question. When was the last time De'Aaron spoke on this?
On
Mike Brown and the firing and no press conference and being asked to answer.
I thought Biderman said today that was one of the
today.
He said.
Yeah. Well, and he said that to Chris. I don't even think Chris wrote that. He wrote, I really won't go into detail on any of that stuff. That was the quote from De'Aaron. Chris gave us a little more because that's the beauty of being with the insiders is you could talk about stuff that doesn't go in the article. But outside of that, did De'Aaron do it when he had to ask questions about, like, De'Aaron is literally never, to my knowledge, he's never brought this up before.
No, and it's not on what I'm saying is not on De'Aaron per se.
Okay.
It's the notion that everybody else, James or anything, oh man, you left him out there to dry. Like
you did. You left your star player out there to answer questions because you were too much of a coward to address it yourself.
Yeah, and all I'm saying,
and that's wrong.
I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying it's not that big of a deal.
I don't think you. No,
that's not an X factor.
No, I just can't. You are so wrong on that. The organization you play for 8 years allowed you to get thrown under the bus. You just railed against him for taking that picture with Mike Brown. He took the picture with. When does De'Aaron do anything on social media? He took the picture with Mike to say, look, I'm here. This is my man. I'm right here. Like you can shake your head at this. You can roll your eyes at this all you want to. The organization he's played for 8 years allowed his ass to get run over. No one stopped it. Monty didn't stop it. Wes's ass didn't stop it. Vivek didn't stop it. Jeremy Lamb didn't stop it. Nobody stopped it.
He got run over by
who? The whole media was questioning whether De'Aaron was behind this. It was all over that night.
We aren't
the only media.
Everybody in this city. There's not one media member in this city that said Fox was the reason.
So what did I just say to start the show? Everyone wants to talk about what local media does until they get scooped on something, and then they go to Shams and say, oh, it's real now. It's not real when D'Lo and Casey say it, but it's real when Shams says, no, but wait a minute. This hit national. This was in The Athletic. This was on Hoops Hype. This was in the the New York Daily Post. This was every team that has been salivating over De'Aaron Fox wrote about it. Every single one. And De'Aaron's got to take all of these hits. You act like De'Aaron is you and me. You act like De'Aaron is a couple thousand Twitter followers. De'Aaron is a star player in the National Basketball Association. Him getting run over is not the same as you and I getting run over.
I'm not saying it is. But
it was a bitch move for the organization to leave him out there.
That's fine. And what I'm telling you is, like, it comes with the territory. There's a reason why they call that man lead GM. It comes with the territory. You want to be all NBA, you want to be top flight, you're gonna get that whether it's a press conference or not. So a press conference would have stopped that from the New York Post and nationally, and people nationally thinking that, John Dickinson thinking that. A press conference would have stopped that. It don't stop it for LeBron.
I don't know. It didn't happen.
Okay, but
De'Aaron's not LeBron, man. What are we doing?
What are you talking about?
De'Aaron's not LeBron.
He wants to be on that level, correct?
I want to be on that level too. But guess what? Me and De'Aaron, we're not on LeBron's level.
So what is De'Aaron? Is De'Aaron a top flight player?
He's a good basketball player who is the face of this franchise for the last 8 years.
Okay. What I'm telling you is these things happen to top flight players all the time. They get blamed for this stuff all the time. All the time. I understand not having a press conference, but is he thinking that he's immune to it?
Look, if your organization comes out and says this was our decision, does that change Sam Amick from writing an article? Does that change the Spurs writers and the Brooklyn Nets writers from writing about De'Aaron Fox? I have no idea. But you have on record your general manager saying Mike Brown was not getting the job done for us. This team was not excelling the way we expected them to, so we had to make a change. We're throwing all of our resources behind Doug Christie to get this job done. Waited, a week to talk to Mark Jones without any questions from anybody else? That's whack. That's a whack move by the organization. It was a whack move by Monty McNair. It was a whack move by everybody involved in it. And you feel the way you do.
But have I disputed that once? Have I disputed that it was wrong?
No, but you've minimized its impact. You've minimized its impact since it's happened. You said, what would a press conference do? If nothing else, it does this. If nothing else, does De'Aaron, and we don't know. I'll ask you, if nothing else, does De'Aaron feel like the organization has his back if they have a press conference?
Sure.
Oh, yes, no, we ain't go. Yes. To be clear, yes. This was our decision. Players don't make decisions for us.
I could see where he would feel they had his back.
So you can't be upset that he's upset that they didn't. Again, this isn't an article written on a non-press conference. It was a question that Chris Biderman asked that De'Aaron answered. That was a part of a Q&A session between the two. Shout out again to Chris Biderman for the one-on-one today.
I would. Okay. I know I'm not De'Aaron Fox. I know I don't have a billion Twitter followers or whatever the case may be, but I would like to believe if I'm in that situation, I understand that comes with the territory. That comes with the territory. If I want to be franchised, if I want to be all NBA, if I want to be a star, have my own shoe, when something goes wrong, they're going to look to say it was my fault.
Which is fine. That's fine. The problem is the organization saying it's not, or not saying it's not. That's the problem. This good. We can rewind to the beginning of the show. A play on words, optics. It's all it is. A play on words and optics. You set the optics where De'Aaron's in front of the firing squad. Does he have to take those bullets as the guy on this team? Sure. But at some point, someone should have been there for a token press conference if you want. This was our decision. Mike wasn't getting the job done. We moved on. And they didn't.
Don't say at some point. Say like in the first 48 hours. Because at some point it did happen.
It didn't. It wasn't. I'm sorry. When did it happen? I didn't get the invite. When did it happen?
It wasn't good enough. It wasn't a press conference, but it was addressed. That's all I'm saying.
No,
I don't think that. I don't think that was the same thing.
He mentioned Mike 10 minutes into that goddamn interview.
I don't think that was the same thing. I'm not saying that, but don't say at some point. I agree with you.
No, you got it. You're right. You have to address it immediately. Yeah. Immediately, you fire a head coach, you address it immediately.
100%.
And they didn't. And that to me, and I don't know him like that. Mm-hmm. That's why he took the picture with Mike. I don't think that's why he went to dinner with Mike. That's why he took the picture with Mike and was like, "Yeah, go ahead, Q, post it. Everybody gonna see it. This is my man."
Yeah, I think I live differently in that situation. I expect
you don't live through what they live.
I'm talking about what I'm looking like. I'm not saying I live through what they live. I'm talking about the way I would think that I would handle it. It comes with the territory.
Okay. All right. We're not going to get anywhere.
I'm just saying, once again, like if they would have had the press conference, you think it would have stopped?
No, I don't know.
We both agree.
I don't know. I don't care if the conversation stops or not. That shouldn't even be the question.
Is it about
the question should be, hang on 1 second. The question should be, how does De'Aaron feel about it?
Obviously, he has a problem with it.
I'm saying in the other way, if the press conference is had, how does De'Aaron feel about it? Because does San Antonio still write about it? Does Brooklyn, do all of these teams that are salivating at the thought of acquiring De'Aaron Fox still write about it? Probably. But how does De'Aaron feel about it? That would be my question. If he feels exactly the same, well, then it doesn't matter. But I can't envision a way that he would when the question was, do you have a problem with the fact that this front office, that this organization did not address the firing of Mike Brown? Go ahead.
You guys think less about stopping it, more so just having your franchise players back.
That's it. Again, it comes with the territory. The way you feel, your mentality, there's nothing wrong with that. That's fine. De'Aaron has taken plenty of bullets in the past. Look, I don't want to kill the bit. I have no idea if the man's ankle hurt or not. But I know when it got better. So, like, it's fun and it's hot. Like, I get it. There's nothing malicious behind that. Mm-hmm. But this is different. You can write your articles. You could talk. Well, some people say this. Well, some people say that. That's fine. The organization fired Mike Brown and stated why. You talk about addressing it. Monty didn't even say why they fired Mike Brown. He just said, hey, we want to thank Mike. He broke the streak, but we're throwing all our resources behind Doug. That's trash, dude. It's trash.
So once again,
what that segment just say that we saw? Stand on business. They wouldn't do it.
So once again, I want to be clear with what I'm saying. Have I ever stated that they were right in how they handled it?
Nope.
I haven't. I've said numerous times, just have the damn press conference. Take the questions. Say no comment to death, but you have to have the press conference.
No, you can't no comment to death. Why did you fire your head coach?
The word saladed to death. I don't care. You don't have to tell the real reason.
And that's fine, but give a reason.
Fine. I agree. You have to have it. Fine. Don't no comment. The whole thing, the entire time. Like you have to do it though. All I'm saying is, for me personally, like that's part of the territory. The questions wouldn't stop. The blaming.
We're getting nowhere. Stop. Let's just it's like you're not listening to what I'm saying.
I'm listening.
I'm hearing every word you're saying. You're not listening to anything I'm saying.
And what I'm telling you is me, the way I look at it. He, you, everybody else clearly has a problem with it. And it weighs a lot more on you guys than it does me. I'm giving my opinion on how I feel about it.
So the organization leaves you out there. You don't care. You're like, oh, this comes with the territory. You've been here for 8 years. You went through Dave Yeager, Luke Walton, Alvin Gentry. You had a goddamn fan puke courtside that made the lone Kings highlight of the year was a fan throwing up courtside. You lived through all of that. You get the beam going. Everybody's all excited. The drought's broken. You fire the head coach that did that, and no one addresses it. And there's speculation from ex-NBA players and all over media that you are the reason why, because of the play that happened the night before. And you, Kenny Caraway, Mr. Teflon Don, you're not fazed by any of that. The Sacramento Kings say nothing. That organization that you rode with through all of that says nothing, and it doesn't faze you at all.
I don't think it would carry the same weight that it carries with you guys. No, it's not. Okay, so I don't do that when you got your opinion, right? Unless it is compounded on things. If it's just another thing that I have a problem with, yes, it would weigh. But as an isolated incident, all right, whatever. I have my own platform where I can say it wasn't me.
So what if it is?
What if it is what?
Another incident.
That is a separate argument. I'm talking about it as an individual incident. If it is the fifth thing this year,
okay, let's try. Then
this. yes, like it carries different weight.
Let's try this then. Do you think that's an individual incident for De'Aaron Fox this season?
I don't. I do not. But I'm addressing it as an individual situation.
Okay,
it's a different conversation to say if this is the sixth thing that I've had a problem with you. Yeah, it carries more weight than just its individual situation.
What if it's the third?
It could carry more weight. Yes, it could carry more weight.
Okay. All right. You got anything on this?
No, I think you guys should keep going. I mean, we got 10 more minutes, so yeah, we can go anywhere right now.
No, I'm not trying to throw it a break. He can get in on these phone lines.
I feel you guys are both making the same point. Like,
no, I don't think we
are.
Not
the same
We're
point.
Not
you guys are making the same point, but
no,
like you guys are coming at it from different. Like Kenny is saying, like it's something like it comes with the territory. But like I also get the other side where yes, as a star player and your team's kind of hanging you out there to dry, yeah, it's gonna affect you. Both things can be right in this instance, I think.
And once again,
it's up to Fox if he feels like it's a compounding thing, or like Kenny said, maybe it's just this one thing or whatever.
I'm not even saying not once have I said they were right for handling it the way they did. Not once. Not one time.
Never said you did.
I think when I bring it up, I think they're two different things. They intertwine. And then when you talk about if it's a number of different things, or if you talk about I already got a foot out the door, this is pushing me out the door. Yeah.
Personally, if you know that your guys already kind of, hey, I might not be here, all that, and like you know that you're aware of this, like and you're trying to keep him around, you need to go and kind of stand out there in front of him as an organization.
We could be at a point where De'Aaron's like, I don't even think this organization wants me here.
Could be looking at it like that.
I don't think we are, but I think you're closer to one. I don't think that was the first thing that happened this year that agitated De'Aaron. In fact, I'll go a step further and say it wasn't the first thing that happened this year that agitated De'Aaron Fox. Two, your original point to start this show, I think, is far closer to reality than anything else. They've been looking elsewhere, plural. They have looked elsewhere outside of Sacramento. And once you start doing that, that's that. It's hard to bring your eyes back and get focused on what you're doing. Especially, it's still Trista's analogy. When the sexiest girl at the school is in San Antonio. That's TC at the top, yeah? 916-909-1320. I can't tell if Jesse told me to hold on and don't do anything. So I see the phone lines, and I just want everybody to be able to get they
tap
get
in, man.
off.
Tap in. What you say? 916-909-1320, man.
Did I say that?
I thought you did, but just
I might have said
no.
You
said the wrong. The right number.
Oh, okay.
I was just reiterating.
You never know.
King's got us forgetting our phone number. Oh my god.
Well, in defense, we have two. TC. Yeah. God damn it.
Don't even. Hey, look. Don't even. Hey, what's up with my two brothers, Jesse? What's up, man?
What's up, big dog?
Hey, this one of them times though, man. But we gotta. So look, I'm gonna be honest with you though. So y'all both got valid points. I feel you, D-Lo. Like, man, you got to get up there and speak about that. Don't let this dude leaving and drive in here 8 years. But Kenny, I get what you're saying too. Like, well, hold on, man. I'm not tripping on that. I got my own platform where I can talk about what I need to talk about. I'm not tripping on that. It's bigger than that, right? So, like, where are we at now? We're at this point now, right? We already know, like, he wants to move on. If the trade is going to get done, bro, this is my trade package. San Antonio, he wants to come there. This is what get it done. I'm telling you. Take both the first round picks. They got 3 this year. Give us the Atlanta pick, give us the Chicago pick, and give us a 2028 Chicago first round pick with Devin Vassell and SoCan. They might not come off Castle. We don't even want Castle. Just give us Sohan.
No, okay, settle down. Settle down,
man. I disagree with that.
Settle down.
Castle has to be in there.
Yeah, I will get. Nah, yeah, we ain't doing that.
We can't do a deal if Castle not in there. We can't do a deal if Castle.
For real though.
Yeah, no, give me that.
Yeah,
give me that. If we got any type of leverage, give me that. I want to get over once. Once, just get over.
One time in your life.
We look around at these deals that are done around the league and go, man, they did really well. No, we want to be that team for once.
Mm-hmm.
Who else is there? Is that Steven? Let's get Steven in here. Steven, what's happening?
What's happening, boys? How you guys doing?
Good, man.
Bad,
man.
We're yelling at each other. The show's about to end. This is worse than Drake and Kendrick. Sorry, man. Go ahead.
Man, literally. Okay, so you're sourced, my guy. So you've been making some serious, like, I wouldn't say reports, but you've been making dropping some breadcrumbs and everything as of like the past 2 days and beyond, really. But these last 2 days, you need the credit. First off, second of all, Wes Wilcox is a snake, man, and I really agree with that. I'm on the impression that Wes Wilcox, him being the quote unquote GM and Monty being kind of more of the draft guy, do you think that just teams don't want to deal with the organization just due to the fact of how this GM situation, the front office situation is set up? Because maybe like another GM, it's like, I want to deal with Monty. I don't like you, Wes, but I have to deal with you because you're the guy that's dealing with that's doing the work on that end of the court. You know what I mean? No pun intended.
No, I got you. I don't think so, Steven. I think if a team wants to do it.
I mean, it could be, but
it could.
Probably to what you're about to say, like that shouldn't supersede your team.
Yeah, if you want to get a deal done for you, I don't like this guy, but I'll deal with him.
Right.
That's how Kenny feels about me when he comes into work. I don't like this guy, but the show works, so we got to do it. We got to do it.
I'm just the middleman that calms you guys down before every show.
That's it. You don't do a very good job.
It's good for content, though.
Let's get Rico in here. 916-909-1320. What's happening, Rico?
Hey, what's up, fellas? How you guys doing, man?
Good, man. How you doing?
Good, man. I ain't even gonna lie. This thing went crazy within really, really fast. I thought it was just some bull BS. And if it's to the point, man, we need people here that want to be here, man. And I ain't even got time to be it's De'Aaron's fault. It's whose fault? Just we got to get better as a team.
Mm-hmm.
And the main thing I'm pissed off about is all the damn De'Aaron Fox jerseys I got in my closet, man. I got every single Kings jersey there is, and they're all De'Aaron Fox.
That's all right. They throwbacks now. They classics.
So you wear them like a Mike Bibby one. Mike Bibby was traded.
I wonder if De'Aaron wears a do-rag tonight.
Oh, no.
That'd be epic. Would be epic. Do-Rag De'Aaron returns in Philadelphia because, by the way, there is a game today.
Yes, there is a game, and a pretty important one too. They got to find a way to get this one, man. Pretty important.
It's the funny thing of all this. Like, it's all kind of doom and gloom the last couple of days, but there's still what 2 games out of the 5th seed.
They're still like what 11-4.
I don't know if it's a dysfunctional
11-3 or something.
Organization winning games, or if this is the front office. Like, I don't know what this is with this team right now. Like, if Doug Christie and the players are on their own little island, just kind of all right. They do what they do over there. Like, let's handle our business here, guys. But they're kind of navigating through it seems.
Yeah. And I do want to say this because people tweet or hey man, I don't really. I'm pretty consistent with how I view these things. I just want the Kings to win. I don't really care how they get there. I understand how they get there matters. I get that, but like I say all the time, like if everything goes perfect and they're a great front office and organization and everything's great and they're winning 17 games, that's not gonna make me happy. If they're a mess and they win in 60 games, I'll be happy. You know what I'm saying? Like if they're a mess and they're making the playoffs, I'll be happy. I don't really care who's here. I don't really care how it goes down. It's akin to how you're talking about, like how you and others say it's not my money. Like I don't care. It's not my job in the front office. So I don't care how it gets done.
This organization is worth multitudes of what Vivek paid for it. He's got it. We're fine.
I don't care.
Get to the salary cap.
I want to see winning basketball. I want to see playoff basketball. And that is my main focus all the time.
Is there a cap on this team's ceiling if/when Fox is gone? No. Like, can a team led by Domantas Sabonis and DeMar DeRozan get you to the Western Conference Finals, to the finals? Because ultimately, that's what you're building towards. Like, can you still reach that goal? Like,
I still feel like you can get to the playoffs. I think the idea of getting
like basically you can get to the playoffs, but are we just going to be running the hamster wheel with no real direction going forward?
That's fine. I don't care. Give me that. I don't care. What I don't want to do is revert back to what they were.
Right.
If they, and I'll say it, like if they're Portland and they just get to the finals or get to the playoffs and that's fine.
Right. But
right now I don't even know that they're good enough to get to the playoffs. That's part of the problem.
I agree with that. And people are like, but that's not what you play for. You play for the championship. I'll take it right now. Like that's how we've been for 2 decades, damn near. I'll take a step up.
Work things out along the way.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem is this season needs to end with the front office fired. I don't know that there's a lot that can happen over the next 8 days to change my mind. You have, and that sucks because I feel like that puts Doug's job in jeopardy. And Doug has, you don't have to make a decision after 15 games, but Doug is doing a hell of a job of showing he can be the Sacramento Kings head coach. But hiring a general manager prior to that contract being in place is problematic for Doug. Hiring that general manager with that contract already in place is problematic for the organization.
I got a question for you when we come back.
All right. What were we saving something else too? I can't remember. Kamara's on the line. We'll get to some of these phone calls too. Nobody hang up. We got you. The second we get back, it's D'Lo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Rico. Depends on who you're talking to, man. For some people, it wasn't good enough. But even with that, things change throughout the year. Things change. Expectations change. What you're looking for.
Hold up.
What you accept change.
So we was this year talking about a team winning a championship?
No, we were talking about playoffs this year.
Yeah, I don't know who Rich talks to or what show he listens to.
No, because there's a lot of I'm not even saying I'm right. I just know I was kind of alone. And I kind of agreed with everybody else when I was like, make the playoffs and you're good. And the majority of people, media members, like, that's not good enough. You missed the year last year. You don't have a just make the playoffs in you.
Maybe I'm misreading what he's right.
You got to win a series.
Year 3, year 4 of this is like, yeah, when you want to get to conference finals and stuff. But like this year, I don't think that was not like we weren't expecting that.
Everybody, a lot of people were saying just making the playoffs ain't good enough.
So what am I reading wrong here? That wasn't it. The LOL playoffs are good enough. To me, that says we have to win a championship. Am I reading that wrong?
Yeah, Rich is off.
Like, is that? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna sit here. I'm gonna shut the fuck up. That's what I'm gonna do because clearly I can't. I already came into the show agitated, so I'll just shut the fuck up and y'all do what you do. Kenny's right, and I just talk. So I'll just sit here and shut the fuck up.
About being right, but what he said
playoffs aren't good enough. LOL. Like, okay, so we're talking about winning the championship.
No, what he said was this wasn't what was said before. Like just getting to the playoffs. He said that wasn't good enough before at the beginning of the season. And now he's laughing at the fact that we're saying playoffs are good enough, SMH.
Okay.
Because that wasn't said at the beginning of the season. People were like, just getting there isn't good enough. You have to win a series or people need to go. And now today, people still might feel the same way. But today we just had a conversation saying, just get to the playoffs being good enough. That's all that was being said. And initially I said just getting to the playoffs was good enough. But I understood what some people were saying, like, nah, that was good 2 years ago. And even the second year, but you missing the second year doesn't allow you not to have the expectations. Like because you missed the playoffs last year, it doesn't mean you get it. That wasn't a gap year. Like, no, you need to win a series. A lot of people were saying that, which made sense. Makes sense still.
Man, I see you, Sacktown Tony. Thanks for that. Where are we at? Oh, we don't have time. Nah, it's fine. No, I'm just looking at this DM that Sacktown Tony sent me. Okay. All right, man. We see it all. I'm gonna forget it, man. Let's go to the phones. I can't. I feel like it has to be said, given what's going on. I'm not addressing a player's wife. That's all I'll say. Whatever you do on social media, I'm not addressing a player's wife. That's a player's wife. That's another man's wife. Do what you got to do. That's your family. It's your husband. Do what you got to do. Let's get to these phone lines, man. We'll start with we got Stephen Rico. Let's start with Daniel. Daniel, what's going on, brother?
Hey, man, how's it going?
Good, bro.
Hey, I got a question. So, all over Twitter, of course, Spurs are saying that Castle is off the board. They're not dealing with him. And Miami's saying that Kal-El, they're not dealing with him. So what do the Kings do in that situation, man? Do you have the time to play hardball, or do you just have to? Are they going to end up settling for less than what they should be getting for Fox? Because that would be a huge disappointment.
Yeah, Daniel, I just don't have a lot of faith in this organization, man. I don't know. There's going to be a lot of posturing over the next 8 days. There's going to be posturing. There's going to be tweeting. There's going to be insider talks. There's going to be Shams on ESPN. There's going to be a lot of that stuff. And it's the front office's job to navigate that. It is their job to either work with San Antonio or work with Rich Paul or work with a different team out there to try to execute a deal that is good for you. Yesterday, we heard we'll do what's best. We want to do what's best for everybody involved. If there's a deal that works for Sacramento, that works for De'Aaron Fox, that deal will get done. I don't know how long that remains the line of thinking. Let's get Kamara in here, 916-909-1320. Kamara, what's good, baby?
What's going on, gentlemen? So my thought process is this, man. Number one, a week in the NBA is an eternity. If they run the table next few games, catch the 6 seed, it might change things, but whatever. I'm on to actually the trade package here. I think about like the comparisons of like Utah, Cavs, and OKC and Clips, and you saw those trades. I think with OKC and Clips, obviously they Paul George and Shea, but they also got Gallinari and like 5 picks, right? Or 4 picks, so 5 picks. And then you look at Utah, they got Utah and Cleveland. Cleveland got Donovan, and then they got 3 players. So they got Colin Sexton, Lauri Markkanen, I forget the other player, and then 5 picks. And so what I'm looking at it is like, all right, why is it when we're talking about Sacramento, oh, you're just going to get these 2 rotational players and 2 picks? What is going on with the value? Like, to me, I'm not. I guess it goes into are they saying that Paul George and De'Aaron are not on the same level? Is that just the unspoken thing? Like they're not on the same level. Okay, if that's fair, but why are we only being offered or given, not offered because nothing's been public, right? But why is it the public conversation of Sacramento? You'll get these 2 unprotected picks and you'll get 2 players and you'll just have to like it. When we look at the history of this league, that has not been the standard. The standard is that you get the player you want. You get the 1 player, and then we get a potential star rotational player, whether it's a Lauri Markkanen, right, or a Shea Gildress, and then another rotational player and several first-round draft picks. That has been the standard. From Sacramento, I don't see how they just all of a sudden move away from that type of standard that's already been set in the previous trades. That's your table. That's what I'm looking at. That's what I'm negotiating. It should be Castle, by the way. I just want to make sure.
Yeah. That's Mando.
Yeah.
That's Mando. In my opinion.
No, I couldn't agree more. I think I think the discussion is in regards to San Antonio. They don't have that player. Like there's the young star. Like remember where Shea was when he was traded. Like he was like, I think he might be it, but he wasn't there yet.
And nobody thought he was that. They thought he was.
No, they didn't think he was this.
Yeah, they thought he was a really good ball player. But number one, you answered your own question, Kamar. Paul George is not looked at the same as De'Aaron Fox. Like he's not, and
Paul George also out tonight, by the way.
Yeah, he's held in higher regard. He's a different tier player, especially at that point in time. He's a different tier player than where De'Aaron Fox is right now. You mentioned SGA was looked at differently. Nobody saw MVP. They saw a really good ball player.
That was a hostage trade.
Yeah.
That was an absolute hostage trade. It was very different.
Yeah. And then you bring up Utah and Cleveland. Lauri Markkanen, same way. He was not looked at as Lauri Markkanen. Like he's a good ball player, but he was a guy that couldn't stay healthy. You know what I mean? Skilled, but nobody was looking at, not one person was looking at him. I don't even think Utah was looking at him like a franchise player at that point in time. So it kind of, it actually is on par with what is being discussed with De'Aaron Fox. Then you got the element of it's not really open for business, because if they're telling people he's only going to San Antonio, don't waste your time, that dilutes what you could get even more.
But that like, and this is where Rich is smart. He's not. We know it. De'Aaron didn't even do it. Like De'Aaron's line to Chris, if you listen to Chris Biderman earlier, was, well, that's what the reports say. It essentially going, well, that's what's out there. Like, yeah, Rich knows if it's San Antonio and no one else, that makes the business between Sacramento and San Antonio very, very difficult. That makes because Rich wants this deal done too. He wants this deal done for his client. And if De'Aaron wants to play in San Antonio, he wants that deal done now because his client can get the 270 or whatever, 290, whatever the number is. He can get that if he gets to San Antonio now. It's in everybody's best interest to believe that De'Aaron Fox is open for business. When in reality, he's probably not.
Right.
And the fact is that open for business sign gets smaller and smaller and smaller the closer everybody wins if a deal gets done today.
Mm-hmm.
Now, whether that actually happens or not is an entirely different conversation. But if you can orchestrate a deal where we're not hemming and hawing about stuff, and it's like, all right, you want this, here's what we got. Well, go back and forth on picks, and the deal gets done, everybody wins.
Well, but the other aspect
But when we get to Thursday, it's different because now teams know, no, they're full of crap.
Well,
De'Aaron's signing it like he won't sign in Miami.
But that could be happening right now.
It could be.
That could be happening right now. Like
it could be, but if you're rich, you could put that stuff off
until they ask you.
No,
until they say, De'Aaron, Rich, will De'Aaron resign here?
Yeah, and you can navigate through that. Like, yeah, well, it's something we'll look at. Like, of course, like right now, the option, like we're keeping all of our options on the table right now.
Yeah, but
because I have, and that includes San Antonio. Because again, this is where Rich approached this the right way. That's why he does what he does. They haven't said we'll resign in San Antonio.
Mm-hmm.
Those are people those are people like us doing their work behind the scenes to figure out what's going on.
As a general manager, though, like we'll see, that's not good enough.
No, it's not.
Like, so I know what you're doing. Like,
but
once again, this is and you know these things because you've been in these rooms, you know how these things work. But this is playing with words in the public to a certain degree.
Yeah, but you can't play with those words privately. So you have to navigate it differently. Look, we're listening to everything, man. We're keeping our eyes options open. Sure, he absolutely has a thought of playing in San Antonio. But if San Antonio's deal isn't correct, Sacramento's not going to do it. So he's open to anything. You have to do that.
Would it be illegal? I mean, I guess if it got out, it would. But like in closed doors, would it be illegal if Houston said, will he resign here? And Rich Paul said yes.
Yeah, that's
like if it got out, yes. But like in a private conversation, can he say?
Well, in a private conversation, it's illegal too. But and it never happens.
True. But that's one of the things I'm asking.
Yeah,
like Rich,
he's not signing in Houston.
I know. So like Rich, oh no, we'll see what's going on. That's not good enough for me to give up 4 first rounders and my 2 youngest players, assets. Sorry. You're not serious about him coming here.
But Rich puts you put that stuff off by going, well, tell me what a deal looks like. Because I have to know, like, if I can present to De'Aaron what the Rockets look like with him on it, yeah, like he's open to sign. De'Aaron wants to win. That's how I'm pitching this. De'Aaron Fox wants to win. If you put together a roster that you don't have to shred this incredible group of talent that you have to get De'Aaron, sure, he'd be open to re-sign here. And you I didn't say he would. I said he'd be open to it. You leave a shred of truth in your big ass lie that you're telling. And all of this is to get him to one place. There could become a scenario where Fox, we can't get you there. We can't. So are you open to re-signing in these other places? Because they've got offers from, Miami. We'll throw Houston in for fun. And one that I read a lot about this morning, Brooklyn.
Brooklyn needs to sit down somewhere.
Well,
Brooklyn is as bad as the Lakers.
Brooklyn
got picks, but they don't got one player that I like. Cam Thomas. I don't even know.
Brooklyn's
Cam Thomas.
Brooklyn's telling everybody they're looking for your boy.
Yeah, come on, man. I heard that. Yeah, man. Settle, Brooklyn. You need to go back and charge up your car.
Land Giannis is the prize. Giannis who?
Before you start talking about this cross-country trip that you're about to drive on, go charge your car first.
Let's get Frank in here. 916-909-1320. What's happening, Frank?
What's going on, man? Hey, first of all, Fox might want to win. Just because he goes to San Antonio doesn't guarantee him nothing.
Okay, yeah, no, you ain't wrong.
And the next thing, he wants to be all NBA, right? Even if he goes to San Antonio, he's not going to be all NBA. There's more better guards than him in this league.
Well, the all NBA thing is going to die. Like that only works in Sacramento. All NBA doesn't matter once he leaves Sacramento.
And third of all, KD just got hurt. I mean, not KD, AD just got hurt. So the Lakers are about to take a fall. The Kings are going to catch him.
I like that. Yeah, I like that, Frank. I like that, Frank. I think Frank might have been sipping this afternoon. I don't know. That's all right, Frank. That's all, Frank. I ain't even mad at you. Get it in, Frank. Let's go, baby. It's Wednesday. Why not?
A little day drinking, huh?
Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with it.
Day drinking.
Ain't nothing wrong with it. Let's get Leezy in here.
Leezy, what you sipping on, man?
Yeah, great.
Hey, what's up? Hey, I'm on that Blue Bel Air. You know me.
Okay, there you go. There you go.
Yes, sir. Hey, D.Lo and Casey, guys, I had two questions. The first one, I don't really know how to word, but you guys were talking about Fox and Mike Brown and how Fox might have been feeling some type of way because, the organization didn't really cover him during the firing. I get both your sides on that, but I don't get how come if Fox felt such a way about it, why didn't he speak up when people interviewed him? He's talking about, oh, well, Mike's still getting paid, blah, 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 blah. I get he took the picture of Mike, but still, he could have defended him better, I think. I don't know. And just my last question, just putting this out there. I'm no longer a Heat fan. Breaking news.
Whoa! Wait, whoa! What the hell?
I'm done.
Who are you with?
I'm with nobody right now. I'm by myself.
He didn't even say I'm with the Kings, man. He said I'm with
Wait, what happened?
I'm tired of Pat Riley, man. We couldn't get Dame. He got Terry Rozier. He lost LeBron. D-Wade, you about to lose Jimmy. I'm tired of Pat Riley.
You ain't even been through nothing, Leezy. You just been to finals and all that.
I don't care. They could have gotten some help. Jimmy out here playing with a bunch of bums and people that wasn't even drafted. I don't care about the Heat no more. But for my second question, how come Fox is so against the Heat? You can go play with Bam Adebayo. You're living in Miami. You're on the East Coast. What's the problem? Why wouldn't you want to re-sign out there?
I don't think Fox is. Well, I don't know what Fox thinks, but my thought is Fox isn't maybe as much against it as the Heat and Clutch don't get along. That's kind of my thought.
There might be a few other reasons too, but yeah,
that's a tough deal to do with those two. I mean, we don't even know if the Heat want Fox.
Yeah,
we don't know if Fox wants the Heat or not.
PSA, you stay with your teams forever, even if they're dysfunctional. You stay in that dump.
It's kind of old to be saying
that dump. You stay in that dump until they take you out.
Yeah,
Leezy
man.
said, I am out of here.
That's crazy. They were just in the finals 2 years ago.
Let's get Leon in here. 916-909-1320 Elk Grove Kia Talk Line. Leon, what's happening, baby?
Yeah, hey, I have some quick data. If De'Aaron wants to win, here's the data. I looked at his shot numbers. When De'Aaron shoots over 20 shots a game this season, the Kings' win percentage is 36%. When he shoots under 20 shots a game, they win 61%. Since January 1st, it's even more impressive. They win when he shoots over 20, they win 25% since January 1st. And when he shoots under 20, they win 100% of the game since January 1st. I'm saying if De'Aaron wants to win, stay here, pass more, shoot less. Period.
Okay, I appreciate you, Leon. I think I want to win is a fun catchphrase. It's also a good technique for an agent. I don't doubt De'Aaron wants to win.
Well, you want to win because it'll bring you a bag.
Oh,
I mean, being in Sacramento gets him the bag. He gets the bag if he's in Sacramento.
But I think the winning in Sacramento gets you the All NBA, which gets you the extra money. No.
Yeah, he'll get extra money if he stays in Sacramento. He'll get extra money.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, he's not getting that. He's not making All-Star. He's not making All NBA.
And I not saying either one of you guys are. I don't want to disrespect these. He wants to win because he's one of the most competitive people on the planet.
I don't think
he got there.
I don't think it's the reasoning behind him staying and going.
Meaning, if the Kings won, he might still leave.
Correct. Correct. Was that Leon? Let's get Manny in here. What's going on, Manny? Oh, it's Wednesday. I know what that is.
Well, first of all, damn shame what happened to Leezy's fandom, but man. But I'll talk about culture, man. Trying to build this culture. I know sometimes people dismiss what that is, but that's for me is one of the craziest things and most frustrating watching this team, especially after getting past the playoff drought, and they look like they were building this culture where we were talking about what free agents would want to come and play with Fox and Sabonis and Monk. And then they continue to show their dysfunction in different types of ways. As I know we're not supposed to care what outside people think, but it really is Sacramento against the world. Like it's crazy. They just keep on, manifesting the same thing over and over again of how they act and the way they're running things and the way things go. And the only time we come out in the news is on stuff like this, like when the stuff makes us look like we're clowns and a dysfunctional organization. And it sucks because, I don't know, I think, culture is very important in a lot of ways. And speaking of culture, Don is dope. The dope ones, Corners of the Culture, is on tonight, 8 p.m., ESPN 1320. We're going to talk about the Kings, everything that's going on. We're going to talk about some art. We're going to talk about hip hop. It's going to be a good show. So everybody come on through and come pour out your thoughts about the Kings and come get some knowledge on some hip hop and art.
Good stuff, man. I love that. Looking forward to that episode tonight.
To what Manny was talking about. I mean, to a certain degree, though, the Kings that's something of their own doing. They give a lot of material. They give a lot of moments where you are looking like a laughingstock, like not having a press conference.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's self-inflicted. Nobody told you not to have the press conference. That's what, like, you guys and everybody else has been saying. That's what any normal franchise would do in that situation. And they themselves chose not to do it. So they bring a lot of that on themselves when it comes to the national media looking at them some type of way.
Was this organization's culture ever fixed, or they just throw a mask on it for a season?
You know what it is? The talent wasn't trash. That's a terrible way of phrasing it, and I apologize to those NBA players. Their talent wasn't good. That's the difference. The difference is the talent. The organization may be exactly the same.
That's how it feels.
This was a far more talented group 2 years ago. And that's what stopped. Oh, we've set all of this in place. We've set culture and what was it? All in and all for one and all of these cute little phrases. Sign the document. It's great for a year. It's like, all right.
Well, because how long did we talk about like Monty McNair? Well, now we know Wes or whatever is building this one team or whatever. It doesn't necessarily fit what Mike's trying to do.
There was stuff bubbling then.
Yeah, like we've been talking about like over and over.
Mike, Monty, and Wes weren't in alignment. This was 2 years ago when the team made the playoffs. So when they say winning cures everything, winning is the ultimate deodorant or whatever the line is, there it is. All of those stories, all of those thoughts, all of that stuff, it all got buried because they won. Next year, you're not winning as much, and all of a sudden you start to hear things. A year later, you fire the head coach, and you're on the verge of trading your franchise player.
After you just gave him an extension, and that was a whole thing in itself.
This was all a thing 2 years ago. Just they were winning. That's the difference. The organization has not been fixed. The culture has not been fixed. You hired a general manager. You, as an organization, hired his assistant, who was a guy who was interviewing for his job. Sounds like this show, come to think about it. Wait a minute.
What the hell is going on over here?
I just realized.
I knew this didn't work.
Oh, Wes Wilcox Caraway over here. Wow. Wow.
I have a black wife.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Go watch Jeff Teague's podcast. You'll understand.
Yeah.
I think Secure in the Bagley put that clip up again.
Yeah, he did. He sure did.
It's a punchline if I ever heard it.
Man. Well, here it is. Coming this fall. The KC show. Yeah, Casey been working to get my ass out of here for 4 years.
That's cap. Big cap. But I mean, I understand, like, it's Captain Obvious when I say these things, and we have a job that has us speaking for 4 hours, so it can't be like we got to talk about this stuff, and I love talking about this stuff, but it goes back to what I like. None of this stuff matters if you win in.
Mm-hmm.
None of it matters.
Mm-hmm.
Press conferences, all this other. We ain't talked about a press conference in 2-3 weeks. Why? Because they're winning. It's all about winning. There are teams who have won a lot, and it's interesting how it goes, right? Did you see Logan Murdoch or whatever was not whatever, it is Logan Murdoch, but I can't remember his podcast he was on, but he was talking about the Warriors.
Okay.
And he is Warriors are like 500 or under 500 or whatever right now. Now tell me if you heard this in the last 8 years. Maybe not. But now, well, it's tough for Mike Dunleavy to do his job with that meddling Joe Lacob. He's meddling and he can't really do his job. Oh, okay. So now he's meddling and it's a problem because they ain't winning. That's what it comes down to, man. It's wins and losses, guns and butter. You know what I mean? And we didn't hear meddling when the Kings were winning 2 years ago. Light the beam, and this is the greatest thing ever. They made the playoffs. It's the best place in the world.
We heard meddling about a month ago. It seems to have died after 11-4. Not meddling anymore. To your point.
So
can I mention something just real quick? I can't believe this is a sentence I have to say. We love y'all so much. You have to stop sending money.
I will drop my Venmo in the chat and just send it there.
We don't. Yeah. We have no clue. Look, please do not send money through the YouTube chat. If you want to send the three of us money, by all means, mail it. Send cash. We'll send you the Venmo
money
thing.
Order. Yeah.
Stop. We
Western
appreciate
Union.
it. We're glad y'all are enjoying the show. Stop sending money in the chat.
Can you imagine the guy whose account is tied to this whatever? He's not even working here anymore. He's just some Joe Schmo working in finance. Oh wow, lunch is paid for today. We're getting for some reason.
The money.
And I knew as soon as I said it, David Jackson would be a smart ass.
The money.
$2 is not getting you a side of fried chicken rice, by the way.
Bro, it's not getting you French fries no more.
Yeah.
French fries like $3.89.
$2. Do you know how often you two complain about the price of fast food?
Yeah, someone's got to fight the good fight, man.
Yeah.
Is that what you two think?
I don't go to fast food as much as I used
McDonald's is out here. Oh yeah, come get our $8 medium meal, bro. That's what it used to cost. It used to cost less like 5 years ago.
This is why people think we steal snacks. Is because of conversations like this.
I heard Jack in the Box got the best meal deal though.
Or what do they got?
Like price wise and like what you get your bang for your buck. I haven't gotten it
yet. Get the $5 munchie box, I think.
That might be it. I ain't got it yet. But the only reason I get as much fast food as I do, which isn't much anymore, is because I have kids.
Okay. Well, good.
Because I'd much rather a nice little home cooked meal. I much rather
cooked by your wife.
Yeah.
Your black wife.
Sometimes like it happened the other day. I just didn't eat. I'm not going and spending $15, bro.
So you just didn't eat?
I had like a granola bar or something. I'm not going to spend $15 at McDonald's.
Wait,
it's
when?
Ridiculous. Like I forgot what night, Monday night, maybe Sunday night. I don't know. Because they had already eaten.
Jenny went on a hunger
strike. They had gotten food somewhere. Something already happened.
Why do they constantly get food without you?
This happens a lot.
I don't be getting home till 7 o'clock. They got to eat. But
I just don't think they like you very
well.
much.
That could be the case.
Throw the bag like to the side.
Your black wife and your black kids are not a fan of yours at all.
I'll reheat it.
Could be the case too. But
we'll come back.
So I was like, yeah, no, I'll get some chips and a granola bar.
Sounds terrible.
You had for dinner last night nacho cheese Doritos.
I was fine too. I was good. Watched another episode of Snowfall and I was good.
No, we're getting to the end. We see you guys on hold, man. Hang tight. 916-909-1320. We'll come back. There's a basketball game tonight.
There is?
There is, and it involves the Sacramento Kings. We'll talk about that. Philadelphia on the second night of a back-to-back. They got a win against the Lakers. At some point, we're going to continue to take your calls. We're going to dive into the actual game. I imagine this is going to dominate the conversation here for the next 8 days or so. So buckle up. Steelo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Taco Bell is trash, bro.
Yeah, Taco Bell is not okay anymore. You need like a break in case of emergency fast food place.
Well,
if you're not trying to spend the 15, it's like, all right, let me get this biggie bag from Wendy's or something.
It was Wendy's. Wendy's
that fell off.
My house. Yeah,
I haven't been in a while. It fell off.
Lately,
because we got the Costco in Thomas that opened up, so maybe go get a chicken bake or a little $10 large pizza or something.
Even Costco's pizza done fell off though. It's not as good as you.
It is, but I keep telling myself it hasn't.
Everybody just kind of skimping. The Little Caesars that I normally go to. Well, Little Caesars, they don't do a $5 pizza no more. So it's
I'm
like
gonna keep it real.
$8.
If I go to Little Caesars, I'm okay. I'm probably gonna get disrespected with this pizza you're serving me. So I accept what it is.
And Little Caesars, at least one of them that I went to, man. I saw some stuff. I can't go back over there.
Oh.
Yeah, man. It's about a garbage can.
Wear a blindfold next time.
Yeah, man. I was like, that it's just that.
It's Little Caesars.
One.
It's Little Caesars, bro. It's like McDonald's. It's not. I know this isn't good for me, and it's probably gonna take about 5 days off my life. Whatever. Give me the Big Mac, please.
It ain't even that.
Yeah, I know. I don't. Yeah, yeah. That's tough. That's tough.
All right, man. I can't go over here anymore. It's not Little Caesars itself, but I can't go to this.
That's no creepy crawlers.
Yeah, man. It's just not happening. So, that was one of the go-tos. Carl's Jr. They don't give no kind of.
I never understood Carl's Jr. Yeah, Carl's Jr.
Carl's Jr. bomb.
It's good, but it's like I'll just go to Morton's instead.
Yeah, they don't give no kind of. They're like, this is what it is. Take it or leave it. So there's that, and then I'll go to Jack in the Box. Like if I am gonna spend the money on food, I'll go to Jack in the Box because you get full off of that. It's good stuff. It's good all around. So if I'm gonna spend the $12, I'll go to Jack in the Crab.
Chipotle needs to relax too with their little bowls. I'm paying $20 for a bowl at this point.
That is actually where I go. I go to Chipotle. We got the drive-thru one by the crib too.
Oh wow, I didn't even know that existed.
Mm-hmm.
You ever been to a drive-thru Jamba Juice? They got that in Modesto.
Yeah, you put your order in on the app. Just pull up to the window. It's there.
They need to hook us up with a fast food show.
I agree.
Gilbert, Panda is good too. Panda is not like this authentic thing, but Panda is fine. It gets hated on too much.
I hate on Panda.
You don't like Panda?
It's not bad, but
like if I want real Chinese food, I'm gonna go to a Chinese restaurant. But if I want like some beef and broccoli, some fried rice, and orange chicken, I'll go to Panda.
When
like,
Reese says, "Oh, let's go to Panda," it's just so deflating. I'll be like, "Oh, no." I'll go to Chipotle, and then they get mad because I say that. Why we gotta make 2 stops? I don't want Panda. Chipotle's right there.
Yeah,
Let me go get it.
Chipotle's in the same shopping center.
Let me go get it. No, we don't have to go anywhere then. All right.
Nobody eats.
You're funny. Your family's funny, man. I really don't think they like you, bro. I don't.
Oh yeah, that's Kenny. He just lives here.
They could literally drop me off at Chipotle and go to Panda and stand in that line.
I think you're their roommate or something, man. They just be disrespecting you.
No, L&L is good. L&L is good. L&L is expensive too, but L&L is good.
Everything is expensive.
This is also the move. I've been cooking more at home.
Yeah, there you go, G Money.
That's the move. That is the move.
That's right. Kenny has a bathroom with shoes. Keep it real. G says Kenny just has a bathroom with shoes in it. That's all he has in his own house.
That's it.
That's
all I asked for too.
Who'd you say we got?
We got Angus up first.
Let's get Angus. Angus, what's going on, baby?
Well, what's up, D-Lo and KC? How's it going?
Good, man. How you doing, big dog?
I'm good. I'm living in Southern California, but I'm still a diehard Kings fan, so I had to tune in.
There you go. Sorry about that.
Angus in LA.
Yes, sir. Yeah, so like yesterday, the bombshell dropped approximately 24 hours ago, and my heart sank.
Mm-hmm.
But then I realized that the writing was on the wall. 2022, he signed with Clutch, and you know what they're notorious for, getting their stars to wherever they want to go. And then you have to take into account that Sabonis signed a max deal, DeMar signed a max deal, Monk has a long-term deal, Keon is on a team-friendly contract, Keegan is still under rookie contract. So like this is the core that Fox is working with, and he's decided that he wants to no longer be a part of it. And then when watching the games, it seems like that Fox doesn't really like play with the other players. These other players have their own system going on, they have their own chemistry, and Fox is just the superstar trying to fit in. So maybe he sees this and he views himself as the sacrificial lamb to help, get Sacramento back to a place of relevance. Trading Fox is our biggest chip. and he will get us our best return, maybe get a wing, some bench players, and some draft assets to eventually go all in.
Okay. Yeah.
And I don't know if Angus was saying that. I don't want to be unfair to him, but I think De'Aaron Fox is giving his all every time he stepped out there.
Definitely.
I don't think he's pouted or played a different way, like played in a way that would be detrimental to the team. Like whatever he's doing, whether he's not shooting and passing more, or if he takes more shots, like I think at that time it's all in the name of winning and trying to do his best for the team. So I don't believe he's done anything nefarious out there on the court.
Well, dude could be on the verge of getting traded. Like they're working it out, maybe right now, or whatever. He's still going to play tonight with a fractured thumb, no?
Yeah, he's playing.
Yeah, like he's committed.
Yeah, he's.
And once again, I don't want to say Angus was saying that, but it just, it made me at least think about that.
I also DeMar's not on a max contract. Also, and Malik is on a max contract for what he could get. Like we throw the word max around, and max literally means the maximum of what they can earn. What Malik could earn when he was a free agent for the Sacramento Kings isn't the same of what De'Aaron can earn. It's not the same of what DeMar could earn. It's not the same of what Domas could earn. Right. Like it's different.
Right.
What else do we got, Jesse? I lost track of all these, man. Sorry. Who else we got? No one. We've got no one. Jesse told me to go to hell. We've got no one.
Appreciate y'all tapping in, though.
Yeah, please do. If you're watching the show, hit the thumbs up, subscribe, do all of that good stuff, man. We appreciate you being here. We know interest in this basketball team is extremely high. We're going to present you with the most relevant information in the most timely manner possible. We don't have no agendas. We don't work for Clutch Sports. We don't work for the Sacramento Kings, and Sacramento Kings do not pay us. So if I want to call the assistant general manager a snake, I can. What are they going to do? Be mad at me? They already don't like me. That is clear every time I see them. They are not fans of what I do here. But that's fine. My job isn't to them. My job is to you. And we'll bring you everything we can as it pertains to De'Aaron Fox and the upcoming NBA trade deadline 1 week from tomorrow.
We got
yeah. We got a lot more.
I had a question for you. So
okay,
I'm still thinking about it.
Bookmark it.
Bookmark it.
Okay. Don't forget the question.
Don't forget the question.
Okay.
Say front office.
Okay. Let's get
keyword front office.
Keyword text front office right now to 916.
To see Martin Lawrence.
909.
No, not really.
Listen, is it Bo? Let's get Bo in here. Bo, what's going on, man?
Yeah, it's Bo. Thanks for taking the call, guys.
You bet.
Yes,
thanks for calling.
I just want to get right into it. To kind of pivot off the Fox talk, whether he stays or leaves. I'm a season ticket holder, so I'm there every home game.
There you go.
And it just kind of grinds me that Sabonis doesn't get that national media attention. I know he's not Joker, so he's not gonna get it consistently. But the man grinds. He goes to work, clocks in, does his job night in, night out.
Yep.
I just wanted to get your guys' take, regardless if Fox goes or not, what we get in it. How can we build this thing around Sabonis? Because I think that's always how it has been. Looking at this team the last 3 years as a season ticket holder, I think you can do it right. I just don't know exactly what pieces we need. But if it does come from the Fox trade or not, how do we do it, guys?
You might already have done it. You already have Domas, obviously. Mm-hmm. You have DeMar, who can do similar things to De'Aaron in terms of the mid-range, right, in creating. You've got Malik, who will, I assume, will take over point guard duties. Mm-hmm. You can run the same exact offense. You have Keegan, who will now have more shots available to him regardless if it's Keon or someone else stepping into that spot. You already have it. Mm-hmm. You can already. Domas again didn't get talked about yesterday. 21, 22, and 12. 21, 22, and 10. Second straight triple double. More double doubles than anyone in the league. League's leading rebounder. Can't believe I'm gonna say this. John Hollinger.
What?
Picked his all-star reserves.
What?
Picked Domantas Sabonis to make the all-star team.
That's crazy.
Unbelievable, right? Domas is an all-star whether he makes that team or not. Domas is an all-NBA player. Like, I think what you have, Bo, like to build around, or what you need to do to build around Domantas Sabonis, you already have. And anything that comes in a De'Aaron Fox trade or any other trade that the front office might make, cute laugh track. That's just a bonus. That's just a bonus.
You said it real quick. You said a name that we talked about it before, but it's really, really interesting to me about what this man could become, and that's Malik Monk.
Yeah.
I'm really interested to see, if given that the opportunity, what he could be. Since I think this was around when he went into the starting lineup. Then obviously Fox is there, so it changes some things as well. Well, he's been there for most of the games. But in the month of January, he's averaging 22 points, 7.8 assists. Can Malik Monk be a 22.67 assist guy for an entire season? I'm leaning towards yes, but I also realize I'm a little bit more of as much as people love Malik Monk, maybe I'm irrational with Malik because I've loved him since I've seen him when he was 18 years old at Kentucky and believed in his game.
Okay, LeBron.
Yeah. Relax.
Well, he was everybody was a consensus top this big. I didn't find him.
Big LeKenny energy right there.
That's all I'm at the ABCD camp or whatever they call it.
Man, settle down, bro. Like, that's fine.
But I may be biased. But man, can he be a 20-point per game scorer for a whole year? 20.67 assists.
Well, that's the thing. He's never gotten the opportunity to do it. And every time he's gotten an elevated opportunity to show what more he could be, it's fair to say he's like ran with it, right? So I guess we'll see if he could do it this time. But like we've never seen it before.
Monk is way, way more athletic than I was. Way more. So his game does not remind me of me. So De'Aaron is way more athletic than too. But Monk,
I swear that the comp was Malik Monk.
No,
did I have that wrong?
No,
he was De'Aaron.
It was
De'Aaron. De'Aaron, AI.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I think he was MJ for a second.
No, it was Bron.
Oh yeah, WCW vouches for Brown at that school.
Katie was Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
I was Bron. No, Malik. I did not play like Malik. Malik is crazy.
Okay.
KC was 6'8". The show wouldn't be here.
Let's get her. Well, it's true. It'd be D'Lo and Jesse. We'd never fight. We'd get along. Let's get Herbert in here. Herbert, who's your game remind you of?
Herbert.
Never mind, Herbert. Herbert, what's going on, man?
No. Hey, what's up, D-Lo? What's up, KC?
What's up, man?
Hey, everybody going crazy, huh?
Oh, it is, man. It is. What you thinking?
Man, I think franchise is fragile. You ever had a girlfriend and y'all be arguing, and she be like, you want to break up with me? And you just say that, but she just throw that out there because she hurt.
Yeah, it happens.
Nope.
You ain't that ain't ever happened to you, D-Lo?
Herbert, you good? Herbert, you all right, bro?
Hey. Yeah, I'm all right.
Okay.
No, I'm cool.
Okay. All right, Herbert.
Herbert, fool, man.
Herbert, I love you, bro.
Herbert said,
stay safe, Herbert.
Herbert said,
Yo.
I'm cool.
And there was an answer. It's like, you know what? I'm not going to answer this, but I'm good. I'm good.
Bro, this show is hilarious. I swear to God, y'all make this show so damn funny. Let's get Phil. Phil, what's up, baby?
What's up, man? What's up?
What's up,
Phil?
So,
is there any way? All right, don't laugh, but we could do like a 4-team trade and maybe somehow get Jordan Poole on our team. I think he fit right in with our offense. Malik Monk, he can still play good. Have the right team around him.
I'm sure there is some type of trade deal. I really like Jordan Poole, but I don't even know if I'd want Jordan Poole is a different player than he was 3 years ago. Different mentality.
He's a different man.
Yeah. Did you see on Instagram?
I saw your starting five was posted.
Well, there's some accuracies and some inaccuracies.
Trista Crick says the Kenny Caraway starting five: Cam Thomas, Jordan Poole, Jalen Green, Tyler Hero, and LaMelo Ball, with Kyle Kuzma, Buddy Hield? Question mark.
No, that's disrespectful.
And Colin
That is
Sexton off the
disrespectful.
bench.
Is Shaden Sharp?
She forgot the one.
Why
that
is
she
Buddy
hates
Hield
the-
on the roster?
She forgot Zach LaVine.
Yeah, get him. Get Zach LaVine. I'm
completely
gonna tell her right
forgot
now.
Zach LaVine.
Man, come on, man.
Does Shaden Sharp count as unethical hooping?
Yeah, no. Well, nobody ever says, Casey, you were kind of right. Shaden nice. Nobody ever says that.
There's our second LeBron thing.
You get really upset when you don't get credit for the things that you got right.
I want the credit for what I get right. Absolutely.
Okay.
He's like Michael Scott. Wants all the credit when it goes right. Wants none
None
of
of
the
the
blame when
blame.
it goes wrong.
Yeah. Okay.
Kenny, you'll get that in 5 years.
I was about to say,
I don't think you will.
with no, I'm gonna get there. 'Cause I remember when I
No,
saw
no.
it was on like the next episode joint when I was
No, it
watching. that.
wasn't.
Yeah, you got it. There you go.
Coming up,
Shout out
or
Casey.
something like that. Did you see the other day on Instagram when I put that Jordan Poole highlight film on my stories?
I actually do follow you on Instagram. I did see that.
Oh, thanks, man.
You're well.
Jordan
Don't get
Poole.
used to it after today.
What's Instagram?
Jordan Poole, at least that
Cold.
year.
Oh, that was cold.
Oh,
Oh, that was
gosh.
cold. Yeah, he's nasty.
Jordan Poole, and
Yeah.
you see him today, and it's just like just a completely different player. Like you said, different man.
He was a key player in the finals when they won.
He was, and he was doing like, you know how sometimes I talk about Kyrie and I'm like just in awe of what he's doing on an NBA floor.
Yeah.
Jordan Poole was doing those type of things.
Yeah.
I watched that like, oh my God,
Yeah, that was pretty crazy.
man. And then he's just different. He's just different. That's crazy to see.
Do we want to go back to Kenny's thing, the keyword front office?
Do we got one more right there?
Yeah, I got to screen this person. or just
Okay,
wanna
go ahead. Go screen that person, and we'll get back to keyword front office. Jesse was producing the show live on the air, and I just ignored him like a jackass. Keyword front office. What do we got?
So we were talking about earlier the, front office needs to be fired. That's what you said in the offseason. They need to be fired. And I'm not even here to say that you're wrong, but I will ask the question. How do you finesse that if you're Vivek Ranadive in this situation? Because I need this front office to not mess this up. It needs to be perfect, this De'Aaron Fox trade. But if they're of the belief that I'm not going to be here to see this thing through,
I'm sure Vivek hasn't made them feel that way.
well, but
They
look,
might have told him, you better, I know, like, look, you've got 9 days to figure this out. Whether it's De'Aaron or it's Collins or goddamn Zach LaVine, you better find a way to make this team better in the next 9 days.
But so look, how about this? And this is just I think of every worst scenario, I guess. But if one GM doesn't feel like he's gonna make it past this, regardless, like he's listening to D'Lo and Casey, like he's probably right. They're gonna fire us in the summer. So if I'm an opportunist, if I am a snake, why not link up with somebody that I'm trying to trade him for? I'm like, look, man, I'll hook you up here. I'm gonna be able to job this summer. Like that could happen.
What's the job?
In your front office. And to do that, I won't ask for the most. I won't ask for it because I'm out the door anyway. What do I care? And I'm trying to line up my next job.
Okay. Opinion, only an opinion. Since we've been putting ourselves in these positions today, let me put myself in the opposing general manager's position. Oh, yeah, for sure. I'm not hiring a dude who's sabotaging his team to come work for me. The F out of my face.
True. But like you said, okay, yeah, sure. And the deal is the deal, though. Like, said gentleman, I'm trying to get to the Spurs. I won't ask for Stephon Castle. I won't ask for one of the first. I'm not going to be here.
I don't know this. I absolutely don't know this. I assume Vivek has to approve this. I could be wrong, but you're trading your franchise player. I assume Vivek has to okay this. You sabotage the deal. I imagine Vivek sees through that. Because I feel like in this situation, you have 2 general managers. This is like Jim and Michael both running the office.
It did not go well, by the way. It did not at all.
We got co-managers.
Yeah, did not go well.
That was crazy when that happened.
Big picture, day to day. That's what we got here.
Analytics.
The Sacramento Kings are a freaking Office episode.
Why didn't they just watch the episode? But they could have watched that. We would have been good.
We would have known that it
That's
didn't
what
work.
I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, it was
But-
right there for him.
This
the both general managers would have to be in on it.
Both
Monty and Wes would have to be in on it to sell it to Vivek. Like, this is the best deal we can get. I don't see how. I don't think you could do that.
Very doomsday scenario, but and I don't think any general manager here would do something like that. But I'm also thinking about, like,
I don't think Monty would.
I'm also thinking, like, all right, well, what incentive do I have to go out here and
You
do
can
what's best
save
for
your
this?
job.
Well, that wasn't said an hour ago. It was, I'm gonna be gone regardless.
But I'm not speaking from their perspective. I'm telling you my opinion.
No, I know.
I
that.
think
I'm
they
just-
should be fired.
I understand, but I'm saying, like, if that's the thought they have in the
I mean, if
building.
they have the same opinion, I can't do anything about it. If they have the same opinion, I'm getting fired. We're screwed anyways. But if there's an idea that this job, there are things that are happening within this organization that if I'm Vivek Ranadive, I need to explain to me. Okay, we didn't get John Collins. Hey, I get it. I get the game. We didn't get Cam Johnson. I get the game. Why the hell did you tell him that we were acquiring him? Why did you tell this person that deal was at the goal line? Why was that communicated to them? If it wasn't done, why was that communicated? Now, the flip side to that is this long-running belief that Jimmy Butler is holding the entire league hostage and no one can do a deal until Jimmy Butler becomes a Phoenix Sun or whatever, which is why you get Evan's tweet today about the Sacramento Kings, about and to be clear, Evan was saying the Suns will go to the Kings and ask them if they will take Bradley Beal in any proposed trade that involves Miami and Phoenix. And I think there was a fourth team in there. I can't remember. Maybe it was only 3 teams.
No, it was 4. It was Kings, Spurs, Heat, and Suns.
And Suns, yeah, that is 4. Okay, yeah. Let's get Mark here. 916-909-1320. What's happening, Mark?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you?
Good, man.
Very good.
You know, you Kings fans sound like the moments before quiet hour. I swear. But take it from a Warrior fan. Don't wait till it's too late. We could have got some good people, but we waited. And if you
who
guys
are you thinking
get rid of
about, Mark?
Fox now-
Who are you thinking about? Like trading Clay, like who you thinking about?
when we waited to trade Clay, we're waiting. We could have traded Draymond a long time ago and got something from him.
Mm-hmm.
Don't do the same thing that we did.
Okay.
I hear
You guys can still get quality players. I mean, it's a sad day. Hate to see Fox go. He's
not.
been there for a while.
No, it's
But
it's
hey,
not.
this is business.
Yeah, that's right. That's it right there. That's it right there. We appreciate you, Mark. Thank you. It's business. It's not sad. There's nothing sad about this.
Yeah.
Make the team better. Now, it's sad if the team gets worse. That's what's sad. But it's fine. This is sports. This is the game. This is how it's played.
Unless it's like really, really bungled, like I don't see that happening. I don't see that. Like
Famous last words.
well, like if you take just one of the random, like I want Castle. I think Castle has to be in the deal. But if it's like 4 first-round picks and Devin Vassell, you're getting both Hawks picks, all this other stuff. Yeah, I think you're good. I think the key to me is Malik Monk. Malik Monk still being here. And that maybe I'm making too much about Malik Monk, but that's the one where it's like, man, we might, even if we don't get Castle or if it's just a role player like Vassell or something like that, man, Monk, I'm a big believer in Malik Monk and what he can do. Like I said yesterday, you got the juice now. I think you
were proud of that, weren't you? I felt like you were smiling when you posted that. You were like, yeah. I got one right here.
I'm gonna tell him now when I see him.
So who? Malik, you got the juice now?
Yeah,
just please do it when I'm not around.
I'm gonna tell him that.
I love that's when I see him too. Not if I get to see, I get to see him or whatever. I'll be down there courtside talking to Malik Monk.
Well, everybody's
letting him
down
know.
there courtside. What are you talking about? This is before the game.
Sure can.
I'm not.
That's a choice, and you are down there. I've seen you multiple times.
I don't think that's true at all.
You think this team is headed for a rebuild if Monty and Wes aren't here after the
No.
season? No.
No.
Like, do you think a GM is gonna like just kind of? Because I'm curious, like a GM looking or a guy looking for a team to manage, general manager, and all that. Like, they get the Kings. They just traded their best player away, or whatever. They just fired their general managers. There's this interim coach here. Like, what if? Like, there's just a lot going on. I feel like.
Yeah, and but that's okay because the difference between this and so many times in the past is the roster. The Kings do not have a bad roster. To me, that's the important component of this.
I think it's got to be Malik and Sabonis then. They need than DeMar and Sabonis. DeMar's 35 already.
I'm with you.
Yeah,
I'm with you. Malik's got to step into the Fox role, basically. Keegan's got to step up. Keon's got to continue to develop, and DeMar just needs to be DeMar. DeMar has stepped into a Kings uniform and played like what has earned him a Hall of Fame career.
Yep.
Keep doing that, and the Sacramento Kings will be just fine.
Yeah.
This is not the De'Aaron Fox's rookie year where you just tear everything down, start over, bring in a bunch of vets on it. That's not what this is.
Right.
It's not even close. Even if you fire the front office and bring in new general managers and a new front office team, you're still in a far better position than you ever were before, but you can't mess that up.
Does the coach have to be Doug Christie then? If this is the group,
Man.
because if it's not like,
I want it to be.
Because I'm thinking like, what if you bring in a coach like, yeah, this isn't really, these guys don't match how I want to play.
Well, that's it. Then you hired the wrong coach.
Okay.
That's the thing. Like I always use the Tom Thibodeau example when he was the Celtics assistant. He could have taken any job he wanted. He's like, I don't really like any of these. We saw Mike McCarthy today. Mike McCarthy withdraws from consideration for the Saints job. Good for him. Don't take that job. The job's terrible. The Chicago Bulls come along for Tom Thibodeau, and it's like, what do you got? You got a bunch of nasty dudes that play on both sides of the ball. That's my group right there. That's who I want to coach. What Tom Thibodeau look like coaching the Indiana Pacers or Beam Team 1? He'd quit. He'd be the first. I just quit. He'd be the first coach since Rick Carlisle to just go, yeah, I'm out, dude. I ain't doing this. That's all it is.
I also think
got to be the right coach.
And this is like the top of the top. Like, not everybody's like this, but that's why I look at a guy like Pat Riley as a coach, because I like those guys that don't worry about who's on the team. Obviously, he's playing with Hall of Famers, but the Showtime Lakers look different than the 90s Knicks, right? You can't put Pat Riley and say, like, honestly, Pat Riley probably wants to play more like the 90s Knicks.
100%.
But he said, this is what I have, and this is what would work for these guys best.
Well, and
now he had Hall of Famers too. But
credit to Pat, though, that was already established.
And
it's basically what Steve Kerr said. There's not a lot I have to do taking over from Mark Jackson.
Right.
It wasn't, again, Pat Riley's one of the greatest coaches we've ever seen. He didn't have to do a lot. Everything was set for him, and he didn't mess it up, which for some coaches is a lot. Just don't mess it up. Some can't do it.
I think Doug Christie should be the coach. Like,
absolutely.
That's who should be the coach.
Absolutely. We'll come back at some point. We'll get to talking about this game. We'll keep the phone lines open for you. Well, probably not. James Ham at the top of the hour. CeeLo and Casey on ESPN 1320. I'm just trying to eat popcorn.
You think Doug's already did enough to be named the guy today? Like, take the interim tag off of him. He's our guy for the next 3 years.
I do, but you know, I love Doug. I love what he can do. I believe in his style. So maybe it's a little irrational for me, but I think he has.
So, Kieran, what do you want to see him do, like, for them to take that off? Just curious. You got to make playoffs, have another good month.
Casey, who's winning the Rumble? I gotta be honest with you, I have no idea. I saw Carmelo Hayes. Isn't that his name? Carmelo Hayes?
Yeah.
He came in and made his presence known and then got like an illegal pile driver. Did you see that?
Oh, yeah.
Damn, bro. Almost took him out.
So, no concerns. I think once playoffs get here, they'll lock in on defense and they'll be fine.
Conor McGregor was on TV.
That guy sucks.
Did you see when he was talking to Brooke Lopez the other day?
No, and why was he talking to? How did that even work out? Was at the game or something?
He was at the game. Brooke Lopez is on the bench. They're running a baseline play. He's walking on the baseline, going to a seat. Stops. Brooke Lopez, I think, says, "What's up?" Stops. Says, "Hey, what's going on?" "Oh, da-da-da-da-da. What? You're tall. Let's see how tall you are." Brooke Lopez stands up. "Oh, okay, that's great." At the bench. "Sir, get to your goddamn seat." I can't stand that motherfucker. Sorry, Pastor Bob. He should be barred from all NBA games after what he did to the Heat's mascot.
We're sure Roman's not just going to win the Royal Rumble?
And they run it back at WrestleMania?
Yeah, you got to get the belt back on him, though. I guess
Yeah.
not.
No, you do. No, you're right. You do. Because the guy who has it, people aren't even watching anymore. You're right. I'm glad you see it my way, Jesse.
I'm not going to lie. Like, Cody Rhodes is cool, but he's been real secondary during this title run, bro.
He's been real KO.
He's been real. No, I'm not even going to do that. Like, he's been real secondary. Like, I'm more concerned with the bloodline and Rome. I'm more concerned about Solo Sikoa than I am Cody Rhodes at this point. Might have been right. I don't know. I don't like it.
Get the belt back on a needle mover. This was my concern, though. Like, I think the finishing your story thing was great. But what happens after? When the story is finished, what happens after that? They were asking me who's going to win the Rumble. I said, I don't know.
No clue.
I have no idea who's in the Rumble, damn near.
Well, who do we think Roman is going against at WrestleMania? Because
No
no one.
Maybe Charlotte wins the Women's Royal Rumble, though.
Is she back?
I don't know. I feel like I've
maybe
seen
she'll
her
be back
recently.
Saturday.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen her recently.
Okay.
Could be wrong. I don't know. WWE's going to have to wait.
I like the idea of Punk versus Cody. I like that idea.
Punk versus Cody.
That's a good one.
We get Castle entering at 3:30 for the Kings.
What?
It was a bad joke. I was saying Stephon Castle entering at 30 for the Kings.
That's funny.
I went for it. I failed. What do you want from me?
Clash at the Castle?
Yeah. See?
There you go. All right. We'll make it work.
There's about 1,000 over here. That's what it is.
Fine. That's good.
In
That's
Indianapolis.
Good. The Rumble's in Indy. Is that right? Tyrese do a running?
Tyrese going to beat it. Well,
I don't know. We got to see the Pacers schedule.
They might be playing.
Do we get Brunson versus Tyrese part 2? We haven't gotten
They
done
could
first.
work that out. That'd be. I don't know. The Knicks are playing the Lakers on Saturday.
Let's see. Where are the Pacers at on Saturday? Wednesday. Oh, they are home in Atlanta. How is that possible? They're home in Atlanta. That's not possible. This can't be right. Royal Rumble is this Saturday? Maybe did I click on the Pacers? Oh, they don't play it. It's at Lucas Oil.
Yeah.
It's not it.
They're talking about 60.
Oh yeah, Tyrese will be there. Tyrese will absolutely be there. Tyrese will be like number 20 in the Royal Rumble. Tyrese is taking a bump. Tyrese is absolutely taking a bump on Saturday.
Taking a bump mid-season. What are you doing?
Absolutely. Tyrese is absolutely taking a bump.
Even that's dangerous. I was gonna say let them do a Bushwick. What was his name? The Bushwhackers.
Where they just throw him right over the top.
But he might roll an ankle. No, in all seriousness, like it's funny. He can't be in the Royal Rumble or participate.
No, he cannot. He
Why
absolutely
not?
can't. It's almost certainly in his contract.
Whoa.
It is absolutely in his contract that he can't wrestle.
Say he does what we just said, the Bushwhacker thing, goes over the top rope and rolls an ankle.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe you could protect it a little bit more because it's wrestling. But
No, there are things in your contract. If they know you ride a motorcycle that says you can't ride a motorcycle, there are things. Now, it probably doesn't specifically say you can't wrestle, but it probably says something you can't do a physical activity outside of basketball that could cause you to get hurt. Yeah. Like there are guys who probably can't play like flag football games. Right. You know what I mean?
But he'll be there, and he can.
He will be there, and he'll do something.
He can walk down with somebody.
He'll do something. Yeah, he'll do something.
It would have been dope. I only say that because it would have been dope if he wasn't in the Rumble, though. That would have been cool.
Well, Drew Carey was in the Royal Rumble and didn't take a bump.
How'd he get out?
He jumped over the top rope when Kane came out. He was in the ring by himself, and Kane's music hits, and he walks out. And Drew, it's actually a pretty funny spot. Drew looks at him. And he walks over and he just jumps over the top rope and leaves and waves to everybody.
You could do that same spot with Jacob Fatu.
Except, here's why you can't do it. You're in Indy. You can't be a little bitch at home.
That's a good call.
It took me so much not to make a joke about the Eastern Conference Finals, but I didn't do it.
Oh,
I didn't do it. Pat on the back. Pat on the back. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. Pat on the back.
So you made the castle joke, but wouldn't make that one, huh?
I was trying to be nice.
Wow.
Pat on the back. That's growth right there. Did not disrespect.
Oh
man! Get De'Aaron out there. You could throw De'Aaron over the top rope.
This trade still works. They showed it yesterday.
It's too bad that the NBA is too big of cowards to capitalize off the Brunson Tyrese angle that they shot at SmackDown or Raw or whatever it was.
Like, what do you mean?
You could have had fun with it. I don't even think they aired it.
True.
You could have done something fun with that.
Speaking of,
you might be bringing up the same thing.
Yeah, we'll talk about, I guess, maybe tomorrow because it's really keen. But
we got to get Adam Silver out the paint.
Yeah, come on, man.
What Adam?
It's bad.
Do?
Damn, it's bad. It's bad.
I missed it.
How do you feel about 10-minute quarters?
Why?
Adam Silver. Why?
Adam Silver spoke. I think he was on Dan Patrick
talking
about they've thought about the ideas. Now I haven't played it, so I don't know his tone. I don't know nothing, but. Yeah, to make the game move faster, they've thought about 10 minutes.
Who said? All right, dude.
That's what I'm saying. Man.
Adam Silver. Someone on TikTok is in Adam Silver's ear and it's just like, hey, this sucks, Adam. He's really he's not. This isn't like nothing. He's like, yes, we need to fix the game.
I know.
Like, he's coming up with ideas. This is real.
It's crazy, bro.
Okay, yeah. All right, Adam. You might be getting a little goofy. Let's open up the Prize Picks app, man. What do we got for today?
Oh man, hey. Beam money is set and ready to go. I don't care what's going on I do care, but I'm just saying that's not going to stop.
Well, let's see what we got over here.
I'm ready to go. Let me tell you what I got and then see if it matches up.
Okay.
Domantas Sabonis.
Mm-hmm.
Points, rebounds, and assists. 43.5.
Mm-hmm.
He's gone over that the last 5 games.
Okay.
So I took that. Give me the more.
Okay.
DeMar DeRozan, 20.5 points.
Mm-hmm.
Give me the more on that.
Okay.
Malik Monk, it had a Green Goblin. I was leery of it, but I have to take it because it's money. 1.5 3-pointers made. Give me more. And then I stole this one from Kyle Madsen because he's right.
Okay.
Tyrese Maxey, who had 43 points last night in the win over the Lakers.
Yep.
31 points. I'm going less.
Yeah, that's a good call right there.
I'm going less, man.
That's a good call.
Tyrese is that dude. He's a big-time ball player, but they're going to have, 80 points in 2 days? I don't think it doesn't need that for 31, but you get my drift.
Well, no Joel, no Paul George.
Yeah, and a bunch of nobody. I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say
wow.
that. But I was watching the game last night, and they had at least 3 guys. I was like, who's that?
That's a bit like the very good news for Kings fans tonight. That's a bad bench. They had a kid score 16. I don't know who that young man
That's what I'm saying. I did that 4 times.
He scored like
night.
16 points last night off the bench. I think he was the only one that scored off.
Was that the one that did the reverse dunk? Did you see that? Or maybe you might have been gone by then because it was a blowout. I was just watching to see Bronny, who had a rough goal.
Yeah, that was tough. Okay. Just a quick thing. By the way, you want to go goblin style on De'Aaron? It's 29.5. That's the red goblin.
Oh, the demon.
29.5. Well, so maybe it's a red demon. Oh, yeah, because the goblin is green. The red is the demon.
I think it's well.
It says demons and goblins.
Oh, it does? Okay,
Mhm.
yeah. Well, that's the demon.
Yeah, you're right. That's the demon. That's 29.5. I think I'm off. I think I'm off Prize Picks today.
Big money going on. But I know when you're not going to be off Prize Picks.
Yeah.
That's for the big game.
Yep.
Because you're getting that free square like you got
1
with
yard,
Jaden Daniels.
1 dub.
That's it. 1 yard, 1 passing yard from Patrick Mahomes, and you get that free play to go along with whatever else you put in the lineup. So they got you, man. You must be present in certain states. Prize Picks, run your game. Visit prizepicks.com for more details.
Excellent. So I went to get the cut today, and
I was going to ask you if you got there. I didn't want to be disrespectful, but it looked good.
Yeah. So that's where I see Fox Sports, not De'Aaron.
Wow.
Not De'Aaron.
Did you stay?
Yeah. And Cowherd's show.
Oh, brother.
Led segment 1 with Bronny. And I thought, okay, comes with the territory. He was upset that JJ didn't throw him under the bus and say he played like trash. He was like, I put him in a tough spot. He's guarding one of the best players. Like I didn't, as a coach, I didn't put him in the best position to succeed. He didn't play well. He knows he didn't play well, but a lot of that falls on me. I think that's a good coaching move.
Yeah, I agree.
And all I could sit there and look at, like, do you know how many Bronny James caliber players there are in the league? Yeah. We got one. Like, we got a dude who cannot play, who should not play, who doesn't play. But he would never lead Sports Center if he did. Bronny is in a situation, he cannot win. Because even if he was averaging 5 points per game that he played, he'd be like, you kidding me? They spent a draft pick on a guy that averages 5 points per game. Like, he is I legit watched that feeling bad for him. It's like he's in a situation that he just can't possibly win in because of who his dad is.
The only way
I was like, you led the show with this, and then I realized the playbook. They immediately went to Schottenheimer and Dak. The whole storyline was you've got to have coach and quarterback. You've got to be in sync. You've got to be a great combination as a coach and a quarterback. And I'll take whoever coaches Jacksonville over. I'll take Schottenheimer and Dak. I'll take Drake May and Mike Vrabel. I'm like, okay. So this is the MO. We're gonna reverse book ESPN. ESPN is gonna overhype the Lakers and the Cowboys. We're gonna trash the Lakers and the Cowboys. It's like, all right, man. If you want to spend time talking about Schottenheimer, talk about that weird ass press conference that happened.
I missed it.
Good.
Now I'm gonna have to watch it now.
It was I think Diana Rossini called it a case study in awkwardness. Jerry Jones is senile and should not be in front of cameras anymore. And you know what happens when you get senile and you can't speak in front of cameras anymore?
You hire Brian Schottenheimer?
You put more cameras in front of them because you know you're getting content. You know you're getting responses like, what did he say the other day?
Well, you're not getting smiles and glory holes. That wasn't me. That was Jerry. Why do I get the flag for Jerry? Why?
The game is the game, Jerry.
Yeah.
See, I would really stop saying those things if they didn't put cameras in front of my face, because I went to Morton's and they know I've got to talk about that. Now, me and Jamie Foxx, we analyze the game from time to time.
Oh, no.
Oh, I completely forgot about that one. That was insane.
Yeah. Yeah.
And people, never mind.
Yeah. Right. All right. We'll keep
Don't forget, Colin Cowherd said you have to be attractive to be a quarterback.
He did say that.
Come on, man.
Yep.
Come on.
I've said it. I'll say it a million times. He is one of the greatest con men in the history of sports media.
Oh man.
Just an absolute A1 con man. The Kings play the Philadelphia 76ers tonight in Philadelphia. Lakers lost last night, beaten by the Philadelphia 76ers. Put all this together, second night of a back-to-back for Philly. Also, shout out to the Philadelphia 76ers.
Big ups.
As the Kings were able to get a game right there on the Lakers, at least get a half a game. So that's a good look for them. And I think the De'Aaron Fox stuff will not be a distraction whatsoever tonight or moving forward. Go ahead, Jesse.
I don't think that stuff is really a distraction for teams. I think they know that's part of the business. Because maybe it's just lip service from the Heat players or whatever, but they've talked about, like, they've answered questions like, has this Jimmy stuff, like, affected you guys? Like, nah, just kind of galvanized us. We all got closer and just, all right, let's go play our own, like, play ball and just go out there and do that.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how much it really affects these guys that we like to think.
I'm with you, Jesse. The Heat they've been up and down. They've had some bad losses. Like, right after the Jimmy thing, they lost to Utah by, like, 30.
But, like,
actually, they lost to them by 40.
To where it's not, like, tearing you down, though. Like, the Heat before with Jimmy weren't even that good to begin with, but it's not like, oh, season's lost. We need this over with so we can just finally get back to us. Like, mentality-wise, like, they're fine.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not disagreeing. I think, especially with this Kings team, they might have been dealing with it for a while anyway. Like, as far as, like, what they knew, probably knew it for a while. So the only thing out there now is it's public. They may have to take a couple questions on it, and they'll, Jesse would say, word salad it and keep it moving. I don't think that they're gonna feel any type of way or have to play any differently because of what's going on.
You know what probably helps from a slightly different perspective too is I'm assuming it's just our man Biderman out there. So there's only so many questions you're gonna have to answer from Chris Biderman. Chris has already talked to De'Aaron. He's got that. He's got that up on Sac B. Of course, he joined the Insiders earlier today, and he'll talk to Doug and whoever they put at the podium. And like, this is game 3 of 6.
Yeah, no 4.
Game 4.
Because they lost the first 2. They won Brooklyn.
There you go. Right. Okay, so game 4. So you get this all of that out of the way, and then you're back to you're probably not answering another question about it unless something happens prior to Saturday. You're probably not asking another question about it or answering another question about it on the road trip.
Yeah.
Unless you're getting it from opposing, reporters.
Keith
You got
Pompey.
Oklahoma. Yeah, Keith Pompey. You got Oklahoma City on Saturday. Who am I missing?
Minnesota on what, Monday, Tuesday? Sneaker Reporter.
Probably Monday.
Sneaker Reporter might ask him. You follow him on Instagram?
Sneaker Reporter?
Yeah, the Sneaker
Reporter. I don't.
I think it's this.
I follow Nick DePaula.
Shout out Nick DePaula.
That's my Sneaker Reporter.
Well, the Sneaker Reporter would be, I followed him when he was in OKC, and he'd be like at the games, taking the close-up shoe pictures of what the people were wearing. But he was stationed in Oklahoma City. Now he's in Minnesota. He's been there for a little bit, so he might ask a question. I doubt it, but he might. To your original point.
Oh, I don't know that. Have we noted this? There's been a name change. Securing the vest and West firing.
He's been cooking lately.
Securing the vest and West firing.
The funny thing about that is, in here it doesn't matter, but on Twitter he'll change it to something like that, and it's still at securing the back.
Yeah, right. Right.
It's never gonna be able to shake it.
Shout out Marvin Bagley. So yeah, the Kings will take on the Philadelphia 76ers tonight, who 43 last night for Tyrese, a bench that's not very good. No Paul George, no Joel Embiid. From a scoreboard watching perspective, Anthony Davis is out for the next week or so. I think Leon mentioned that earlier in his call. Like, there's some, I think the Kings are locked in. I think they could stay focused. You got a chance to make up a little bit of ground here.
And that's the. Well, we don't know.
Don't get it twisted. This Philadelphia team's not good right now. Like, Tyrese is incredible. You lost both Paul George and Joel Embiid, and there has to be a, the Joel 400th game missed. It's just that is insane, absolutely crazy.
466 played, 400 missed.
Wow,
that's wild.
But the in and out in that lineup with both of them is probably, I gotta imagine it weighs on that team a little bit.
Yeah, although last night, and I don't know, maybe I don't know, maybe they got news that I'm not, but they were upbeat. They were talking to Maxey after the game, and he was like, "Yeah, we got guys coming back."
I don't know who that is, but I think Tyrese is the leader of that squad.
Tyrese is maybe the franchise.
The only one who's there regularly.
Well, that's why you're the leader. Like you can't be a part-time leader.
Yeah.
No, I think that's real.
And you can't lead from the bench.
Other guy just got here too.
Yeah. They already talking about him getting traded.
Paul George?
Yeah. They talking about him in the watch out for Jimmy going back to Philly. Part of a Paul George trade. That was just a random rumor.
What's Jimmy? What's Paul's games played this year?
Let me guess. So they probably played about 45. I'll say
He's are.
Oh,
I'll go for 30.
18 and 27. Jesse says 30.
Wait, I didn't finish that.
27.
Oh, sorry.
What's that, 45 games.
Okay.
Sounds right.
He said 30.
I'm gonna go 30. I'm gonna stick with that.
I'm going 20, 27.
27. The number's 30.
Hey, yeah. That's a win. That's a win.
Count it.
That's a win. That's right on the dot, too.
We're not even playing the game. There's no music. Hey, there was no music.
Would you guys play Pocket Watchers on Friday with Jeff Green?
No, we just ish. Because Kyle.
Well, no, yeah. We let Kyle get in on it.
I know Kenny's trying to get wins over.
Yeah,
while I'm gone. I'm on a run right now.
No, you killed the Jeff.
Yeah, I'm on a run right now. I'm trying to get easy wins, Kenny.
You killed the Jeff Green number.
I'm just here. Just like it wasn't a game on Friday. That wasn't a game right there.
Oh.
There was no music.
Count it. I just hit the music.
Hit the button again, please.
No.
That's 30. That's good. That's a good look for Jesse right there.
Here we go.
Hold on. Dub. For Jesse.
That's ridiculous. I mean,
Man,
we could really have a game, though.
Are we?
We could really have a game.
Oh, who we got?
Hold on.
We got Paul George.
We done that one more?
I'm sure we have, but I don't know.
We got I don't want.
We got what?
Said we'll do De'Aaron Fox one day.
One day.
When he comes back to town.
Which is in like a month. This is March 7th. Is it even emotional if it's a month later? Like, don't you kind of lose the moment if it's like, oh, De'Aaron Fox back with the King? Bro, he was here a month ago. Like, what do you mean? He ain't even packed up all of his stuff yet. All right, we doing it?
Let's go.
Yeah, KC picking the contestant right here.
Yeah.
What you talking about?
We're
talking about Paul George.
We've played this.
Stop. Don't try to put the caveats on my W.
You knew we were going to play Kyrie Irving last year before the show.
The whole day. That's where that came from. This was 20 seconds ago. Don't put a caveat on.
We can play if you want,
name.
but just know, Chatty House, you guys just be aware of what's going on here.
Nothing to be aware of. About to win. Let's go.
I don't like your enthusiasm for this game.
What are you rushing the commissioner for? Tell him what's going on.
Because they're trying to lead the viewers.
This game is being closely watched by the commission.
What is this, a 10-minute game here?
We got 14, not the commissioner, the commission. I'm looking at the chat. The chat is not buying this whatsoever.
Well, the chat, they just a bunch of haters, bro.
The chat is
shout
calling.
out to the chat.
The chat
they
is
hating
calling
on your
foul.
boy,
That's
man.
why I'm the people's producer.
They
For
stay
you
hating
guys.
on your boy, man. I don't know why, man. I don't know what I did to the chat, man. But they stay hating on me. Don't listen to them.
Me and all the Chatty House crybabies are going to take you down. We're going to finish the story.
14. That's funny. 14 years in the association for Paul George,
out of Fresno State,
the former number 10 overall pick out of the 2010 NBA draft. 14 seasons. There's 3 years left. We're going money to date. Money to date, which by nature of NBA contracts will peak this season. Paul George will earn his peak dollar figure at $49.2 million. $49.2 million. A reminder, Paul George has 3 years left on this deal. $49.2 million. We're going year to date for the former number 10 overall pick out of the 2010 draft. 14 seasons in the association. Gentlemen, write your numbers down. I will stall as much time for you as I can as Paul George is out tonight.
I'm shuffling between answers right here. I don't know which one I want to put up.
Now we'll give you an opportunity.
Well, don't give him no
to
more
think
time.
about
Tell him
that.
put it
I'm
out.
good. I
You
got a
more
paper in hand.
time.
I'm ready.
All right.
You agree? You said yeah.
All right, 14 seasons in the association for Paul George. Peaked at 49.2. Career earnings, gentlemen, are what? KC goes $298 million.
That's
Jesse
gotta be off.
Tapia
There's no way.
goes $405 million.
Paul, like, I'll lend you $1 if it's that much.
And I'll be damned. I need a calculator for this one.
Oh, wow.
No,
I got this one.
I need a calculator for this one.
I went
Unfortunately,
low
I don't
Paul
know
George's superstar status is not meeting his money making, I guess.
So you had 405, Jesse?
Yeah, I guess I'm glad I switched my answer too.
And so, all right, Jesse.
I'm a little disappointed in Paul George. He should be closer to 4 than he is to Kenny's number.
All right, and Paul George is at, hang on. KC had 298. I think I know the answer out of the gate. In one of the closest games in the history of pocket watching, $354.5 million.
That's your boy.
Jesse Tapia at $51 million away is the winner. You, sir, are $56 million away. Jesse gets the dub.
He went over.
Hit the music.
He went over.
That's never been a rule. No matter how many times you say it, it has never been a rule.
This is trash.
Jesse, boy, Kyle is really getting the short end of the stick on this thing, but
He's an expansion team. What do you want?
Jesse
He
right
plays
now.
at a minor league park.
Jesse right now, 4 victories, and that's not counting the Paul George games played.
The +2 today. That's a double. That was a +2.
What are you
Therefore,
talking
we're
about?
at
That's
6.
not counting. It shouldn't count. Of course not.
Jesse with 4 victories, KC with 2,
Well,
Kyle with 1.
we know how the Jesse Bills.
Was gonna say.
the Jesse
Don't
Bills.
feel get too comfortable right now. We're not gonna talk as much trash as we were last
Jesse
season.
Allen, Jesse Jackson.
Like the Atlanta Falcons, 28-3.
Damn.
Hey, if I gotta be Lamar, that's fine.
We're just trying to get to the playoffs.
I'm not
That's
talking
it.
about these wins. Hey, we're just going one day at a time here. We know.
Another victory for Jesse.
If we just
Tapia.
didn't lose 9 in a row twice last season, we would have been fine.
Man, are those days returning for the Sacramento Kings? We'll talk about it. They play in Philadelphia coming up a little over an hour from now. We'll talk with our man James Ham about that when he joins us at the top of the hour here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
You know what I watched last night? Must be the money video. It is hilarious.
Must be the money.
Dion.
Oh, Dion.
Music video is so
When our numbers are so off screwed, I get a little nervous. I'm like, oh, maybe I went too high.
Yeah, he's gonna end this contract at $516.9 million in 17 seasons. That last year is a player option at 56.5. How many games will my brother have played by then? D'Lo, real question. Do you think all trades have now broken down, i.e. Collins and Cam? I don't think the John Collins deal has. Cam, I don't think is broken down. I think the Kings have just kind of left it. Like, all right, maybe Brooklyn isn't serious about this. We're not going to focus our attention over there. We'll focus our attention. Now you've got to focus your attention on De'Aaron, but, perhaps more so on John Collins. D'Lo, you don't think the star player getting traded wouldn't affect the locker room too much in terms of this team still being all right? I don't think that stuff phases the locker room. I don't think that stuff phases other basketball players, to be honest with you. I think it phases, fans and, media has a job of at least good media members, I think. In this particular medium, is you're like the voice of the fan. So you might express frustration or whatever, or be frustrated, but I don't think players care, to be honest with you. Like, players know the game. Yeah, this was different. This was a very different team, a very different temperament, and a very different player. De'Aaron is obviously multiples of, like, I love Shump, but he's multiples the player that Shump is. Shump is multiples the vibe that De'Aaron is. And while I think they're all friends, they'll all continue to be friends. Yeah, very different. Zach, are we certain the Spurs want De'Aaron and will pay him? Yep. Yeah.
Do we know why these deals haven't worked out? Why there was so much confidence? Maybe we can ask James or whatever. Why there was so much confidence? Oh yeah, we got a deal done. Enough to where we're going to tell players on our team that we have a deal done. Why do they keep falling through?
I don't know. The Collins one might have something to do with Jimmy Butler because it's Utah. And Utah might be trying to find a way to get involved in this and get more picks out of it. James Ham going to join us at the top of the hour. Kings basketball today. Hesitant on saying tonight. They play today. They play in about a little less than 2 hours to take on the Philadelphia 76ers in Philadelphia. Philadelphia beat the Lakers last night 118 to 104. All eyes will be on. And shout out to Chris Biderman, man. Chris Biderman's done a great job out there being the lone media member in Philadelphia. Did a terrific job continuing to follow this De'Aaron Fox thing. When De'Aaron Fox was out there at shoot-around, Chris Biderman had video of it, posted it right away. Of course, he got his one-on-one with De'Aaron, and he posted that article over with the Sac B, and then joined our guys Kyle Matson and James Ham on the Insiders earlier this morning. If you missed that, make sure you subscribe to the Kyle and James podcast. I think it's called the Kyle Matson and James Ham podcast, or the James Ham and Kyle Matt, whatever it's called. Search it out, subscribe to it. Of course, you can check it up on YouTube. It's also available as an isolated video. We welcome all of the new watchers and subscribers on YouTube. We appreciate you if you're listening on the Odyssey app. 1320 a.m. wherever you are. 98.5 FM HD2. Shout out to my girl Melissa. She listens in the 2-3 o'clock hour in her electric vehicle when she can find us, because it doesn't always play. It plays some mystery woman who talks.
So yeah, I was gonna bring that up.
Yeah, you probably should have.
I gave it a couple days to see if maybe it changes, and no.
Yeah, I have video of it now. I will bring it to the appropriate people. So those who have tried to listen in your Tesla, who have tried to listen on HD2, we apologize. Fans already have March 7th circled on the calendar. Kings and Spurs at the Golden One Center.
So I didn't ask you. I answered a little bit earlier. Do you think a deal happens before the trade deadline? As of today, because I mean, this could change. I could ask you the same question tomorrow. You may feel differently. I may feel differently. But right now, do you think a trade happens before the trade deadline?
Honestly, I don't think I do. I think the Kings are marching Doug McDermott out there when he gets back from his illness. I think it's the same team. Your boy's out with an illness today, so Kevin Huerter's going to play.
Still shooting over 40% from three.
That wasn't the thing. Like, that was a specific time frame in which you were terribly wrong.
And I'm sorry. I got to get more specific. Do you think De'Aaron Fox is traded before the deadline?
No, I understood the question.
Okay.
I don't.
You just don't think anything is happening.
I don't. Nope. It's going to make it a whole lot easier to fire those two too.
What do they? What? Oh, if not, I'm getting mad.
No, I understand.
What are you doing?
I
What are you doing in
understand.
that room? What do you do in that room, bro? What do you do?
I don't know.
If nothing happens, what do you do all day?
Seriously.
This
That's
team has
your
needed
job.
moves for last offseason, the time before that, today. What are you doing?
I hope I'm wrong. I'll tell you that. I hope I'm wrong.
I think
I just you said right now today. I don't think I am.
I still don't think De'Aaron gets traded, although I'm getting closer and closer to going to the other side. When I talk about before the deadline, I do think a deal happens before the deadline. I do think something happens. So, no, something better happened though, one way or another.
Yeah, man.
If nothing happens, we all got played. Just as far as like,
how do you feel if you're De'Aaron in that situation? Let's go with the ultimate. Nothing happens. Fox doesn't get traded. No Collins, no Cam, no cash considerations. Nothing. How does De'Aaron react to that? Does he care? Does he just keep playing?
De'Aaron probably ask out, like at some point, like during the
actually says trade me and get me out of here.
you keep playing because you're going to be
Which
gone
he
in the
can't
offseason
say
anyways.
publicly. He has to say that privately. I mean, he can. It just will be an expensive.
If you do nothing, what does Domantas Sabonis say?
Just franchise sucks.
Yeah,
probably.
like Malik
That'd be
Monk,
my
you're not
guess.
doing right by those guys at this point. Like
No.
De'Aaron Fox, I think he's probably out either today or not today, but before the deadline or this offseason. I don't think he's going to be here past the season. The rest of the guys that are going to be here and you're still doing nothing.
It depends on how they feel about it, though, right? Because they may feel a little closer to maybe the way I've seen it. Not that it's enough, like you couldn't need more guys, but all right, well, you didn't get nobody. Like we still got a job to do. Does this mean we just fold and just stop trying to? Not saying that's what you guys are saying, but like, do we stop trying to win? Do we believe that we can't win?
You keep going, but my GM is not working for me at this point. My bosses are not working for me. My bosses are not doing right by me, trying to put me in the best position to where I can. I can do rebound all I want, put up points. Like you need help still.
De'Aaron, I don't know that we're just because it's on subject with what we're talking about. Chris Biderman today asked to confirm whether he'd requested a trade. Fox responded, "No, you would know if I did." So I don't know what that means, but man, am I curious. I am so curious to know what that means. But he said no, he didn't request a trade. You would know.
It probably just means what it means. Like there will be reports out there that
Rich Paul has told the Sacramento Kings, "Get my client the hell off of this basketball team."
So, yeah, no, technically, nobody has requested a trade. I also, we talked about it a little bit yesterday in the front office. Once again, they create their own bed a lot of the time. They're not for me at least, not like a sympathetic figure. Like they create all this. Like we talked about earlier. They could have just simply had a press conference. Even if the owner wasn't in tune enough to have the press conference, one of them could have said, you know what? I probably should stand in front of the Kings backdrop at media and take a couple questions. I don't need a table or nothing. We'll do a media scrum. I probably like one of them should have known to do that. So they create their own bed. In this particular
Is that the same thing as make their own bed, or is it different?
Same thing.
Okay, I was just asking.
Same thing.
Now they got to lay in it. I get it. All right. Got to create your own bed. Now you got to
create your own. Well, maybe it is a little different because you got to create the bed.
You got to build it.
If I'm creating, I'm assuming I just got this from IKEA or whatever. I got to put this together.
Yeah.
So
not a big IKEA guy.
They made their own bed. But in this particular case, I don't think they did a whole lot wrong. From what we know of it, they got a call from somebody and had a conversation. they let the agent know that this conversation, like think about it. I was thinking about this on the other side, right? On the flip side. What if they had that conversation and they didn't let Rich Paul know?
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden the other team, you know how people talk.
Yep,
like, well,
100%.
We've been talking to the Kings about da-da-da-da. What?
Yeah.
So like from everything that I heard, they were doing their due diligence. Hey, somebody called, there was a conversation out. We didn't initiate it, but we didn't hang up the phone either.
Mm-hmm.
This conversation was had.
Mm-hmm.
We're just letting you know.
Mm-hmm.
And them allegedly like potentially getting upset that the conversation was mad. I don't think that's necessarily like fair or reasonable.
And that's definitely not the narrative that's being painted on social media. It's not. From like tweets to tweets, that's not what's being painted on social media. That's what happened. You can discuss all you want to about who got this information out there, where we got it from, where Sean, you can do that to death. Fact is, it got out and it escalated pretty quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty quickly. But I'm with you. As much as I don't like the way Monty and Wes are moving right now, they didn't do anything wrong. In the scenario that we know, I don't know what the problem is. No, you call that no and hang up. Like, come on, man.
Right.
No. Your boy just said on a podcast that circulated everywhere. Oh, I want to win. Okay. You talk about being like LeBron James. And maybe this is something Rich still has to learn. Not all your clients are LeBron. LeBron can put his foot on the neck of any organization in this entire league. With all due respect, De'Aaron Fox cannot. Because the conversation is about whether De'Aaron is a true franchise player began long before yesterday. They began years ago. Mm-hmm. How many texts did you get? How many laughing emojis? How many smiley emojis were sent to you from a particular friend of ours? Because I got it.
100.
I know you did. Yeah, this isn't new.
Right.
There are people who have been telling us for years, don't die on the De'Aaron Fox hill. Don't do it.
And once again, this is the thing that always
we'll acknowledge when he was impressive, by the way.
Yeah.
But would remind you, don't die on this hill.
And once again, this is the thing that gets me, just like the rumors of them wanting to go to the Spurs. We got those comments from different walks of life, people who don't interact with each other.
Yeah.
We're saying the same things.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever reason they had I don't know nothing about that. But I know this person did not talk to this person, and they got the same thought.
Mm-hmm.
They don't even think the same. But in that situation, they were on the same page. And yeah, it is what it is. I just think I thought about like the front office and their role in it. And man, I still go back to them not signing, right? Or, giving kind of ultimatums or like kind of leaving it open-ended. Well, yeah, I got to take every call that comes my way.
Yep.
Like maybe you can say I shouldn't initiate calls, which I haven't if I'm the front office, to my knowledge. You could say that, but I would even say,
oh, if they had, everyone would know. Everybody would know if they've initiated, especially today. Oh, everyone would know if Wes or Monty called and said, "Hey, how you feel about De'Aaron?" Oh man, give me my Sham's phone. I bet you money. Some of these front office people have a phone that only texts Shams or Chris Haynes, or Sam or one of them guys.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, they're doing what I would expect them to do in this situation.
Next thing we're going to hear, De'Aaron in the front office met, and De'Aaron ordered a tuna sandwich with potato chips and a Diet Coke. It's like, what? It's like when Sam Amick spied on the Philadelphia 76ers meeting. How did Sam get these quotes? Even the players were like, how did he do that? It's crazy. That's because Sam's good at his job.
Yeah, man.
Let's because we got Hammer coming up. Let's get Jay in here real quick. Jay, what's good, baby?
What up, man? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
yes,
we got
sir.
you, bro.
Awesome. Big fan, man. I love the passion today. It's awesome.
Thanks, bro.
Quick question. I'm hoping you guys can kind of educate me a little bit today. Why are we so adamant that the front office hasn't done a great job yet? Like, I'm looking at our roster and like, yeah, I know things aren't perfect. We definitely have some imbalances, but like, I've been a Kings fan since I was born, and who we have on the roster is the best roster we've ever had since I've been born. Like, with DeMar coming here, that's the first time we've had like a superstar come to Sacramento willingly. I'm wondering, like, from Monty's point of view, is maybe, like, I know we're pissed off about the fact of the moves he hasn't made, right? But like, the only move that he has made, like, is Kevin Herter, that, you know, might be going south a little bit. But what if they're trying to figure out, like, if De'Aaron Fox really is the pivotal key in the cornerstone that we want to build around? If that question hasn't been answered, then it's really tough to pull the trigger on John Collins or Cam or anybody else, because you don't want to go give a super max to, or even a max to, a player that might not be able to win with an amazing supporting cast. There's so many other superstars in the NBA that would probably love to have the supporting group that we have with DeMar, Lyles, Keegan. Like, our superstars are Sabonis and Fox, but everyone else are solid role players. Like, if you put those role players on Minnesota, Denver, OKC, any other team, I would take our role players over some of their role players.
I don't know if we're allowed to say this, but rack them. I don't have no issue with what Jay just said. None whatsoever.
He was on point.
And I'll say this about the front office too. They got DeMar, they got Domas, Malik stayed. Like, I'm extremely critical. Like, I'm not going to pretend like they did nothing.
They drafted
like,
Keegan Murray.
Drafted Keegan. But the flip side of that is, okay. At what point do we stop doing that?
When it comes back.
Okay, so never, just never. They also drafted Davion,
yeah,
who's not here anymore, right? You've also, you know, missed along the way with your Kevin Herter. Right now is it's a miss. Keon Ellis is a dub. Like, you can point to things to say, hey man, they did it. They did a really good job. And Jay's point about De'Aaron, I think, is perfectly okay to ask.
I think so too.
I think it's perfectly okay.
Now, if I'm in Sacramento's position, I got questions whether or not De'Aaron is franchised, but I'm gonna sign him anyway. That's how I would approach it. Like,
okay,
if I'm Vivek or Monty or anything, I'm not 100% sold that this guy is 1A franchise that I can win a championship with.
Yeah,
but he's homegrown. He means a lot to this city and to this franchise. I'm just gonna ride the situation till the wheels fall off.
Going back to like the front office catching heat, they're catching heat. Like, yeah, you can have all these players that was good enough to miss playoffs and be the 10th seed right now.
Yeah.
Like, that's why they're catching heat.
Yeah, that's for sure. Just real quick, because James, I want to get Paris, because I feel like if we don't talk to Paris, he may never listen to us again. Like, I know he's been trying to get through for a while. Paris, what's going on, brother?
What's up, guys? How you guys doing?
Well, good, man. How you doing? Call.
Good. Hey, so I saw a tweet. The Kings are trying to still be good and maintain that winning flexibility. I saw a 3-team deal on Twitter talking about how the Hawks might be included in that they might be willing to give up Trae Young for something. The Spurs get Fox, Kings get Trae Young, and this Hawks get Keldon Johnson, Castle, and the picks. You guys think that's something that the Kings might be willing to do?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so. I like Trae Young, but I probably want a younger player.
I'd actually would rather have Bradley Beal and all of the Spurs players from the earlier deal. I'd rather. Oh, don't make that face at me, James. James, if I said you have to take Brad, you get 4 picks. Well, we decided 3 picks, Keldon and Castle. You wouldn't do it?
No.
Oh, you're crazy.
No.
I do that in a heartbeat.
What's the issue? What's the reservation?
With Brad Bill?
Yeah.
Number one, he's owed way too much money. Number two,
you don't have to pay any of it.
He barely played. Well, you're paying it.
And it's 2 years. Like, when people say that, they act like it's a 17-year contract. Like, he's got 2 more years on the deal.
2 years after this year, right?
Yeah, so what?
Okay, 2 years, and you're saying, okay, so let's just put this in perspective. Vivek bought the Kings for a valuation of $535 million. Basically, you're saying you would give up this like 25% of the price that the Kings paid for the Kings for 2 years of Bradley Beal.
Okay, that's fine. What's the franchise worth now?
That's true. The franchise is worth $4 billion.
Okay, so we're fine. We're fine.
good.
We're fine. We don't have to sell off the Golden One Center for parts to get this done. But if there's an idea that the Kings can trade De'Aaron to San Antonio for Keldon Johnson, Castle, and these Atlanta picks, yeah, fine. Throw in Bradley Beal and another draft pick to get this done.
Well, I would take. I mean, I think you can do the deal without including Phoenix. I don't understand why Phoenix is involved in that at all.
They're thirsty.
Yeah,
we get one. We get one of Phoenix's picks. They're thirsty. They're desperate.
They're trying to get.
They're
in
trying
there
to do it.
somehow,
They're
some
trying to
way.
do anything they can.
Well, I mean, you guys have looked and seen how many picks the Spurs have. Just take the picks from the Spurs. Like I mean, they have a ton of picks, and those Atlanta picks, that especially at 2025. I mean, that could be a top 10 pick, and if it's a top 10 pick, then it's in the lottery. And if it's in the lottery, you have a chance. You have a chance at Cooper Flag. Like that's, to me, if you're going to make a deal, if you're the Kings, it's got to be good young players. It's got to be rotational pieces, like 2 or 3 rotational pieces, right? And then on top of rotational pieces, you also have to get the opportunity to swing for the fences, which is the Atlanta picks, or even the Spurs picks. But they have all kinds of picks. But I would take at least the 2 Atlanta picks because they have 25 and 27. I'd want my pick swap back in 2031, and not only that, but I want Castle, I want Sohan, and I want Vassell. And you guys can say, "Oh, that's too much," and it's like, okay, well, look at the other trades that have happened that involve a player who's 27 years old that, is, if he's going to San Antonio, it's with the understanding that he will resign with San Antonio, which means they know that they're getting 6 years of De'Aaron Fox, who in a lot of situations in the league is a 1A. And in San Antonio, he'd be a 1B in like a year or 2. And that means that you've got something cooking. And they still have a Keldon Johnson. They still have an expiring contract of Harrison Barnes. They still have enough draft picks. They can go swing for the fences and go, hey, why not go trade right now, do another deal and go, maybe you include the Kings in a 3-team deal and Kevin Huerter goes to the Pelicans along with picks, and you throw in a Keldon Johnson, you throw in a Harrison Barnes contract, and you come back with Brandon Ingram. And now you got Brandon Ingram, you got Wemby, and you got De'Aaron Fox. Now San Antonio's cooking. This is a moment San Antonio's been waiting for, right? It's the moment where someone becomes available that fits their timeline. And is he, he's not a 25-year-old or a 23-year-old to match with Wemby, but he's a really good player that could be Wemby's running mate for the next 6 years without any problems at all.
I talked about it earlier, man. I've kind of warmed up to the thought. Yesterday, I was less than intrigued about.
You were emotional yesterday.
Well, I'd been that way for a little while. I was San Antonio. I was not interested in what San Antonio had to offer, but they do have a lot of assets when you talk about draft picks. And Stephon Castle, I dove a little bit into his game a little bit yesterday. I want to do a little bit more, but that's a good ball player, and it goes back to what Damon said a number of different times, and we talked about yesterday with Eddie as well. Is this is a potential rebrand, not a rebuild. Like, you've got a lot already here. You may be able to get some very good players back in the deal, and then, like you talked about, James, the opportunity with these draft picks to get another franchise type player.
Yeah, I mean, that's the key. If you're doing this, if you're trading Fox, it can't be for 3 rotational players that none of which are like I'm putting on the all-star like spectrum. Like, they're not. Like, you can think what you want of Devin. I like Devin Vassell. Devin Vassell was drafted a pick before Tyrese Halliburton, and that's during the pandemic where I wrote, I think, 23 or 24 mock drafts for NBC Sports. Like, I have watched so much Devin Vassell footage. It's crazy. He's had some injury problems in the pros, but he's a very good player. He's also on a contract that isn't great. Like, he's not living up to the contract that he signed, and it's a long-term deal. I think he's $27 million for like the next 5 seasons. So that's one of those things where you are taking back contract. But the Castle thing, like, okay, he's a 4th or 5th pick in like a really bad draft. Like we can all say, like it's a bad draft. And does he look like a ball player? Yeah, he can play, but he's not an all-star level player. At least that's not what he looks like to me as a young player. I mean, there's a possibility that he takes a leap. I know he's physical. I know he plays defense. He's got good size. He can play the 1 and the 2. I like the idea of him, playing alongside Keon Ellis coming off the bench with Malik Monk and Devin Vassell as your starting backcourt. That's fine. And, if you can get Sohan in that deal, I like the idea of him as opposed to going out and spending a bunch of money on Cam Johnson or a bunch of picks on Cam Johnson. Now you got the small forward, like the 3-4 combo that you need for depth. But that doesn't change the fact that you just lost a star. And in this league, if you don't have stars, you're going to struggle. And the world with, Malik Monk plays in right now, where it's him and De'Aaron Fox as a starting backcourt, and Malik Monk is allowed to do whatever he wants. That's a really fun world for Malik to live in. The second that De'Aaron Fox steps off the court, the best defender on the other team no longer has to defend him, and now he's defending Malik Monk. And Malik Monk is going to look like a different player. And that's just a reality of the situation. And that's not saying that Malik can't hold up and that Malik won't be a good player. But it becomes more difficult. And that's where I think people are overlooking the value of De'Aaron Fox and the value of a star on your team. And people want to call him an all-star. They want to call him like whatever you want to call De'Aaron Fox. I will just tell you this. He was an all-NBA player 2 years ago, which he came in 11th in all-NBA voting, which means people around the league considered him the 11th best player in the league. If you look at any ranking system out there, De'Aaron Fox is a top 20 player, and that's even with people that don't like Sacramento. He's a top 20 player in the league. There's 450 people in the league. That means he's a very, very good player, and he has a very good value. So, again, the Kings should be able to get a king's ransom for him if that's what happens here. But they're also going to lose no matter what, because you're giving up a star for what will amount to players who will play in your rotation for the next 5 years. And that's fine, but you're losing a star. And the only way you can possibly find that star is to take those picks that you get and to either get lucky in the draft, lucky in the lottery, or to take those picks and go trade them. And hopefully another star like De'Aaron Fox falls out of favor wherever he's at, and you're able to bring him in to replace Fox. And that's really the only way I see this thing working out for the Kings.
James, I don't agree with you one bit.
That's fine.
And I'm going to tell you why. Because James, like the rest of these national media guys, forgetting about Domantas Sabonis. I know Domas isn't a star in the traditional sense of a star. Domas's game is star level. Whether like the media likes it, whether Mike Brown likes it, whether people like believe in him or not, like he is one of, if it's good for Jokic, it's good for Domas. He's one of the most unique players in the entire league. Again, he's not the star in the traditional sense of a star, but he is a guy who could be near the top of your basketball team. Like I don't want to call him like the one, because this could be a situation where you have a series of ones. Like you have a bunch of guys who can do things that work for you and create good basketball. And I think with Domas and Keon and Malik, man, I think that goes a long way, Hammer. I do. I'm not saying they don't miss De'Aaron. I'm not saying his fourth quarter antics, which would have to be taken over solely from DeMar DeRozan, won't be missed.
Monk has been pretty clutch.
Malik too. So okay, that's fine. So eliminate that. So trade De'Aaron today, and we'll be just fine.
Yeah, I mean, I get the sentiment, and like, look, I totally agree that Sabonis is a star, and to be honest with you,
now it's too late. I'm going to tell Domas you're a hater.
No, I just talked about it. Like when De'Aaron Fox came in 11th place in All NBA, Domantas Sabonis came in 12th, and Domantas Sabonis has been an All NBA player again last year, and the Kings are still not in the playoffs. So, like, I get that Domas is a great player, and I say it all the time. I think he's the most underappreciated player in the game. Like what he does is absolutely stunning. If he lived in any other era where Jokic wasn't involved, he would be considered a top 5 player, maybe 7 player in the league. But that's not the world he lives in. And so he's devalued because there's someone who does what he does, just does it better. Does all of the numbers that he does except for rebounds and just does more of it. And so I get that, but at the same time, you take away like what is considered the Kings' best player that every team in the league game plans for, it makes everything easier for the rest of the guys. It's just the way it goes. You know, adding DeMar DeRozan, it made life easier for Fox because all of a sudden you had another guy that they had to put a really, really good defender on. But losing Fox is like catastrophic for your overall game plan. And, you know, like Castle might be able to be a really good player. I don't think he's going to reach De'Aaron Fox status ever. And even De'Aaron Fox status is a one-time all-star, a fringe all-star, a guy who sometimes makes it, sometimes doesn't. I don't think that Castle gets that. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. That's fine. When it happens, I'll admit that I'm wrong. But at the same time, you know what you're giving up. What you're giving up is a star. And that's really, really tough to replace.
And I agree with your assessment of De'Aaron Fox. And still, like, I want him here in Sacramento. I would love for everything to work out. But everything that you said about him is true. And the thing that you said about Domas is true. Well, they're still not in the playoffs. So how much of a star is he? That's been the frustrating thing, right? Like, De'Aaron Fox is as talented as anybody in the league. And there's others like in his tier that aren't wallowing consistently around the 10th, 11th seed. You know what I mean? So it's like LaMelo's a talented player too. And he's not getting them to winning basketball and being a consistent winning team. Trae Young the same way. You know what I mean? Like at some point, and I think this is one of the frustrations, instead of like blaming all the other guys around, like, hey man, like these guys that you want to be like or that people want to compare you to, they don't have these problems. They're in the playoffs consistently. You can't be one of those guys until this is what you're doing. Sometimes they do it with less. Sometimes they galvanize these other guys around them that aren't necessarily as talented. Like if you want to be looked at like that, like it's got to start showing up in the standings.
Okay, so I agree with you, but I would also tell you that most of the other players that are like him, they have wings. They have guys that play at the 3-4 that are long and athletic. Like we want to compare him to Donovan Mitchell, right? Look at the star-studded front line that they have. You can say, well, Jared Allen's a really, really good player, and Evan Mobley is an excellent player. They do the things that make a player like Fox better. And that's not to say that Domas doesn't. Domas does. But you can't walk into every game undersized. You know, you can't walk into a like free agency period knowing that you need to add length and athleticism at the wing and get better defensively and sign a 35-year-old DeMar DeRozan, and not only sign him, but trade him for your 6'8" guy that you pair with the other 6'8" guy. Like even in that transaction, you lost so much defensive versatility. And we can say, well, you know, Harrison Barnes wasn't a great defender. He's not a great defender, but he also is a guy that you could at least throw at Zion. You could at least throw at LeBron. And the Kings did because they didn't have anything else. You can't really do that with DeMar. And again, it's like you're putting all of a sudden you're locked into a lineup of 6'3" at the point, 6'3" at the 2, 6'6" at the small forward, 6'8" at the power forward, and 6'10" at the center position. You are undersized against every team in the league. Like that's not, it's just like, but pull out the measuring tape that you're undersized against every team in the league. And you have to try to like fill the voids. And the Kings don't, you know, their backup center is realistically it's Trey Lyles, 6'8". Like what, you know, again, Keon Ellis, 6'5", maybe. Like you are literally undersized in your rotation at almost every single position. Even Kevin Huerter, if you go put him at the 3, Kevin Huerter's not a big 3, and he also isn't strong enough to play the 3. Your backup point guard you went out and signed is 5'10". Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like that.
I know what to tell you. Like, not you, but stop complaining about that and play. They did that for the last 3 weeks, and you see what happened.
Yeah.
Like, play basketball. Be a leader. Be a leader of this franchise. Whoever it is. I'm not even talking to somebody specifically. I could be talking to the whoever the head coach was. But be a leader. Stop worrying about what you don't have. Focus on what you have and be better than what you are.
Well, you said was, so that was a dead giveaway as to who you were talking to.
Well, it's been a week.
I agree with you, but sometimes being a leader is saying, go get me a damn forward. That's being a leader. It's saying, hey, man, we need help. Go do it. I am the franchise player. You guys keep telling everybody that. Then go do what I ask. Go get us a forward so we don't get thumped by a New York Knicks team who rolls like every dude out there is like 6'8" to 6'9" and has a 7'5" wingspan. And we're getting trounced because you won't go get one of OG Anunoby, who the Kings could have got. Who the Knicks, not only did the Knicks go get, but then extended him like the Kings were balking at. So that's the problem. It's like, I get what you're saying. You do have to be better and just play. But this plays right now until we get to the playoffs and you run up against a team that you just can't match up against. And you just get run over. And so the idea of an NBA team is to, I'm going to use his own words against him, maintain and improve. Didn't maintain, didn't improve, didn't do anything of real note in the last 3 years. You tell me Chris Duarte and the ghost of JaVale McGee were your only additions?
No, that's not nice.
You go through a trade deadline and you pick
JaVale McGee is just too much.
You get Kessler Edwards at a trade deadline. You go out there on the next trade deadline and you get Robin Lopez and waive him. Like, that's it. Come on. Like, I get it. It takes 2 to tango. But I'll say this. There's one player left on this roster that Vlade Divac brought into the franchise. It's De'Aaron Fox. Every other player and every other situation and every tied up draft pick and every missing draft pick and every draft pick that went awry, all of it, it's 5 years into the Monty McNair and Wes Wilcox era. Every single situation that they're in today, they're in because of themselves. There is no one else to blame for it. You can say, well, De'Aaron makes X amount of money. Okay. You signed that extension, just so you know, the De'Aaron Fox extension, and like that was the right thing to do. But every single other piece here, like it's like a self-created like puzzle that you can't get yourself out of. And I love that you want to go out there and shop Trey Lyles and Kevin Huerter and whatever bad picks you have left. Every single piece of that was done by this by those two individuals. No one else. And so I don't know what to tell you. You can't blame anyone but yourself when you can't climb out of a hole that you created for yourself. So,
James, you mentioned a name that I'll just ask because you brought it up. And I'm dead serious. What do you think the prospects are of Vlade Divac running this team again?
Oh no. I mean, he's here, right?
I'm dead serious. I'm not trying to be funny.
No, I'm not being funny either. He's on the payroll. No, I mean he is. He's on the payroll. Like I don't think that's going to happen. I've heard other names mentioned, which I'm not going to bring up yet because they're not vetted and all that stuff. But yeah, like I don't think that that's where they would go. But hey, look, we get to February 7th and this thing is destroyed, or it's even worse. Or heaven forbid, it's the exact same. And you know what that means? That De'Aaron Fox is gone at the end of the season. Like, what does it hurt to just put him in there until the end of the year? I don't know. You can't do anything. All you're left to do right there is sign Isaac Jones to a regular contract, like coast to the end of the year and figure out what you need to do, March, April, go chase the the front office personnel that you want then, but okay. Like, how many times did Jerry Reynolds take over as GM, as head coach, as GM again, as head coach again? Like, sometimes that's what you got to do, right? To get by. But like, look, I hate to say this, there are worse ideas out there because I'm a little, you get to a point where this thing is run into the ground. And again, like self-created, like somebody brought an offer to you about De'Aaron Fox. Okay. Like, I want to know, did both the general manager and the assistant general manager know? Did ownership know you were going to go to Rich Paul and tell them that there was a trade offer for you for Fox?
So
I don't know.
James, so let me ask you this though: what are they supposed to do in that situation? The front office.
In what situation?
Somebody calls you and says, "Hey, we're interested in De'Aaron Fox, man. Like, let's have a conversation." It's all right. Well, let's hear what you got to say. You have a conversation. You get off the phone. Front office doesn't tell Rich Paul.
Well, no, because I mean, teams like say, "Hey, we would offer you this, this, and this for that player," and you go, "Okay, that's fine. We're not doing that deal," and that's the end of the conversation. Like, you don't
By
have
all intents and purposes, that's what they did. But if say the Hawks, we're just saying the Hawks here, called and offered that deal, and they don't call Rich Paul, and the Hawks go running their mouth like, we've been talking to the Kings about De'Aaron Fox, and they didn't tell him. How does that go? How does that play out?
You can go right to the player and write to his agent and say, "Hey, they did call. Before we could hang up the phone, they yelled 8 names and we hung up the phone, and we have no interest in trading you."
Oh, you're right. This is a reasonable group you're dealing with, so they would take that just fine.
Well, no, I mean,
like they would handle the people who some believe have been planning their exit for a while would take that just fine and be really rational with that.
Either way, like, look, I think that you need to make sure that everyone was in the loop. And again, it reminds me a little bit of years ago when Paul Westphal decided to write like the full page takedown of DeMarcus Cousins in the second year. And he went to Jeff Petrie and he handed it to Jeff Petrie and he said, "I want to send this out to the media. Can we do that?" And Jeff was supposed to run it by ownership, did or did not run it by ownership, whatever. And then said, "Okay, go ahead and send it out." I mean, it got sent out on King's letterhead. It got sent out to the same media list that everybody else has inside that building. And then the next day, Paul Westphal was fired for going on an intellectual vacation? No, something like that. Like, look,
I'm about to say that's crazy.
That's
intellectual vacation.
Yeah, I think that's what he called it. Either way, my point is that, like, look, there are times where if ownership doesn't know I mean, I surely hope that the owners knew, or maybe I hope that they didn't know, and that this was just someone going rogue and going and talking to an agent before they had it all like dotted and everything else. But I also would like to know, like, why exactly did this get out the way that it did? And like, there are ways that this can happen where it does not become like crazy media warfare going on. And that's just not the way it was handled. Philosophical vacation. There we go. A philosophical vacation. He went on a philosophical vacation. It's like, okay. Yeah. Like, so, man, go ahead.
Let's come back. Because James is saying a lot. We're talking to James Ham, Kings Insider, here with D'Lo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Good stuff. Yes, oh, man. Wrong.
What? Yeah.
That.
Yeah.
Now, did he partake? Sure.
Did he respond? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, man. First the Fat Boys break up, and now this.
I didn't say just PE time. as a GM or an assistant GM, you take that call, you listen to it, and you go, okay, and you just put it aside. Like, you don't need to go and run it up the flag. I mean, you can go to your owner and say, hey, we did get this, like in case there's a situation here, but like, I don't know.
So what I was saying though, James, is like, if that call happens, maybe you're trying to check off all boxes, right? Or maybe you're trying to do be transparent before anything gets out of hand and say, I don't know what that conversation sounded like, but like, look, man, I want you to hear it from me and hear what really happened. Somebody called us asking about you. We listened to the conversation. We've got no intentions of doing it, but until you might hear this from them saying something different, don't listen to it. We just took the call. I'm being transparent with you. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how it was delivered exactly, but it sure did seem like it was delivered in, like, here's a trade offer that came in. What do you guys think? And it's
Even
like,
that's
does he
not
want to
crazy.
be here? Does he not want to be here?
I don't think that's a crazy question to ask. We tried to sign you to the extension. You like, I don't know what you want. What do you want to do? Like, are you interested in being here?
Okay, yeah, but there's a very specific reason why he didn't sign the extension. Like, it keeps getting blown out of proportion that there's a reason why he didn't sign the extension. It's because it's a 3-year deal. It's not a 4-year deal or a 5-year deal. And that's what, first of all, if he gets all NBA and he made it 2 years ago, why wouldn't he think that he would have the possibility to make it this year? If he makes all NBA, you saw the numbers, right? It jumps to $345 million. He goes to an average salary over 5 years of $69 million versus an average salary over 4 years of, I think, $57 million or $55 million, something like that. So it literally ends up costing him, like, to not at least try to play out this season. It costs him an average salary. It's $219 million versus, again, $345 million. So $219 million if he goes sign somewhere else, or $245 million if he signs with the Kings. So like a $245 million over 5 years, like $50 million versus $69 million if he's all NBA. Like, you roll the dice on yourself there, because the worst case scenario is you're going to get $50 million. The best case scenario, you're going to get close to $70 million a year for 5 years. I mean, I don't blame him. I don't blame him at all. Like, players get paid what they get paid.
I don't blame him not one bit for doing that. I'm saying on the other side, if you told me as a front office, it's only money, don't worry, I'll be here regardless, we'd have nothing to worry about. It's only money.
Okay. But my response to you would be this. If De'Aaron Fox goes and plays for the San Antonio Spurs, do we have the same outcome in his career as if he stays with the Sacramento Kings?
I don't know. I'm talking about if I'm De'Aaron Fox or Rich Paul and I'm going to the Kings and be like, I'm not signing this extension, but don't trip. It's only a money thing. That's all it is. I want to be here. I want to do things. Hold on, we're coming back.
Bring that conversation back that you were having during the commercial break with James.
So we were talking about how the people requesting trades, the other teams requesting trades maybe got out. And I've said, the Kings, kind of based on their situation, maybe some of the things they know, they've been told, whatever, while they don't want to shop De'Aaron Fox, I don't think they should not listen when people call.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the reasons that we've said for a long time, which I think is true, is one, you don't sign the extension if you're De'Aaron Fox because you're trying to get the maximum contract that you could get. Take a chance on yourself, make an all-NBA or whatever. If I'm De'Aaron Fox or Rich Paul and I'm telling the Kings, hey, I'm not going to sign this extension, it's purely money. Like, I can get more money if I wait and make all NBA. That's all it is. You don't have anything to worry about. I'm here. Then if I'm the Kings, I'll probably take it for what it's worth and be like, all right, I believe you. I don't know if that's how that went down. I don't know if it was, it's purely money. That's the only reason why I didn't sign.
Okay, so So here's the figures for Keith Smith, and then I'll like give you the answer to what I think you're asking. If he signs with the Kings, if he extends with the Kings and gets a 5-year, $296 million deal, right? And that's if he's not a supermax. If he goes and signs with another team, if he waits until after next season and signs as a free agent, it's a 4-year, $219 million deal. If he gets a supermax in Sacramento, it's $345 million. The only way he gets a supermax is if he stays in Sacramento. He cannot get the supermax if he's traded. That's not the way the league works. So the difference between signing an extension now and signing an extension, if he were to become an All-NBA player, it's like $51 million. But $51 million over 5 years is, $10 million a year, like $10.2 million a year, right? So that's one thing. But here, I think this is a layer that is causing some confusion. De'Aaron Fox wants to make All-NBA. De'Aaron Fox goes to the team and says, hey, in order for me to make All-NBA, we need a better roster, because the way the league works is team players on good teams, on playoff teams, are named All-NBA. And when their stats are calculated and added to their record, they make All-NBA, right? So for De'Aaron to go to the team, to go to the front office and say, hey, look, this isn't it. Our roster is not good enough. That's number one. It shows leadership. It says like, hey, like we need to do some work here. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, we can get better. Yes, we can get better as a group, but you also have to help us. And if you help him, he becomes an All-NBA player and makes another $50 million. Sure, maybe you don't want to pay him the extra $50 million, but that's neither here nor there. He's an NBA player who doesn't matter where he goes, he's going to get either max money or super close to max money. That's just the dynamics of the league. But I don't think there's anything wrong. It's not just about money when it comes to De'Aaron. And at the end of the day, if De'Aaron Fox gets traded to San Antonio right now, he is going to be on national TV nonstop for the next 6 years. He's going to make multiple All-Star teams. He'll make multiple All-NBA teams because he's hitched his ride to Victor Wembanyama, but also because he's getting the recognition for the player that he is, where he's not getting the recognition here. And so if he does everything that I assume that's going to happen here, he has a really good shot to make the Hall of Fame. As of right now, he's got very little shot of making the Hall of Fame. Look at his numbers, compare him to anyone else. He's not going to make the Hall of Fame because he's got one All-Star game and one third-team All-NBA to his record. Unless he goes out and wins 2 or 3 titles with the Sacramento Kings, he's not making the Hall of Fame. And if I'm looking at my own legacy as a player and I've got an opportunity to go somewhere, and the rebuttal for the Kings is like, okay, well, we'll try to get you there. We'll try to go get the players necessary to get you to that point. And if that means you got to give up Keegan Murray because there's a much better player at his position that makes you a better team and makes you win more games, I know that hurts, but that's the game. And it feels like a lot of other teams understand that game. And then there's a whole group of teams that don't. They don't understand how to build a winning record or maintain. It costs money. It hurts sometimes. It costs draft picks. But, sometimes you got to roll the dice to be great and not just be a good team. And to be honest with you, the Kings weren't even a good team last year. They were an okay team, and they needed more. And you can say, well, they went out and got DeMar, but I just don't know that was enough. And certainly a month into the season, we knew it wasn't enough.
Well, James, I have great news for De'Aaron Fox. The real estate bar has been raised, and we can get him 3 guaranteed cash offers within 72 hours of him selling his house on his way to San Antonio.
For more.
He just needs to contact our guy, Johnny Jennings, and they will do it with absolutely no risk or cost to De'Aaron and his family. A home warranty, top professional real estate photos, and a 3D digital home presentation are just a few of the tools that they provide. Again, the real estate bar has been raised. The Made for More team maximizes all you need to sell your home fast and for top dollar. And it's not just De'Aaron Fox who could sell his home. Anybody could sell their home with Johnny Jennings and the Made for More team. When you list your home with Made for More, you get the area's highest rated team and all of the tools you need to sell. If plans change, no problem. You could tear up the agreement. Apparently the Kings do that with a lot of trades, and you can part as friends. No risk, no stress, just the area's most professional real estate team in the market. Expect more, get more with Johnny Jennings and the team at Made for More Realty, California, DRE number 01982171. Just Google Made for More Realty today and get more for your home. I love that conversation you two were having. I also love this from Curtis. Thank you, bro. Oh, my God. The cats that want De'Aaron are painting a narrative that D. Fox doesn't want to be here when he already set the record straight publicly. Bullseye. When?
We did to Biderman today. He said, well, I don't know if he
No,
said
he didn't. No,
he said he did for a trade. I'm sorry. That's true.
That is not the same thing. That is not the same thing. So I'm just help a brother out. Let us know when that happened.
That's all.
Y'all tell me. You okay.
That's all.
All right.
Like I said, we
keep it moving.
Yeah.
This ain't all we do.
This ain't a week-long issue that's been going on.
That's
This ain't
it.
a month-long issue.
That's it. Hammer, you said yesterday you think this deal gets done. You don't. If this deal gets done, let's say the San Antonio deal happens. Let's say our favorite San Antonio deal happens. Drafts Keldon, Castle, everything. You think the Kings can make the playoffs with that team?
No. Maybe
Really?
this year. Like, I think maybe they can climb in. Like, I don't. I mean, I think Castle's a nice player, but he doesn't like move the needle for me. And Keldon Johnson doesn't move the needle. I mean, again, Keldon Johnson is undersized power forward. Like that's not the length and athleticism you need. I like Keldon Johnson as a player. I liked him like as a replacement for Harrison Barnes if you were going to go out and make some sort of deal. But it doesn't change the fact that like he's not going to be able to defend against bigger NBA forwards, and that's the problem. Like you have a center who has one like major flaw in his game is that he's not a rim protector. And you've got to go out and find the pieces that help you do that. And Keldon Johnson to me, a 6'6" power forward. Like I don't hate Keldon Johnson as a player, but like if you had Keldon Johnson, that's fine. But I don't know that him and the combination of him and a rookie and Stephon Castle changes anything.
Man, we ain't seeing eye to eye. I mean, Keldon Johnson essentially would be coming off the bench. Like all the bench depth, and I know it's not a 6'7" Scottie Pippen that everybody's looking for, but you would have just added Keldon Johnson, Stephon Castle, possibly Devin Vassell to your bench to go along with Monk, Keon, Keegan, Domantas Sabonis starting lineup. Like I don't know, man. I understand what James says when you talk about losing De'Aaron Fox and losing an all-star caliber player. But number one, I'm a little bit more bullish on Malik Monk than others. Although James makes a good point about, he's going to be going up against number one defenders as opposed to maybe number 2 or 3 defenders. That's a real thing that he'd have to deal with. But I don't know, man. I think they'd be okay to make the playoffs.
I don't know. Like, I don't think the Spurs are going to make the playoffs, and they've got those two players and Wembanyama. So, I don't know.
Thing is, sorry, James, they're in danger of not making the playoffs with De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah.
Like, how? I'm not saying he's not a game changer, but how much of a game changer is he?
I mean, that's a good question. And look, I don't think at the end of the day, when we get done with the De'Aaron Fox era, whether it's right now or if it's maybe 6 years from now, then yeah, I would probably change what I'm about to say. But like if we get done with the De'Aaron Fox era right now, I don't know that I can say that it was highly successful. Like he was a good ball player, and he got to the All-Star game one time, and he was an All-NBA player one time, and he put up good stats. But at the end of the day, like winning is what matters. And so I get what you're saying, but like I also know that losing him doesn't help you in any way, shape, or form. And having this be the debacle, like and having to recover from losing him mid-season, we'll see how this team responds. But I don't know that that's going to be a good thing either.
That's a good question. Maybe not for today. About whether the De'Aaron Fox era is not successful. I don't know. That's just if the barometer is the 16-year drought ended, like, man. Okay, but and that doesn't mean it's De'Aaron's fault either.
No,
just like it wasn't
I'm not saying
DeMarcus'
that.
fault. Like, okay, man, let's start a real fight.
Okay,
I'm
wait.
serious. Let's start a real fight right now.
Okay.
Who was better, DeMarcus or De'Aaron?
Okay, so you said something that I'm gonna key into, and I'm gonna say when we get to the end of this versus the end of DeMarcus Cousins, I don't think that anything that happens here at the end, like we can't say that it's De'Aaron Fox's fault that they didn't get there. Like the first handful of years, you just take and throw away because you started with a bunch of young players and a bunch of mess. The second you got Sabonis, this team took a huge leap, and De'Aaron fit into a more natural like partner with Sabonis, where they're like 1A and 1B. I would make the claim that, like, again, I don't think De'Aaron has done anything that I would say, oh, it's his fault they didn't make it. There are plenty of things over the course of his tenure in Sacramento that I could tell you that DeMarcus Cousins did that held the team back from being successful. And that's just the reality. Like, was he a great player on the court? Yes, absolutely. Did he put up huge stats? Was he the best big man in the game for like 2 years? I totally agree with all of that. I loved watching him play. I actually loved talking to him. He was really interesting to talk to, and and all that stuff. But that doesn't excuse the negative force that was behind the scenes. And if we can, make whatever excuses possible, but like instability or relocation or coaching changes or anything else, as much as like the relocation, I'll take out of that. But as much as anything else, DeMarcus was the reason for coaching changes, the reason for player changes, the reason why you couldn't bring free agents to Sacramento for a long stretch, and the reason why some young players didn't find success. And so, like the negative of DeMarcus, I would put way up higher. And I think clearly the De'Aaron Fox era has been way more successful. As far as statistically speaking, I still think DeMarcus is going to beat him out as a player, but it'd be very close at this point.
Yeah, the eras, I think you just have to go with Fox. You had more winning basketball. I mean, you had, projecting a little bit, but maybe 3 above 500 seasons. I don't think DeMarcus, he didn't get over 30 wins, right? Or over 40. Was 40 the number or something like that?
No, it's 39, but I don't think that was DeMarcus, right?
No,
that was because that was Dave Yeager. Yeah, that was Dave Yeager.
So yeah, I mean, individually, it's really tough. But when you talk about the errors of the player and the success of the teams, it's got to be De'Aaron Fox. The one thing I will say about DeMarcus Cousins, though, where there's like integral stuff, like maybe you couldn't sign a free agent because of his reputation around the league, or maybe something like that is going on. But there was no team that DeMarcus Cousins played for that you feel that if DeMarcus was like all the things that you want him to be mentality wise, they would have made the playoffs, right? Like all the things that you're talking about, like if he was a good teammate that I shouldn't say that, but just like calm, didn't get technicals, all this other, like all this stuff, even backstage, like, man, if he was all that, that team would have made the playoffs. I don't think there's one of those teams he played with. They were bad.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, even the year he was traded, that team was built to make the playoffs. I don't know if it was a high-end playoff team, but when he was traded, they were actually the 8th seed when he got traded and fell out. And it wasn't a great overall season, but yeah, I mean, I would always say that is the best team outside of this current one that we've seen. Like that one year, but still, like DeMarcus didn't help people become better players. And I think De'Aaron has. Do you remember a single, thinking back over all these years, a single story of DeMarcus taking a young player under his wing like De'Aaron did with Keegan? No, there wasn't any of that. And to be honest with you, it was the opposite.
Keegan hasn't gotten better though.
Well, I thought we were blaming all that on Mike Brown. Isn't that what everyone out there is
I
doing?
don't know what we're doing. Maybe it's DeMarcus's fault.
Blaming that on Keegan Murray. It's not playing. Like
no.
He's playing better now. But he's.
Well, I think one thing we've learned: whatever's wrong with Kevin wasn't Mike Brown's fault.
No,
either that or Mike Brown caused irreversible damage to that young man.
Ruined everybody. Just ruined everybody.
Mike Brown here 2 years and destroyed Kevin Herter after his best year.
Build him up, break him down.
Like, watch what
Build
I
him up,
do
broke him down.
Like, what is going on here?
There's going to be a lot of different discussions about like the legacy of DeMarcus Cousins, but like I would take who De'Aaron Fox is as a player
way,
behind the scenes every day.
Isaiah went for like 40 last night. See, Isaiah went for like 40 in the G League last night.
Isaiah Thomas did? Oh, sweet.
Yes.
I love that guy.
40, like, dude, really can't get on anywhere?
That's
like,
crazy.
Come on, man.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Gracious. James, is this organization still dysfunctional? Just more talented?
I don't know. The last 24 hours, 48 hours, yeah, it's still just
go back to last month and a half. You can include Mike Brown getting fired 30 games into a season that he got an extension on that I'm not certain the team actually wanted to give him in the offseason.
Mm-hmm.
It's just not a bunch of bad basketball players anymore. It's a group of pretty talented guys, but the organization still feels like it's swimming in dysfunction.
Yeah, I'm waiting for like collection calls to start on the Kings sending me to collections to help pay for Mike Brown's salary, because they just, again, they thought that like one piece that I wrote like became so instrumental that it's partially my fault that he got his extension. Like whatever, but like, look, at the end of the day, I don't know what to make of this entire year. Like this entire thing is. It just feels like there's so many misses, and like I guess it's okay to miss on players and stuff, and sometimes those things work out for the best. But I think their decisions to tell people about their misses before their misses, and it is probably one of the like strangest things that I've ever seen. And I think it just adds such a negativity to the entire situation because you're constantly stuck in like what Kenny, you kept asking, like, just go out there and play better. But you're constantly stuck in this mode of like, what if you would have got that deal done that you talked about on draft night? What if you would have got the deal done 2 days before you signed DeMar DeRozan? What if? And that's not a good place to be because you go into a season where, again, a player like De'Aaron Fox has a ton riding on it. And you get to mid-season and yeah, the team is starting to respond and play better and all that stuff, but you're responding and playing better and maybe can get to a 5 or a 6 seed if you're lucky and if all the things fall the right way. And if they go get you help, you're still not a contender. You're still not a legitimate second round playoff team unless things fall the right way, and I just think it's tough if you're a player like De'Aaron. The reality of your situation hits you. And after a certain amount of years in the league and a certain amount of years of being a loyal, franchise guy, you start to look at the franchise in a different light. And like, okay, like there's only so much that a guy like De'Aaron Fox can do. And like everyone says, like Kenny, you said, you got to play better. Like he's averaging almost 27 points per game until he started getting banged up in early January and his numbers fell to like 25. I mean, he was 6th in the league in scoring. Like, what else do you expect? I mean, he's improved as a defensive player. He was a leader in steals last season. I mean, he's gotten better at turning the ball over less, and he's gotten better at being more of a pass first guy here this season. There are a lot of things I think he's done well, and you still don't feel like you can reach any plateau above like a middle of the road team. And that's tough. And eventually that reality sets in. And it's like, if you can't get me help, if you can't try to push us over the top, and maybe, like, to be honest with you, maybe it's them that going to him and saying, hey, we might have a John Collins deal, or if not, we're going to try to get Cam Johnson one more time. You look at those, and if you're De'Aaron Fox, you're looking at him like, is that it? Is that what was going to make us way better? Like, what are we doing? Like, like if there's one thing to like take a better step and make you a more strong 5 or 6 seed in the Western Conference. It's a whole other thing to like go out there and try to get us into the conversation. Try to be a player for one of these big time guys that make life easier for everybody. And so maybe that's the reality that hit De'Aaron. Like, even if we do get one of these players, we're still just going to be slightly above mid. And Kenny, you're the guy who last week kept saying it's going to take two of your rotational players to get one other rotational player. How are you going to get better? And I think players look at the game the same way that we do in a lot of ways.
Well, possibly if you have a all-star, an all-NBA player, and Hall of Famer, a young, good wing player in a 6 man of the year category, and that's not good enough for you to be better, maybe you need to look at what you have. Maybe as a franchise, maybe you should say, maybe we don't have a franchise guy. Maybe that's the conversation that should happen as well.
Maybe it already has. And maybe that's why we are where we are. And
It's
guess what we're talking about tomorrow?
Not the game.
Tomorrow, 10 a.m. The Insiders.
Oh, yeah, 10 a.m. James and Kyle, D'Lo and Casey. We'll see y'all tomorrow here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Kings like the beam.
That's it. We did it.
We did it.
Go securing the Bagley to trade Sabonis too. If that's what that almost if that's what you want to do, securing the Bagley, trade him too. Like it's cool. It's whatever. Like I said, at the same time, though, you got hella shit on this team. You got a lot of goddamn players that can play. And complaining because not you or anybody specifically, because they couldn't get Finney Smith.
You also got 5 or 6 players on this team that can't play, Kenny.
All right, you got 5 that can play. Like, the cupboard ain't big. And once again, this is what I said.
The number of players that can't play outweigh the number of players that can play.
You got 6 that can play. So you don't have 6 that just can't play. And this is what I said. You want to talk about championship? Cool. They're fucking 10th. Why are you 10th? Like, that's unacceptable.
Yeah.
To be 10th? I'm not asking you to. I'm not saying what you got should get you at OKC, but you shouldn't be 10th.
I feel like we're back to where the show. What are you upset about? Like, what's the argument right now that you're frustrated
That
with?
they're not 10th because they don't have Finney Smith or another wing. Like, they should be better than 10th with what they have.
Okay. So we do. Is it fair to break this season down into 2 parts? It might have to be broken down into 3 soon.
Yeah.
The Mike Brown version and the Doug Christie version. Like, they are 11-4 in their last 15 games.
Right.
So, like, you're right. They are better, but you can't do anything about the way that the season started. They made a change. They're playing better now. They're playing, I would think, closer to what you would expect them to be.
No, I don't have any problem, but it just goes back to like you got to get better on the roster. Yeah, we got to improve, but if you don't improve on the roster, that shouldn't leave you incapable. They've shown that. That's my whole point.
Maybe not incapable, but I do think you're asking a lot to go, the next 40 some odd games with guys, one of which you might lose, and you'll have to ask Malik or Keon to do it, playing upwards of 40 some odd minutes a game.
That's different. I'm talking about with De'Aaron Fox.
Okay.
All right. I got to cut.
I'll
see you guys.
All right, man. James telling us to shut the fuck up and get out of here. Shut your stupid. I got soccer duty, jackasses. Go do your stupid little hip hop show so I can get out of here. We can't hear you, James.
Oh.
What'd you say? What'd you? Oh. All right. We're out of here. We'll see you guys tomorrow. It'll be an eventful day, I'm sure.